Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the EGC Finals 2023. Here we are in the open qualifiers. Joining me is the lovely Crackety for this absolutely stunning day, featuring the brand new civilizations and a single elimination bracket, at which, by the end, we will find out who the other two players will be who joined the 10 players already qualified for EGC Finals 2023.
Exactly. It's an amazing time right now to be an Age of Empires 4 gamer. We just had the DLC drop just roughly 1.5 weeks ago. It's been absolutely amazing playing with all the new civilizations, and this is going to be the first major tournament in which we will see the new civilizations played. So this is going to be very, very exciting for us to watch here today.
Absolutely. I'm super hyped about it. We've seen some show matches before. In fact, we had some show matches here at EGCTV as well with the new Cips. Other people have also run their own smaller show matches, smaller tournaments. But this is the first time that we're seeing these civilizations in a major competitive scenario. And I think it's going to be the real testing ground for many of these civilizations. I do expect a lot of new things to be shown by the players. And I think that's one of the things that makes this tournament even more so intriguing.
Exactly. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how these new civilizations are going to be played out. I could imagine that at the beginning of the tournament, especially in like these best of one kind of scenarios, that we'll still be seeing a lot of the old civilizations just because the players, they know all of these civilizations for a while now. They know how the meta plays around them. Interesting is it's going to be like when we get to like these best of threes, best of fives, where players are going to be able to pull out these new civilizations, show off some of their new strategies, and maybe catch the opponent a little bit off guard.
Oh, certainly. I think one of the big things that you get with the new civilizations, Crackety, is unpredictability in both ways, actually. If you are facing a new civilization, then obviously you don't know what to expect from your opponent. And at the same time, you can bring out one of these new civilizations and show something that we have never seen before. And that's probably the best recipe to catch your opponent off guard and potentially take down a stronger player if you are an underdog in a certain matchup.
Exactly. Exactly. There's just so many new things about the civilization, stuff that fully discovered yet. So many additional matchups. We went from 10 different civilizations to 16 with all of these new kind of matchup possibilities. There's just so many things to account for, and that's just not possible in a short amount of time. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this meta is going to develop further and further. We had the same thing during Red Bull Wallaloo, where we had 2 new civilizations, and that already dramatically shifted the meta. And it took like, I think, a solid 2 months for the meta to really, really settle in there. With 6 civilizations, this is gonna be a very, very interesting time now.
Folks, the overlay isn't fully set up for the drafts yet, so instead, let's jump straight into game number 1 over here. We'll bring you Give You Anxiety versus Valdemar, 2 very popular names in the community as well. GUA, of course. Okay, as I'm saying that, there's the draft, so it is what it is. We're going to take a look at that if it becomes relevant at the end of this game. But folks, it's time to jump into game number 1 here. Give You Anxiety versus Valdemar here in the qualifiers for the EGC Finals 2023. It is me, Lidakor, joined by the lovely Crackety. And Crackety, we have a fairly standard matchup when you consider all the new civilizations available. Ottomans versus Mongols.
Exactly. Well, we got Give You Anxiety playing as the Mongols, probably one of his main civilizations in the game, I would say. I see GUA play the Mongols a lot. Valdemar on the other side playing the Ottomans. I know that he is definitely familiar with them, and Ottomans, they kind of get traded as a little bit of a good civilization into the Mongols, so I think this is a good draft here for Valdemar. Speaking of things that, like, we've spoken of things that are still, like, kind of old patch-wise. We got the Ottomans, we got the Mongols, but what's new here? We're playing on Gorge, one of the new maps in Age of Empires 4. Also a returning map. We had this map back in the Red Bull. That was, like, one of the first major custom maps that we had for Red Bull Wallaloo. And it's actually such a beautiful map here. So you got this like big kind of valley in the middle, and like all the major resources are out towards the side. Players have to get out on the map at some point in order to secure resources. You can already see a couple of spearmen coming up from Valdemar, not just with the military school. In fact, he only made a barracks, so immediate aggression coming out from him here.
Yeah, that's a very aggressive opening here, but when you consider that he's facing the Mongols, it's definitely justified. There's a barracks coming out as well from GUA. Clear target from Waldemar seems to be the Ovu. He's just trying to put some early pressure in here, probably force GUA to mix in some of his own spearmen as well. It's an interesting approach, Krakody, because normally it's the Mongol player that dictates the tempo of the game in Dark Age, and they are the ones deciding how many spearmen they are investing into and how aggressive they'll play. But this time around, Valdemar is kind of forcing the hand of GUA here.
Yeah, Valdemar's definitely the kind of player that likes to dictate the tempo. He wants to be the one that sets the pace of a match, so it's usually always a lot of aggression out of his side. And he's already got 5 spearmen out. Now, GUA, he has sort of an advantage if when it comes to how much he wants to invest into these spearmen, because he can double produce. So to a certain extent, he's going to be saving resources here compared to Valdemar. Also, he's got his gold right next to his TC. So his gold is completely secured. There's not going to be a way for Valdemar to deny an age up here from GUA. And the Khan also gives a lot of value here to GUA. We see him every now and then just sniping these spearmen on the retreat. Right now, Valdemar still has the military lead. And what this did so far for Valdemar is it forced GUA to not even consider an outpost rush so far. Oh, but there's a lot of idle time on the TC. Oh no, look at that. Oh, that's a good couple of villagers idle there. Just no sheep under TC. Lots of villagers now being redistributed. That hurts if you're Valdemar right now.
Super sad. That is so sad. In fact, you can actually see a deleted mill on the berries. Valdemar, he went heavy on this aggression, but in a way, it's kind of backfiring right now. He invested a lot into those spearmen, and it kind of cripples his early game eco.
Yeah, this is going to delay him quite a bit when it comes to that age up. And right now, we see Valdemar at 170 food per minute, GUA over 400. He's going to be able to click up very, very soon here. All right, I noticed I was a little bit loud here. Hopefully it is better now. I adjusted a little bit on my end. Yeah, GUA just about to click up now. Just needs a little bit more gold. Valdemar is still very far away from that age up. Did he actually go out to the berries? I think he made a mill.
Yeah, he has to. He has to do something out there. He was just so low.
He was thinking about it. He was thinking about there. Oh, no. That's
oh my lord!
That's an interesting strategy.
He even has the wood to drop the mining camp. So I'm actually very surprised about this build. It's just he sent a bunch of villagers to take the gold he needs, so he doesn't need to mine anymore. And now he's gonna be so heavy on the berries. But boy, oh boy, you feel like this build order is just so flawed here. That heavy investment into the spears is definitely throwing off this early game build from Valdemar.
Yeah, GUA now going up, and this is just a horrible opening for Valdemar at the moment. Can we take a look at his scouts, see how many sheep are following him at the moment?
I'm wondering the same thing too. Like, is he just completely out of sheep? It's only 2 trailing that scout. I'm actually curious how many GUA has gotten, because based on this, I would think GUA has a massive lead in that department.
It would be weird if GUA got a lot more sheep than Valdemar, because GUA used his Khan for most of the time in order to attack the spearmen from Valdemar.
Yeah, it's so awkward. He definitely has more sheep coming in, so it just seems like Valdemar, he didn't really have a lot of early scouting that actually managed to get sheep for him. Because, you see, GUA just brought in a bunch of sheep with a Khan at minute 5. Seems like there was just a lot of unclaimed sheep all around the map that neither of the players took early game.
Yeah, that might have definitely been it here. And Valdemar, he's going to be in a very rough position. He's not up yet. He's gathering a lot of berries right now, but the Ottomans, unlike the Delhi or the Abbasid, they do take a while in order to gather from the berries. So Delhi and Abbasid, they do get that 33% increased gathering speed from the berries. Not so much the Ottomans, but now we got the Twin Minaret Madras coming up here for Valdemar, rushing that up with 7 villagers. He wants to get that age up as soon as possible. And look at that, 3 times double production archers coming out for GUA here. That's going to be a big army very, very soon.
I love it. I just feel like Valdemar is in such an exposed position right now. If you look at the Ottomans as a civilization, they love to go up to feudal, get the military schools going early so they can start building up their Sipahi numbers. The delay on this feudal age is so severe that when Valdemar arrives to feudal age, even if he drops the military schools, he won't really have any of the Sipahi out to fight those archers. I feel like GUA has such a big window to use these archers here before any cavalry arrives from Valdemar.
I don't think you can even really go for Sipahi. I mean, GUA, he still has the spearmen out there on the field. I think it's going to have to be an archer play, and it is so awkward for Valdemar. He doesn't have a single military school. He rallied a lot of villagers over to stone now, so he's going to be getting the stone for it. But behind all of that, I feel like GUA, he can just pull on so much aggression right now. There's only a single outpost right now protecting the stone and the berries here for Voldemar. But it does look like, okay, Blacksmith is going to be coming in a safe position here, so no chance of that villager getting sniped by any archers right now. Looks like GA is going to be turning his attention towards the wood line here from Valdemar in the back of his base.
That's going to be catastrophic for Valdemar, though. You see, the Khan is already picking away at the villagers, and there is no range or no stable at all for Valdemar right now. When those archers arrive, which is going to be in just a couple of seconds, they can also start picking off those villagers, and this is looking very grim right now for Valdemar. He doesn't really have to do to defend against 2 archers, let alone 10 of them.
10 archers. The army from the Mongols, it just scaled so quickly with the double production. Valdemar doing a good job here of just falling back a little bit with the villagers on the wood line. He's getting siege engineering. I'm a little bit... Wait, no, that's GUA. Sorry, my bad. So GUA is getting siege engineering. So Rams could be coming in soon here for him. And, I mean, if he's getting Rams out, then the berries are going to be completely denied here for Valdemar, and he might actually just push onto the wood line as well at that point in time. It's a very big army difference right now.
I love this call. He sees the tower, he doesn't want to dive it with the archers and the spears. But I think at this point, it's a good investment to make a battering ram, take out the tower, because as you said, all the food that's available to Valdemar is right there. The hunt is on the front as well, the berries as well. If you deny that, the only source of food that Valdemar will have will be the twin minaret, and that's not really sustainable in the long run.
Yeah, Vizier Point could help Valdemar out if he goes for that, and could potentially give him an additional HE, but it's definitely not a good position for him. In the meanwhile, GUA, he's not really making use of the map control that he has right now. He's still gathering the sheep. I think right now GUA could also be going out onto the deer in the back of his base or in the corner of his base, maybe even the boar on the other side, and get a lot of use out of this map control that he has right now. But he is going to be pushing in now with that ram. Military not supporting the ram right now. Takes a little bit of damage.
Tower is being fortified. Right now, Valdemar is trying to buy time over here, but this is going to be costly for him. Tower almost lit on fire, and this is just an insufficient army for Valdemar here, Crackety. The tower is about to go down as it got fortified, and there is just not enough of an army here for Valdemar to hold this.
It's just lacking right now. Only 9 military against 23. A couple of villagers have gone down. Destruction value looking good for GUA here. He's definitely in control of this game right now. He's going to be able to further take down some of the buildings here in the front of Valdemar's base. Could potentially even further push onto the production buildings that are in the front of Valdemar's TC here.
Oh, certainly. I just feel like he doesn't need to. At this point, his position is so good. He's confining his opponent into his base, denying his food. I don't think that GUA needs to take any risks here.
Yeah, and he's certainly almost like... It feels the macro, like he's going for a Castle Age kind of transition. He's already halfway there when it comes to the food. Golden Come also looking good right now. Valdemar getting a couple of picks here on the reinforcements with a couple of supply. Definitely the right direction here from him. Making sure that GUA is not going to be able to just trickle in these units one by one. Oh, good micro. Focuses onto the archers.
Lovely micro. Much needed micro there for Valdemar. He needs to pick off those reinforcements, but once again, it feels too little too late. Blacksmith upgrades now coming in for GUA. It's going to give him even more so of an advantage. And once again, he finds an angle on the wood line. He's going to expose a couple of houses. He can ram those down. Right now, Valdemar is 49, now 50 out of 50 population. So losing those houses will also be painful for him.
Yeah, it means that no additional units are going to be coming out anytime soon. And now GUA is going to be going out onto the map. I think those villagers are going to be taking food from that boar, which is going to support him food-wise for a very long time. 2,000 food on a boar. And now double rams are going to be attacking on those houses. It's going to be an issue for Valdemar. He wants to make a lot of archers, but archers cost wood, and you will need that wood for additional houses soon. Vizier Point coming in. And we can see that Valdemar, he now has a lot of sheep under his TC, so he definitely used one of his Vizier Point for those bonus sheep.
Yeah, he needs to survive right now. That's his only way back into this game. Needs to buy some time, but it's so difficult. Now the Rams are just taking down the lumber camps. The houses are gone. Has to rebuild all these houses with little wood bank to work with. Still not a single military school, by the way, Crackety. Means that he's paying full price for many of these expensive units.
Yeah, and Valdemar right now, he's just pushing all the way over to GUA's base. What this means, though, is that GUA's army is a little bit out of position, and the Rams in his base are gonna get taken down by the villagers. That's heavy losses for GUA. 500 wood worth of rams getting taken down here. And the army from Valdemar looks like it's gonna be able to escape. No matter out there, so no additional movement speed on that army. But I feel like Valdemar might actually now be in a position to stabilize it a little bit, or at least buy himself more time.
Yeah, certainly. His position is definitely better than what it used to be. It's still a very grim spot for him to be in, but he took out the Rams, and this is buying him a lot of precious time. And when you look at the archer numbers, that's where it starts to look decent for Valdemar. He's building those up, and once he gets a decent amount of archers out here, once he has a method to support those with, he can take a reasonable fight and drag this game out.
Yeah, dragged out game is definitely what Valdemar has to be aiming for behind all of that. Another grim thing, though, is that GUA, he's got blacksmith upgrades. Valdemar has 0 gold. He doesn't even make a mining camp on gold. Oh, spearmen are trying to take down the stable here, but I'm not sure how worthwhile that trade is. He's not even committing to it in the end. And he lost 3 spearmen for that. Maybe even 4? Yeah. Close to 4.
Yeah, that's not nice, but I mean, he tried. I don't fault him for that. He still has a lot of spears, and he's only encountering a handful of cavalry. But as you said, he needs to be cautious with his numbers, because Valdemar is building up, and one thing that Valdemar has been doing really well in this game was just buffering up this aggression, and now once again intercepting a lot of reinforcements. That destroyed value at the bottom left, that was heavily in the favor of GUA about 2 minutes ago. Now it's essentially even Steven. And Valdemar has been getting away with very nice minor engagements over here in the middle of the field.
Yeah, exactly. So Valdemar definitely still in this game. Now military, definitely still in favor of GUA numbers-wise. But looking at the army value, because Valdemar has a couple of Sipahi in there, the army value is actually fairly similar. Now GUA is going to be on the retreat here with his military.
GUA 30 archers, 17 is the count right now for Valdemar, but 9 Sipahi is definitely a game changer here. And one thing that GUA doesn't really have right now is mobility. On the other side, Valdemar has the Sipahi, and he has been using them very effectively to intercept reinforcements.
I think this is probably going to be the point in the game. Yeah, we can see GUA just pulling a lot of villagers over to gold. I think this is going to be the point in the game where GUA starts thinking about going for Castle Age. A little bit of a suboptimal mining operation there. There's no Gur right now that he's got next to his TC, next to the gold mine. But I mean, he's getting a lot of movement speed. There we go. Now the Gur is coming down. He's got Wheelbarrow and the Deerstone, so his villagers are moving at almost lightning speed. They got like 1.49 tiles of movement speed per second. They're almost as fast as cataphracts.
That's ridiculous to think about. Luckily, for Valdemar at least, he is not a Byzantine player right now. He doesn't have cataphracts. He does have Sipahi though. One thing he's missing, however, and that has been the case for quite some time, is a meter. And I think that's a much needed addition to this army if he ever wants to take a fight.
Exactly, and now GUA is getting closer and closer to that Castle Age. Valdemar's got a nice little operation there in the corner of the map, getting deer. That's going to help him a lot with the food income. GUA very, very close now to that Castle Age, only 100 food remaining.
Yeah, that's going to put him in such a good spot. When you look at the blacksmith upgrades as well, he's got all 4 blacksmith upgrades, and he doesn't want to mess around here. He isn't going up with the step redoubt, he's going up with the Kurul tie. He wants to dictate the tempo of the game, deploy that Kurul tie at the front of the enemy base, and then just take one decisive engagement. I think the timing is going to be perfect for this. Numbers are evening out now when it comes to the army, but the tech advantage is still heavily in the favor of GUA.
Yeah, I feel like you can just play it safe now and just make men-at-arms and just flood the base of Valdemar at this point in time. GA only has 1 stable though, so I'm wondering, and 1 barracks though, so I'm wondering what exactly his army composition is going to be, if he's just going to be planning on upgrading his archers. Because if you upgrade the archers, then ideally you're only going to be fighting against the units from Valdemar, rather than his buildings or being able to like dive the base from Valdemar. The archers, even if with upgrades in, they're still going to get taken down by the TC.
I love this little expansion to the south, by the way, from Valdemar. He's using the fact that GUA's army is slow-moving, and right now it's stationed within his own base. So he's actually using that window to get out for the hunt and secure some much-needed food for himself.
He's actually pushing out right now. He's got a scout moving forward as well. That's a good play from him. So he always knows where the army is first before his army arrives. from his opponent. That way he's not going to be running into any traps. Actually splits him off now. Couple of Sapai together with the scout. Might be looking for some raids now. Yeah, this is definitely just going to be an attempt to distract his opponent now on the sides with some raids. Valdemar also looking for Castle Age. He's still a good minute away from it. And GUA is going to be using his timing now. Now he's also going to be making men-at-arms. So a couple of men-at-arms could definitely idle out the TC from Valdemar now.
He's moving in with a Castle Age army now. Timing is going to be perfect. Just as the veterancy upgrade hits, he's going to move in. And the Sipahi are not here to help defend. They're coming in for counterattack, for a raid. They might find a lot of value on the deer, actually, or on the boar to the east. But this is a scary force to fight against, especially when you consider that the Kurultai is about to deploy behind them.
Yeah, Kurultai is on its way. The movement speed upgrade on the Kurultai also going to be coming in, so it's going to be moving much quicker from now. There we go. It looks like Valdemar did manage to kill all the villagers that were still remaining on the board. I think those were like 5 villagers, and now he's actually collapsing onto the wood line from Valdemar. From GUA, so GUA is taking some heavy villager losses here, but behind all of that, Valdemar's base, it's not safe yet. It's not safe yet. Actually, it's a lot of villagers going down.
Beautiful raid. What a lovely raid. 13 villagers down from GUA here, and Valdemar is on the way to Castle Age Crackety. I feel like these recent moments and the cavalry counterattack is giving so much value for Valdemar here. And if he finds a way to castle and grabs the veterans for his own archers, I think he's gonna be in a great spot.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to make it work right now. GUA still focused on taking down the buildings here from Valdemar. Now, this still provides him with a lot of value. Valdemar is pretty much population capped right now if he takes down more of these houses, and every single house is going to be giving GUA some of that Mongol raid bounty. So he's getting a lot of resource with that. And there's going to be more men-at-arms and now also crossbowmen coming out from GUA. As soon as the men-at-arms army is going to arrive, that is going to be very tough for Valdemar to hold right now. I don't think he's got the resource. Yeah, he's not on gold right now. He's only moving out to gold right now on the other side of his base. So he doesn't have any gold for any upgrades or any men-at-arms. Oh no, he misclicked onto the. Okay, never mind. He noticed. He noticed for a second. If he just kept chopping wood there instead of going onto gold, that could have been devastating for him. Now he is going to be getting some gold. He's got a lot of food in the bank. He just needs the gold in order to get the crossbowmen out, in order to be able to actually deal with those men-at-arms.
Yeah, Valdemar lacking gold here is a big, big issue. The fact that GUA is denying this gold mine is buying so much precious time for GUA here. He's going to shift focus to this little pocket to the south. Right now, Valdemar has a villager lead of 7, but this may disappear in an instant. Villagers will be forced to flee here. GUA might not have seen this. I think
GUA has no vision on that.
Out.
He's getting out. GUA has a hunch. It looks like GUA has a hunch. He's not seeing. Oh, he saw one of them. He saw one of them. Did he pay attention? It doesn't look like he did. Valdemar actually saves a lot of villagers that way.
That is a gigantic win there for Valdemar. He loses a 5 villagers, but he still keeps most of those villagers in that little pocket alive. Villager count now dead even as Valdemar finally got the gold for the Castle Age upgrades. He's still quite a bit behind when it comes to the blacksmith upgrades, but he's slowly catching up, you feel. And he's always able to survive a little longer, dragging this game out, trying to get back into this one.
Valdemar has... Look at the amount of villagers Valdemar has on gold right now. He was really gold stuffed here the entire time. And suddenly look at his resources now, and with that, he's now able to get a lot of upgrades. And yeah, he reassigned his villagers. He had like 10 more villagers there on gold just a couple of seconds ago. And now he's going to be able to queue up a lot of men-at-arms, a lot of crossbowmen, get all the upgrades in that he needs. And another raid is soon going to be coming in here with those Sapai.
Yeah, and Lancers are also being mixed in for Valdemar now, alongside some men-at-arms and some crossbows. The armor is getting pretty close to deploying the first mangonel, which is going to be a terrifying weapon against all these archers and the spearmen from the other side. But that's once again a lovely raid. Second time that GUA is exposed on his lumberjacks, and the second time that he's going to lose a lot of villagers to this counterattack. Valdemar has been keeping himself alive off the back of these exceptional raids throughout the game.
Yeah, but now the Yamaro movement speed means that the villagers are going to be able to effectively run away from the Sapai here. And at the same time, the army has finally moved on to the base of Valdemar. Villager count even. But the army count, it's 45 to 93, and there are barely any upgrades over on Valdemar's side. No eco upgrades, barely any blacksmith upgrades. GUA has all of them.
Yeah, it's so problematic, and he lost all the houses. He's housed right now. You see 95 population out of 80 available. He cannot even deploy any of those premium units right now. In fact, that's probably what bottlenecks the Imperial Armory as well with the Mangonel. And GUA diagnosed this very well. He doesn't let his opponent increase his army size by taking out the houses.
Now a fight about to be happening, and there we go. Valdemar builds enough houses to get that Mangonel out. Good shot on those units, but all of these units, not a single unit went down. They're all just going to be healing up now with that Kurultai. And it's still a very, very frighteningly large army here.
That is terrifying, and you see two of the landmarks are right next to each other here. There is going to be the area landmark now gone. Town Center is right next to it, and I feel like GUA has got a legitimate chance of forcing a victory condition here with the landmarks, especially now that he's bringing in some Springolds as well to take out the Mangonels. I feel like Valdemar is on a very serious timer now, and he's struggling to catch up. He has access to gold and wood, but he's completely out of food, Crackety.
Yeah, Valdemar, I think he's a player that in this situation knows exactly how he can come back, so he's pivoting heavily into Siege now. Lots of Siege coming out, Springles as well, so he's also got Springles against the Springles from GUA. I think GUA really needs to kind of play that Siege game now as well. He needs to make sure that he's got more Springles than his opponent. He should definitely be able to, with all of the damage that he's been able to cause so far. And if GUA wins the Siege War, he's going to be able to close out the game now. He definitely has the military numbers for it.
Look at that Kurultai spot now, dropping it right next to the enemy town center. He wants to take a fight now, and he does have a massive technological advantage. Also numerical as well, 172 population against 120. Springolds need to take shots over here. It's gonna be an even-ish trade, but that is not good enough for Valdemar. He needs to take some exceptional fights here to have a chance of coming back.
Springles trading off against each other, both going down. Mangonel's going to be remaining though, but GUA, he's got enough resource to drop 3 more Springles now.
And when you look at the other side, Valdemar is just so strained on food. He's got 10 food per minute of an income. He cannot replenish his army at this point. All he has in queue is a Mangonel and 2 Springolds. On the other side, GUA has a massive, overwhelming army, now taking out some of the production buildings as well. GUA, all he needs is just a handful of Springolds to take out the enemy siege, and then he can dive this army.
It's impressive that behind all of that, Valdemar still managed to gather up 3 of the relics out on the map. But it feels like right now it's probably not enough. As you said, like no food income in the bank, and there are no food sources for him in the back of the base. So it has to be a farm transition, I feel like, for him, almost. But at this point in time, going for a farm transition is definitely going to break his neck.
Certainly. Like I feel like he just doesn't have that option right now. Springolds once again trading shots, even Steven trades, but that is not good enough for Valdemar. He's losing the military schools. And don't forget, there's a landmark victory condition being realistic right now. Beautiful Mangonel shots to damage the army, but it just does too little. GUA can fall back and heal this army up. Valdemar is forced to take an engagement over here because now he's at the risk of losing both of his remaining landmarks.
There aren't too many crossbows in the army from Valdemar. I feel like GUA at this point, he could probably just A-move into the base from Valdemar and just snipe the Mangonels out with military units, but you definitely still want to be playing this one safe. Look at Valdemar. He's got 3 more Springles in the queue. He's so heavily leaning into Siege right now. He knows that the Siege is his only lifeline left in the game. If he's able to get some good Mangonel shots, he can still turn this game around. The eco is not that... there's not that grand of a disparity in the economy.
Yeah, that's a big thing. As you said, Valdemar being able to pick up 3 relics is definitely a game changer here, but now his villagers are exposed, and this is something that GUA hasn't yet punished. A lot of small pockets of eco for Valdemar, scattered across the map, undefended. If GUA starts punishing that, he can shut down most of Valdemar's eco.
And GUA now also getting out a lot of these Springles, and these Springles they're a little bit stronger. They do a little bit more damage with the Kurultai as well. Now there aren't really any critical numbers here to be hit. They still need 2 shots in order to kill the enemy Springles. But it still helps. It still helps. And there's also healing. I think the healing also works on the siege unit, so he doesn't need to pull any villagers to repair them as well. With some micro, could be pulling those back. And Valdemar, he still has like 12 villagers over on the side from GUA, chopping wood.
Yeah, it's perplexing that those were never actually discovered. In fact, they are closer to depleting the forest than getting killed. Finally, a breakout over here from Valdemar, but this is just a very inefficient fight so far. Charging into the Spearman with the Sipahi. Spearman getting repelled as well. Siege, not really a factor in this game so far, at least not in this fight. Both the players very cautious with their own Springolds and Mangonels. Finally, Springolds will trade off against each other here. Slight edge here for Valdemar, but his infantry is disappearing. And you're starting to feel that raw numbers advantage appearing on the field for GUA.
And now Valdemar, he's pushing onto the Kurultai, but if GA just uses this chance, with all of the units being so close to the Kurultai and take a fight there, there's so many military schools now at Valdemar rebuild that could be taken down as well. GUA has so many resources in the bank behind all of this.
Oh, GUA's got a lot indeed. Right now he's close to pop cap, so at this point, next step could actually be Imperial for him at this base. But for now, he wants to maintain that presence next to the enemy base. Slight of a disconnected fight here. Gets a lot of damage done onto his army, with some of his army just at the back line, but it looks like GUA might be thinking about Imperial Age at this point. He's calling off his army, he's piling up resources, and I just don't see anything else coming in for him right now. He's pop-capped, so that seems to be the only legitimate option. Question is, what landmark are we going to see from him?
I feel like it doesn't really matter what landmark at this point in time. The main thing that he really wants is he wants to get that roller shotting triggers upgrade on his Springle. Going from 10 to 12 range on those Springles means that he is going to be able to win every single siege engagement. And there would be no way for Valdemar to still play defensive with his siege. And yeah, I think he's definitely moving on to that. Food is already there, just needs the gold. Does he even have any villagers in gold right now? I don't see any villagers from GUA on gold. I think it just ran out for him.
He's got 0 per minute, and this is where we have to highlight that he didn't even collect any of the relics, despite having most of the map control for himself. Actually called off his assault here, pulling back his forces. Definitely giving a lot of breathing room for Valdemar, but Valdemar's eco is still so feeble, 108 food per minute. He needs to make a farm transition at some point, and this might be his only window where he can afford to do that.
GA is sending 15 villagers over to the other side and just taking Valdemar's gold there. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
I guess that's what Valdemar gets for taking all the wood from GUA's side. It's kind of a base trade setup here a little.
But yeah, Valdemar's economy, you look at the numbers, right? And sure, it's not a lot of food per minute, but overall, it's not that big of a disparity between the two. The relics definitely do make up a little bit here right now for the villager disparity. And Valdemar's getting that 4th relic in, so that's looking good. And White Stupor being rushed up with a bunch of villagers, 27 villagers working on that. That's going to be coming in very quickly, and with that, I feel like we're going to be very soon seeing that rolling shutter trigger upgrade. And as soon as that comes in, there's just not going to be any way for Valdemar to win the Siege Wars again.
It's not just roller shutter triggers, it's also the fact that you are going to have the elite upgrade, a layer of blacksmith upgrades available as well for these units. So you can justify diving underneath that town center a lot easier as well. Obviously, roller shutter triggers will be a big factor as well in these Siege Wars. And it's lovely to see how GUA just pulls back his army all the way into his base. He knows that Valdemar needs to take a fight before those upgrades hit, and he just doesn't want to give one to him.
Exactly. Now double Springles coming out. Upgrade is already halfway complete. Valdemar now starting to put up some walls as well on his side of the map. Wants to make sure there's not going to be too much raiding going on potentially. Just a couple of villagers sneaking through though for GUA. It looks like he wants to get an outpost up there.
Yeah, he started doing this as well. He's got a lot of stone in the bank. He could definitely get some outposts with some weapon emplacements on them. And I think that would be a great way to confine Valdemar inside his base. Valdemar has definitely done the right things to come back into this game, but he still has a massive technological and economical deficit.
And look at that,
Springle's
the
got some
siege
shots
army.
on the Kurultai. That's actually a very heavily damaged Kurultai right now.
Yeah, it's also blocking that.
Yeah, he just blocked the Kurultai deployment. This is a good fight for Valdemar, or at least as good as it gets with the Kurultai not having been deployed. Elite upgrade not yet in for GUA. He's trying to buy some time over here, taking a lot of casualties as he's retreating, but Kurultai is about to be deployed. Elite status coming in as well for many of these troops, and I feel like we could be seeing here the final fight of this game. Kurultai Aura, elite units as well, overwhelming everything that Valdemar has. Valdemar is getting cleaned up over here. Even the villagers are rallied into this engagement. It's not like they're needed though, Crackety. Most of this is going to be cleaned up by the army.
Yeah, it looks like Valdemar won the siege fight, but in the end, not enough units, not enough technologies, and with that, game is going to get cold, and GUA takes it very convincingly. That was a very strong game from GUA. a little bit unfortunate, I feel like, the start there for Valdemar. I think there were a couple of things that went awry for him, but he did an amazing job of almost coming back in that one.
Certainly. I feel like the start essentially lost this game for him, but given how bad that start was, he survived for a remarkably long amount of time. The way that he snuck out for the hunt, the way that he escaped that counterattack from GUA, the way that he managed to secure 4 relics despite having little to no map control, just goes to show how well he did under all this pressure. It's just the fact that the deficit that he started with was so severe.
Yeah, exactly. Just having a ton of idle time there on the TC early on, not having enough sheep, and it makes a great difference there, especially in those Dark Age situations where you want to get to Feudal Age as soon as possible. Being stuck in the Dark Age for a prolonged period of time definitely just gave a lot of tempo over to GA there.
All right, folks, we will be bringing you another set in a brief moment. And it is going to be from the round of 16th already. We're about to hear from the admins when it comes to the exact set that we're going to cast, so bear with us for a brief moment. But folks, this is a good time to highlight that once again, EGCTV would greatly appreciate if you subscribe to the channel, if you even just follow the channel. That's already a big thing for us, of course. But if you have a Prime sub available, if you want to support our work, then subscribing is a great way of helping us out.
Yeah, also big shout out that EGC is very close right now to the Partner Plus program over here on Twitch. So especially paid subs at the moment do help out a lot. It means that EGC potentially in the future gets a much better revenue split on those subs, and that overall just helps a ton when it comes to organizing these tournaments and getting a very nice payout there for the players.
Indeed. As a reminder, EGC Finals 2023, $25,000 on the line. We have 10 players already qualified based on their performances in previous events throughout the year. Beastie and Lucifron coming in from Golden League 2. The Elite Classic qualifying B and Marine Lord. Puppy Paw, Vortex, and Wham coming in from the top 3 positions who haven't yet qualified from the first season of 2023. And then the second season, Louis MT, Recon, and TheMista are the other 3 players qualified. We have 2 more spots available, and all these players that you see today are fighting for one of those 2 spots. Tomorrow, in the deciders, we will see who gets the final 2 spots in the EGC Finals 2023.
Exactly. An anonymous gifter coming in with the 50 gifted subs. Thank you for supporting EGCTV. It is insanely appreciated. Thank you so much. It helps us bring you guys all of these amazing tournaments. EGCTV, probably the, not just probably, it's the best spot at the moment for Age of Empires 4 esports.
Certainly. At the same time, big shout out goes as well to Demu for coming in with the raid. Speaking of whom, we are going to probably see some Demu games at some point, either today or tomorrow. He hasn't yet secured his spot in the EGC finals, but he is actually one of the top 2 seeds in the qualifiers. Players that are in the top 8 seeds only start in the round of 16th. They got a little bye for the first couple of rounds. That's kind of the advantage that they get for being higher seeded. But later on today and tomorrow, we'll see some of the bigger names who haven't yet qualified.
Exactly. So we got a ton of really strong performers that are going to be playing here in these qualifiers. Just to name a couple, we got our top 8 player, Anatant, confirmed. Got players like Zerton, as you mentioned, Demu, Altune, Divine, Numedan, Kiljali. There's just a bunch of really strong performers that we've seen in previous tournaments. And it's kind of crazy, right? Like, we have so many strong players, and there's only 2 spots. So players are going to be fighting tooth and nail in order to make it into those kind of top spots there to be able to perform in the main event.
With that being said, we have our next set ready to go. Baltoon versus Myriad is the set that we're going to take a look at real quickly. And here we have the draft right now. It's yet to be shown, but we already have the map draft. Rocky River being the neutral map for game number 1. Four Lakes and Thickets being the home map choices for Baltoon. And Myriad rocking with Hill and Dale and Dry Arabia.
Exactly. And now we just had a best of 1. Now we're immediately going to be going over into best of 5. So now we have a little bit more leeway when it comes to the games. It's not going to be, okay, you got to win this one or you're out immediately. And look at that. We got some of the awesome new maps here as well. So Baltian, he's drafted Thickets. The first starting map is going to be Rocky River. And yeah, those are just some really, really awesome new maps that we've got here in the new patch with the DLC. Rocky River. For those of you that have watched the previous couple of EGC tournaments, it's a little bit of a combination. We had Dry River and Rocky Canyon, and those got kind of mixed up together. So now we have Rocky River, kind of like the best of both worlds, as our map that's also available in the game right now. It's not a custom map. It's out live for everybody to play on, and it's a very cool map. And on this map, I think we might be seeing one of the new civilizations. I think Japanese has been doing very, very well on this map.
Oh yeah, I'm very hyped about the new civilizations, of course, Crackety. We've yet to see them today, but we've only taken a look at a single game. I'm definitely hoping for some new civilizations making an appearance here in a best of 5. It's definitely the place where you expect to see some of these new civilizations being brought in, but we do not have the draft updated just yet. We'll give you some word about it in just a moment once we have the info. But for the time being, let's take a quick look at what is to come today and tomorrow. So the first stage of the qualifiers are all best of 1s, and once we are through those, we are getting to this best of 5, best of 7 stage. The first set of which we're about to show to you, Myriad versus Baltoon. And tomorrow, the deciders will be even longer. They will be best of 7 sets, so you really have to work a lot here to get one of those final 2 spots.
Exactly. And we're now in this round of 16. So the competition is definitely fierce. We're seeing Baltian versus Myriad, and that's just a couple of the players, because the other ones we mentioned previously, they're definitely up there in the top bracket. I mean, Zerton. I mean, everybody knows Zerton, right? Definitely by far, I think, the best German player in Age of Empires 4 at the moment. He's always up there in the tournaments. Then we got Lash, we got Divine, Demu. We talked about Demu. Absolutely. I ranked Demu in my top 5 for sure. There are a ton of players in there in my top 5, but Demu definitely up there in the top 5. I think in the better part of the top 5. And yeah, he's a really, really strong player. So definitely very hyped to see him play here today as well.
Yeah, we have the draft ongoing as we speak. We already have the civilization bans, by the way, as you can see right next to the map draft of the players. Ayyubids and Japanese taken away from Baltoon. Myriad has lost the Jeanne d'Arc civilization plus the Rus. We've yet to see the first civilization picks for these maps, as the players are picking civilizations for the entire set as we speak. But Crackety, what do you make out of these bans? Ayyubids and Japanese on one side, Rus and Jeanne d'Arc on the other.
So ever since the DLC dropped, I feel like most players have just been practicing these new civilizations a ton. And while the meta isn't like fully developed right now, what we're able to take away is that when we look at the map so far, in these like kind of hybrid maps, the strongest civilization probably are Japanese and the Ayyubids. The Ayyubids have just these incredible timings with their kind of different wings. They can go for really, really fast castle age. They can go for really fast fuel age as well on a map like Thickets, and get these the archer ships out with an insanely quick speed. We've seen a game actually where just the kind of like 2-minute fast fuel age timing won a player the game completely on Thickets, I think, like in the first 3 minutes. So that's definitely some of the strongest civilizations there. Myriad's getting banned the Jeanne d'Arc and Ruse. And Jeanne d'Arc, we had a glimpse at the statistics so far. Jeanne d'Arc and the Ayyubids were definitely leading there when it comes to the win rate. And I think the community as well overall knows that Ayyubids and Jeanne d'Arc, they're definitely a little bit on the stronger side. Roots, I'm not quite sure about the ban though. I feel like we haven't seen them too much recently, just because the spotlight got a little bit stolen away from them with all the new civilizations. But Roots were still traded as one of the top civilizations just before the DLC hit.
Oh, certainly. And when you look at the maps that are available, especially Baltoon's home maps, 2 hybrid maps, 2 maps per Rus are going to be potentially very dominant, especially for Lakes. That is a traditional Rus map. It has been for quite some time. So it's definitely understandable why Rus got the ban on one side. But as you said, we have a large diversity of maps here as well. two hybrid maps, both of those being the home maps of Baltoon. We have a very open map, Dry Arabia, as the home map selection of Myriad. Hill and Dale as well, a very different map. It's a slow-paced, more turtley map. And then, of course, Rocky River, which brings in some features of a hybrid map, but it's really more about an open land map with some extra spice to the early game.
Exactly. I'm wondering right now when it comes to the bans against Myriad, because I know Myriad is he's very strong with English. Like, as much as I play China, Myriad probably plays English just as much. So I'm a little bit confused as to why Baltune is allowing English to be played for Myriad here. Maybe he just doesn't know how much time Myriad actually invests into English. It is definitely, I think, by far his strongest civilization. Then again, like speaking of like the new DLC dropped, everybody's trying to play these new civilizations. Maybe even for Myriad, the new civilizations might have stolen the spotlight a little bit away from his English as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is always going to be an interesting thing to look at throughout this entire tournament and even going into the future when it comes to competitive AoE4. How are the old civilizations matching up against the new civilizations? New civilizations, of course, bring in a lot of intrigue. They bring in a lot of unexpected strategies. At the same time, some of these old civilizations are just genuinely good. The meta with them is well explored. And oftentimes, the simplest things are the ones that work best. That could be the case here for civilization selections as well.
Yeah, I feel like some of the new civilizations can be a little bit susceptible when it comes to early aggression. And when it comes to early aggression, all the old civilizations are completely figured out at this point in time. People know what timings they can go for with aggression. And at the same time, the new civilizations, the timings aren't quite decided yet. But it looks like now we have our draft here for the first game, and it's gonna be some of the older civilizations. We're gonna be seeing a Mongol mirror here on Rocky River. Definitely one of the safe picks, I would say. Mongols, just overall one of the best civilizations when it comes to these kind of hybrid maps, and especially on Rocky River as well, where you will be getting access to both water and potentially trade as well. Mongols definitely make a lot of sense here.
Indeed, it's one of those matchups where the key mindset going into Rocky River is that if you don't aggress the enemy, they will deploy some docks, they will get some fishing boats going, so they will pull ahead when it comes to economy. So the counter to that is essentially taking a civilization that's good with early game aggression. Talk about Mongols, talk about Ottomans. So when both players think that their opponent will move towards those pawns, they'll both take one of these aggressive civilizations, and what we end with is a mirror between two civilizations that are very aggressive in Dark Age. Frankly, because of this, neither of these players might move to make a dock, simply because they know that the opponent can take it down quickly.
Yeah, that could definitely be a case here. I think you could probably still go for a dog, but then the issue is going to be okay, you got to defend it in time. That could be very, very dicey when it comes to timing. Because if you go for a dog first, you're not going to be able to afford an Uvu. Not having that Uvu means you're going to be delayed on your double production, and then you're just going to be behind when it comes to the Spearman production. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a battle between the decisions here for these player. Is it going to be immediately Spearman, or are we going to be seeing a straight dog? I think if you go for a straight dog, you're at a timing, like there's still counterplay that you can do to defend the dog. I think going up with maybe like 3 villagers onto a pond and then getting an outpost up as well could be a potential play to be able to get into a position where the dock is going to be paying off for itself in time. But that also very much depends on the spawn that you're going to be spawning with. I think if one of the players finds that both their stone and their gold is going to be in range of the TC, then that could definitely be an option going for a dock opening first. But it's going to be difficult. It's definitely going to be difficult to pull off. You're going to be under a lot of pressure if your opponent is going to go for these early spearmen.
With that being said, we just have 2 minutes left to go until game number 1 of this best of 5. In case you want to increase your level of excitement coming into this set, then a great way of doing so is spending your Twitch channel points here at EGCTV to bet on the player that you think is going to win. Right now, most people are saying Baltoon. There is a massive lead for Baltoon, actually 40,000, beg your pardon, points against Myriad's 3,000. Looks like chat thinks that Baltoon has a massive upper hand. What about you, Crackety? Who do you think has the edge in this game and in this set even?
I'm thinking if you want to make EGC points, the odds have probably never been better. If you're betting on Myriad right now, just looking at the odds here right now, you could be making a lot of points betting on Myriad, because time and time again we've seen Myriad get better and better in the scene, and right now he's going to be facing off against Baltian, and it's going to be for a reason. It's going to be for a reason that he's going to be up there. His past performance definitely led him here, and yeah, I think he definitely has a shot here.
I'm somewhat surprised about that distribution between the two players. Myriad has definitely been in a rising star status for quite some time. One of the players that hasn't really been around when the game launched. He's not one of the OG competitive players. But over the course of the last couple of months, he worked his way up to the top 30-ish conversations. And now he's definitely a player that you need to be cautious about, especially when you consider that we're going into a set where some of the new civilizations will likely make an appearance. Those are the wildcard civilizations that can help you with upsets. So maybe not in the case of a Mongol Mirror, but when we go into game number 2, 3, and 4, we see some of the new civilizations. That's where Myriad could have a very legitimate window of taking down Baltune. Seed 5 against Seed 14 we're talking about. But looks like game number 1 is ready. Baltune versus Myriad. We are jumping into game number 1 here, folks. Once again, this is the round of 16th from the EGC 2023 qualifiers. $25,000 on the line in the main event for 12 players. 10 players already qualified. 2 more will get their spots this weekend. Baltune and Myriad fighting to the end in this best of 5 over here. Only one of these 2 players at the end of this day will keep their chances alive of getting a spot in the main event.
Indeed, and here we go. Baltian playing in the color blue as the Mongols, and on the other side, Myriad playing in the color red also as the Mongols. This is Rocky River, one of our new maps in Age of Empires 4 that came in with the DLC. Probably a lot of you are going to be familiar with it, as it is a mix-up of previous tournament maps. It's a combination of dry river and rocky canyons, and with that, we got the little ponds in the middle that each have like 4 to 5 shoreline fish in it, so definitely players are going to be incentivized on going on them. However, we got Mongols against Mongols here, and Mongols are also very strong at going for that Dark Age pressure, and we see both these players opening up with the Uvu and with the barracks as well. So Spearman definitely going to be on the menu here.
Of course, and this is where good micro can actually decide things, but so can the commitment or the undercommitment to army, because I think one of the things that will be important to look at here, Crackety, is how many spearmen the players are willing to invest into. If you go too heavy on the spears, you will be delayed into Feudal Age, and then you will start missing out on the archer numbers.
Exactly. The question is also going to be if we're still going to be looking at a maybe a little delayed dock during the Dark Age time. But if you don't go for a dock immediately, I feel like the timing can be a little bit dangerous when it comes to your uptime. Both players starting with the double produced spearmen here. And with that, armies are going to be moving towards the middle of the map now. Both players already scout the middle, so they know that neither of their opponent is going to be out on a dock yet. Looking at the spawns right now, Baltune has his Uvu safe in the range of his TC. Myriad has neither his gold nor his stone in the range of his TC. Could in theory move the TC if it was like an absolute kind of disaster scenario where he needs to protect that. But overall, spawn currently favorable for Baltune when it comes to where he places starting TC.
Yeah, Myriad went onto one of these spawns with the spearman, and then he didn't really push a little deeper into Baltune's eco. Just goes to show that his primary plan was making sure that his opponent won't have a dog put down. Now that he sees an increasing amount of spearmen, he's going to have to regroup. He's up to 6 spears himself, all of those were double trained. Whereas on the other side, Baltune actually went for a single spearman at some point. So right now, spearman numbers 7 to 5. Neither of these players will be able to accomplish much with those, right, Crackety? It's just like one of those cases where you have an identical army, so the best thing that you can accomplish is mutual annihilation. There's Baltune moving in with a villager to drop a dock. Same for Myriad. Myriad is actually venturing all the way to the north, kind of trying to hide that dock from his opponent.
Yeah, denying information, definitely a key point here in the strategy for Myriad. Spearman numbers still in favor for Baltune by quite a bit, and now the villager Has to fall back. Khan actually going down. Is the villager gonna survive? Movement speed arrow doesn't affect the villager. Spearman still on the hunt. Could potentially take down the Khan. Khan going
Oh my
on
lord.
both sides. And the villager goes down.
Catastrophic for Baltoon, though. He lost his Khan and he lost the villager building the dock. Dock has been stopped at like 40-50%. And at the same time, Myriad got away with his own dock. That is just such a bad start for Baltoon. He's down by about 1.5 villagers. You see, right now the villager gap is 2, but that's not the true number. It's kind of more like half a villager's worth of production, but this is just such an ugly start here for Baltoon now, losing the Khan and losing the villager at the same time.
And potentially losing the fight here, as Myriad just has a couple more spearmen out on the map right now. Baltoon has to reinvest into that. Looks like he wanted to go for Castle Age at some point, or at least he's been banking up a little bit of food there. Doesn't have any villagers on gold yet. He did move the Gur over. Yeah, Myriad, he's looking to be in a good position here now in the early start of the game. Dock is up, and with that, he's going to be the first one to start fishing.
Yeah, dock is complete for Myriad as well, but he doesn't have the wood to make fishing boats right now. First to make a fishing boat is actually going to be Baltoon, a much-needed advantage in order for him to catch up and make up for that villager that he lost.
Exactly. Myriad, with that army advantage, might be trying to burn that dock down. He still definitely has the military lead. And the fishing ships on the shoreline, they're also a little exposed. If Myriad just gets one volley of torches out on that fishing ship, it's going to get taken down immediately. Units are trying to. The pathing doesn't really want to play nicely here with them immediately. Yeah, still. There we go. Not yet. And now, spearmen are going to be fighting against spearmen. Couple of very low health spearmen in there. Baltoon has still to fall back for now. Myriad's Khan is going to be the first one to go back up.
Yeah, Baltoon stopped investing into spears and he went for the gold. He wanted to go to Feudal Age, now has to reinvest into spears because otherwise he loses his dock. It looks like a big fight in the middle and numbers seem to be favoring Myriad here. 17 spearmen on the field against 12. Micro from both sides trying to pull back the injured units, but it seems like Myriad is having the upper hand in this engagement. And now, this dock is more exposed than ever.
And the question is going to be, is Baltoon going to be able to delay this attack from Myriad onto his stock to be able to go up to the next age and get an archer ship out? I don't think so at the moment. I don't think he can, but at the same time, the spearman numbers just aren't there. Okay, he's rushing up the stones with 5 villagers. I think maybe if he rushes it up with a couple more villagers, he can get a better timing up on it. With that, he would be able to get an archer ship up really, really quickly as well. And now Myriad, the spearmen, are going to be pushing further into the base from Baltoon. And Baltoon's gold is not protected, but he doesn't need it anymore. He does have enough gold for everything that that he could want right now.
It's more about the fact that you want to push away those spearmen so you can attack the dock, as Baltoon has finally found the dock of his opponent as well. Baltoon only has a villager to fight that vill off. Looks like the dock might actually go up, as he's once again looking to torch down this dock from his opponent here. A crazy micro battle back and forth, it seems. And it looks like Myriad will just fall back to his own pawn, trying to torch it down. Spearman is just going to be a little too late to the party. Dock is going to complete just before the Spearman arrives.
Both players trying to go up to the next age. Baltoon's going to be a little bit earlier. And with that, there's always the potential of a sneaky demo ship coming. Oh, look at that turnaround. And with that, 3 spearmen going down immediately for Baltoon. The army number now almost double for Myriad.
Yeah, and Baltoon has lost 2 villagers in this game. Myriad has not lost a single eco unit just yet. 20 spearmen against 13 right now. This is the window that Myriad has been looking for. Baltoon is up to Feudal Age. He's trying to get a galley out, but it's not actually being built on this pawn, but on the pawn that Myriad has his dock in. Myriad a little later into the Feudal Age when it comes to Rival, but I think he might be able to torch this dock down before this ship spawns.
No, the ship is going to spawn. It's going to only like 5 seconds remaining. And all of these units are clumped up right now. If this was a demo ship, it would be even worse for Myriad, but now the archer ship is going to be there. It's going to be doing a lot of damage here onto the spearmen from Myriad. If they stack up, but it's going to be split formation.
Momentum is swinging heavily in the favor of Baltoon over here. He has the first combat ship out, and now Myriad has to fight for his dock here if he wants to get a combat ship out himself.
And he definitely has to. There's still a lot of fish remaining in that pond. A lot of potential food to be gathered. The ship is not out quite yet. Hits going up on the fishing ships as well. Myriad trying to micro around the shots, and there we go. Springle ship now coming out. And Baltune immediately cues a demo ship behind that.
Yeah, still, he's losing most of his spears over here in this engagement. He's also going to lose his galley. So spearman numbers now disappearing here for Baltune, losing a lot of precious units in this engagement, but he still has presence on the enemy pawn. And now the demo comes in, beautiful shot, but the war galley does survive here. Fishing boat's keeping it alive, the dock is keeping it alive as well. Dock is on fire though, and there is not a single villager nearby to repair this. Looks like Baltune will slowly take control over this pond.
Villager is going to be pulled, but I think that's going to have to be a new dock. I don't think he's going to be able to repair that one in time. It is very low now, and there's also a couple of spearmen there. So that pond is going to be definitely contested here for a little bit longer. Our dock is getting set on fire as well. Balti right now, he's the only player with archers out. And that's going to help him a lot against the purely spearman-based composition right now from Myriad. But Myriad, look at that. Pooling up resources. Might be looking for a castle age here soon. Of course, as soon as I say that, he is starting to grab upgrades and start making his own archers. Might not be a castle age after all.
He's still banking up a lot of resources, and I think the key thing to look at here is the gold count. He's not making any more combat ships at this point. In fact, right now he doesn't even have a dock to do so with. So the fact that he's still so heavy on gold makes me feel like he actually wants castle, and honestly, Crackety, I wouldn't be against it. I feel like here in Feudal Age, you probably can't decide this. Baltune is making archers, you're also making archers. So the best course of action for Myriad might be to try and get to castle, get some lancers going, start picking up the relics. And once he has that, he could actually try to finish this game quickly with some raids.
Yeah, that could be the play here for him. Still though, more archers coming out. He does have a lot of villagers on wood right now. He gets all the relevant upgrades for his wood gathering as well. Wheelbarrow and double broadaxe coming in. With that, his wood gathering is going to be very, very nice. Could also be looking for a second TC, since he is pooling up quite a lot of wood now behind all of that. And not reinvesting too much into more production buildings and archers. I think this might be a castle age and maybe like a castle age and 2TC kind of play from him. This could be dangerous though. Both players actually pooling up a massive amount of wood right now.
I think both of them are feeling that they just can't break the opponent in a quick strike. So at this point, you have to play for the long game. Myriad is going to have to pull back. He's outnumbered pretty heavily when it comes to the archers. But once again, he's going to have the safety of his own base over here. He's going to be able to regroup. His berry villagers are more than exposed here. Opportunity for Baltune to do some damage. Villagers getting caught in the crossfire, but they're pulled back just in time. Baltune is doing a lot of damage with this, though, Crackety. Archer number is just not there right now for Myriad.
Yeah, it looks like Myriad, he's not double producing as well. Now he only just now started double producing his archers. He did have a lot of stone saved up. Keshik also gonna be produced here. It's gonna take a while for him to come out. Archers now being picked off right from the production buildings. Baltune still has a good amount out there. And that is gonna mean that there's not gonna be a ton of archers coming out here. 2 spearmen as well, so the Keshik that comes out, he's immediately gonna find himself countered.
Yeah, that's a big thing right now. 2 more archers pop out. A lovely move from Baltune, keeping the spearman at the back, waiting for the Keshik to pop. Here comes the first Keshik, though. Archers trying to focus down the spears, doing a decent job in that department, but the Keshik is now gone. Slowly but surely, Myriad is cleaning this up, but this is turning out to be a very costly engagement for him.
Indeed, indeed. A lot of units did go down there. There's also some spearmen coming out, but those are just going to get taken down immediately by the archers there. And second TC has been built by Baltune behind all of that. So not only did he win militarily, but he's also in a good spot when it comes to the economy scaling here.
Well, we say that, but he's down by 7 eco compared to Myriad, and his food eco was very underwhelming in the next couple of minutes.
That's because of the
about
fishing.
100 food per minute. Now he's up to 300, but you see, he might actually struggle to mass-produce villagers on 2 DCs right now.
You're right, Baltune. He doesn't have a lot of food in the bank. He's currently got 300 food per minute income. And you need all of that food just to be able to constantly produce villagers from your 2 TCs. Myriad now also has the resource to be able to drop a second TC. What is he doing instead? I think it's going to be a mass pasture transition here for him now. He just spent a lot of wood in 150 wood increments, so I think Myriad just dropped a bunch of pastures around his TC. And that could be a very good play
so
here
too,
for him.
Indeed. He was heavy on the berries, so he definitely had issues when it comes to the food income. Maybe he wanted the second DC, he's now piling up wood once again, but he's willing to delay this simply because he needs that pasture transition. On the other side, I don't think we have a lot of pastures for Baltoon, and at some point we are going to have to see a transition to that, and I guess I stand corrected, he's got quite a few and they're all buffed by the Ovu.
The Uvu that just got depleted, so he's going to have to rebuild that somewhere else, so these pastures aren't going to be depleted from boosted by much longer. But still, he has a good bunch of sheep around his TC, so he's definitely in a good position for now. Myriad, he just needs the gold right now to be able to go up to the next age. He builds an outpost on his gold to have that further secured. And so far, he's still even when it comes to the, or rather a little bit ahead when it comes to the EQ count. But that's not going to last him so long, because these are only shoreline fishes out on the ponds. Those are going to expire at some point in time. They don't regenerate like the deep sea fish. So at some point in time, Myriad is going to be losing roughly 8 economy units.
Yeah, he's got 2 ponds under his control compared to the only single pond that Baltoon has. But he is piling up a lot of wood, so there will be a second town center eventually from Myriad as well. He does have a massive head start going into Castle Age, though, compared to Baltoon, and he's also piling up quite some Keshik. And once he gets to Castle Age, those Keshik will become terrifying against an army that is essentially exclusively archers, excluding 3 spearmen that supports them.
Spearmen could still be an issue, though. So Myriad could also be looking into just making a ton of men-at-arms. Those don't really have a huge counter in the feudal age, aside from some Keshiks, but Keshiks are expensive. And Myriad, he's banking up a ton of resource now. Still has a lot of wood. Step Redoubt is being built now. It's gonna be interesting to see what unit exactly he's gonna be going for. Do we see any additional production buildings, or is it just a couple stables? You have 1 barracks.
Well, yeah, he moved his Ovu. But yeah, only on a single stable. He doesn't even have a lot of stones, so double production isn't gonna be a thing for him, at least not initially. He does have 6 archers, has 4 Keshik though. You feel like he isn't going to have that terrifying force to start with, but this is going to be a good force when it comes to raiding, and this is also going to be a good force when it comes to securing map control, allowing Myriad to start picking up the relics. Speaking of which, most of the relics have spawned on the far east, so there's definitely a higher concentration for those on the east. It kind of increases the significance of that portion of the map here in early Castle.
Myriad, he's got a couple of Keshiks there in the back. Those might have been scouted out, though, by Baltoon. He had his Khan nearby. And now Age Up has come in for Myriad. What's he going to be producing? More archers from the looks of it for now. He's also getting a ton of upgrades. Upgrades on the Keshiks as well. So it might just be an Archer Keshik kind of play here. I hope he plays a couple additional production buildings, since he definitely is floating a ton of resource right now, which he will want to turn into units. Couple of villagers do get taken down here. But there's still the movement speed buff. Wheelbarrow and the Yam Aura makes it so those villagers are going to be very, very quick to retreat.
Oh, beautiful demo! What a lovely move by Baltoon. Myriad not paying attention. All the archers now sunk to the bottom of that pond. Oh my lord, Crackety. Talk about a big momentum swing.
Yeah, that hit definitely had to hurt. We can still see the bodies there now. Myriad, he's going to be going for a men-at-arms and crossbowman composition. Definitely one of the more efficient ones, but now we see Baltoon going up with the Kurultai. And that might actually buy him the army strength that he's going to need in order to be able to buffer up these men-at-arms, because he's immediately going to be getting an attack damage upgrade on all of his archers with the Kurultai. And he's already got 24 of them out there, so they're going to be doing good damage even against heavily armored units.
Speaking of heavily armored, even the first range defense upgrade is missing from Myriad. Part of the reason why he took so much damage on the Keshik from the town center. And this is something that Baltoon can use over here. He does have the ranged attack upgrade, the first one that is. He's going to have veterancy on these archers very soon. And when you have such a huge amount of archers against only a handful of Keshik and men-at-arms, and those Keshik and men-at-arms are even lacking some of the armor upgrades, this is a surprisingly good engagement for the archers.
Yeah, exactly. Especially since more than half the army, or rather a good chunk of the army from Myriad, it's crossbowmen and archers, so those aren't going to be faring too well even against the feudal age archers from Baltoon, and the upgrade is going to be coming in, so these are going to be veteran very soon here.
Yeah, Myriad is going heavy on the crossbows as well, mixing in some men-at-arms. For Baltoon, this is just gonna be that Kashyyyk plus very heavy archer combination. Whereas for Myriad, we have a mix of everything. But at the end of the day, he doesn't have an overwhelming amount of heavily armored units. Especially when you consider that he's also going to be facing some spears that can do very well against the Kashyyyk.
Little raid coming in now for Baltoon. Villagers here aren't going to be in range of the Yamora, only now when they move back. So now they're going to be able to run away. There's a ton of pastures here right now, and Myriad, he's floating a lot of resource though that he definitely needs to put into more production buildings. And he definitely needs a bigger army now. He's going to be able to repel that attack at the same time, goes for his own raid, but Baltoon is prepared, has some spearmen, archers, and Kashyyks as well.
Yeah, the lack of second DC is actually haunting Myriad over here. He's actually setting up some trade in the corners quite early on, I must say. But
it's the wrong side.
He's actually floating a lot of gold, as Vodka is highlighting. He's down by 15 eco, though, mostly because he was still on a single TC.
He built the markets on the wrong side.
What? Maybe he just wants... Yeah, but the market trick doesn't even work anymore, right? So...
He's sending them over to the other side now. He noticed. He's sending them over to the other side.
He's lucky that he's Mongols, man. Oh my lord, the markets do get intercepted by the Kashyyyk here. Luckily, some men-at-arms are here to support, but that could have been very underwhelming for Myriad.
Yeah, but now Baltoon is going to know that his opponent is going to be going over to trade. And still, looking at the army count here, Baltoon, he's got so many resources piled up behind having such a big army lead. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going into an Imperial Age here at some point in time. Look at the amount of pastures he has, probably like a similar amount than what Myriad has. 12 pastures, and yeah, he's pretty much got his entire food transition done at this point in time.
Nice little cleanup on the flank, but this pulled the entire army that Myriad had to the flank. Makes me wonder if Baltoon is going to make a push now, because he has a definitive population lead. Eco is better, army numbers are also better, though the army value is a lot smaller for Baltoon. Probably because of all these men-at-arms and Kashyyyk mixed in for Myriad. It's a very infantry-heavy composition, though, from Baltoon. A lot of spears, a lot of archers, and no siege on the other side to deal with this.
Exactly. Big villager lead as well, and the ponds, they're probably just about dried out right now for Myriad, so he's about to lose even more economically here fairly soon. He's also moved a lot of his villagers to to another large gold mine out on the map. So he's gonna have a little bit of downtime there. He wants to go into siege, but Baltoon, he's not waiting around. He's trying to push in immediately. So he's not gonna leave Myriad any time in order to get some siege out, and now the attack is gonna get forced on him.
Yeah, Kashyyyk upgrade is in for Myriad, but he only has a handful of them. They're actually charging into the Spearmen. Men-at-Arms is not a unit that Baltoon has an answer to, though, and he likely will have to fall back here. He's playing aggressive, though. Kurultai has been deployed. He does have the Kurultai buff to help out his army. He's facing a lot of Men-at-Arms, though. I don't know, Crackety. The lack of armor-piercing power might be the undoing over here for Baltoon.
With the Kurultai, though, as soon as the Kurultai came in, we saw the damage actually spike immediately on those archers. They went from doing +2 damage to doing +4 damage, and that is going to be enough to, in combination with their mass and faster attack speed, be able to shred those men-at-arms.
And they did. Myriad is down to 5 men-at-arms. He has 18 crossbows, but none of those are useful against archers. Villagers now getting caught here as well in the crossfire. Myriad pushed against the wall here. His only hope is that Mangonel working out for him. Baltoon, not a single Springald on the field. He's going to fall back a little to regroup. Myriad living to see another day, but he needs to be cautious. Mangonel needs to make something happen here for Myriad. He's pushing all the way to the front, but looks like it hasn't been deployed just yet.
Khan rises once again. Now the trade, it's being set up here by Myriad. He's getting some traders out. Baltoon still right now with the economy lead.
Yeah, Baltoon is pulling away with this game, you feel. He actually hasn't secured a single relic despite having a lot of map control, but he now has 30 eco worth of a lead. And I think the big sign for the struggles of Myriad is his food eco. He's down to 400 per minute as compared to Baltoon's 2000, and that is going to show on the battlefield very soon, as Baltoon is even creeping up with some towers to shut down this would-be trade.
It's going to give him a lot of potential aggression here, but Myriad might spot that out in time and be able to attack onto that. Looks like Baltian also, like, there's a ton of pastures, but I'm not sure how many villagers that is, but apparently it's too many. It's 50 villagers. Yeah, I think he needs probably like 6 or 7 more pastures in order to be able to deal with that many villagers there. Look at the amount of food that he has right now, even with all of those idle villagers. He's getting a ton of food right now.
Yeah, I think he needs to. First of all, he needs to go into Imperial. That's exactly what he was waiting for. The white Stupa is coming in. That is going to help a lot for those pastures. I'm actually wondering if he has all the carcasses available. They're just cluttered on top of each other, so the villagers can't access them. That'll explain why the villagers are so cluttered, but Baltoon still has a lot of food eco. So, yeah, maybe he just needs to spread out the rally points for those pastures.
Exactly,
yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, that hurts. That definitely hurts. You want to just put them on the TC. Sure, it's going to be a little bit more distance between the sheep and the TC, but at least all your villagers are going to be working. Traders getting sniped out here just by a couple of Kashyyyks. Definitely hurts Myriad. He's in a rough position right now.
Yeah, Myriad is just in such a terrible position, especially now that Imperial Age hits for Baltoon. He is still the one with the Kurotai. He's the one dictating those fights. And once he has the elite upgrades in, I just don't see Myriad being able to stop this. Baltoon could get Roller Shutter triggers for his Springald, so he can outrange the ones from Myriad, but he might not even need to at this point. If Myriad moves out of his base, the Kashyyyk, maybe the Men-at-Arms, they can just catch the Mangonels. Villagers have to flee here from Myriad once again. He needs to expand, but he simply cannot with the army he has right now.
Exactly, and now gold has to be evacuated here by Myriad. Some Men-at-Arms are going to be making their way on them, but the archers in the mass that Baltian has, it's just too much. The couple of Men-at-Arms, they just can't even gap close. By the time they arrive, they're already dead here. And with that, the gold control for Myriad is going to be waning.
Yeah, Step Redoubt also being shut down over here, so it's not just the fact that the traders are getting raided, villagers are getting picked apart, no gold access to Myriad. He was actually pretty close to losing the key landmark that boosts his gold income. Looks like he's going to be able to pull that away, but he's now down by 40 eco. The army numbers are there, and that's something that you have to give Myriad credit for, but now he's facing a very significant technological deficit.
Myriad going for a couple of raids. Does cause some idle time there in the economy from Baltian. Raids, though, I think are going to be cleaned up fairly quickly here. Villagers once again start working.
Yeah, I just
Myriad,
don't know.
He has no gold to go up himself.
Yeah, I just don't know if this was good for Myriad. He killed a couple of villagers, sure, but he's still down by 30, and he had to sacrifice a significant amount of Kashyyyk for this. You see, his cavalry all disappeared.
The Imperial Age Khan. Look at the attack damage that dude has. He's just going to be able to kill the traders by himself. Look at how much damage he does with every shot. It works, and he's got a ton of HP too. This is... He's like Jeanne d'Arc right now. He's living the fantasy.
Big fight unfolding over here. Kurotai won't be deployed here in the proper position. It's going to be body blocked by the crossbows. Mangonels setting up over there. First volley gets a beautiful hit on Baltoon's forces. Baltoon has to think twice about this. He doesn't have the Kurotai aura, but he does have the elite units over here. Mangonel shots coming in clutch for Myriad. And this fight is turning out to be a lot better for him than it should be.
Now Cavalry is trying to dive onto the Mangonels. Does get taken out before any of the Mangoes go down, though. Mangonels keep taking some good hits here. The army on both sides is going down rapidly, but I think Myriad just took a way better engagement, as he said, than it probably should have been here for him. And the archer numbers from Baltian, they're rapidly falling.
Yeah, and don't forget, he doesn't have crossbows right now. He has just now started mixing in some of them. And without the Kurotai, his archers struggled badly against all these men-at-arms and the Mangonels. They too come in clutch. Myriad has been taking an astonishing fight over here. Kurotai a little too late to support this. So many of Baltoon's troops have fallen. He's down to just 20 army, but he does have consistent reinforcements coming in. And he's making a shift into horsemen, something that Myriad doesn't have a direct answer to.
Yeah, I mean, crossbowmen, they're considered a core unit for a reason. They still do decent damage, even against these elite horsemen with all the armor upgrades. Now, yeah, I mean, Myriad, it suddenly started to shift a little bit. Now he's got the military advantage. Now, Baltian, he's still almost 40 economy units ahead. And I think he can definitely just replenish all the military units here in time. He has a huge
big
queue
thing,
of units.
look at this, all the cavalry coming out. They have been held in reserve. Now they come in with the help of the Kurotai. And they have this window to flank the Mangonels. This is exactly what Baltoon has been waiting for. Gets a beautiful surround on the archers and the Mangonels.
Nice dodge.
Crossbows also helping out here. And now Baltoon is very close to cleaning this army up.
Yeah, army soon to be cleaned up. Some beautiful dodges coming out there with the crossbowmen. Once again, just dodging that Mangonel shot beautifully there. Myriad still somewhat able to remain there, but not for long. Military numbers still trading against each other. Roughly even numbers now, but Myriad behind that, he's just not finding that window to be able to go up to the next stage himself.
He certainly bought himself a lot of time over here, and don't forget, he's been trading actively behind this. He's doing the right things to drag this game out, and he now has a respectable food and gold income. If he can drag this game out a little more, he will have a window to get to Imperial, but his army has gotten shattered, and right now, he's 50 population behind compared to his opponent, and this is the window that Baltoon needs to utilize to finish the game.
And now with the horseman as well, he's going to be able to raid the trade once again, raid the gold income from Myriad as well. And Myriad's army just doesn't have the composition to be able to defend multiple spots here at the same time.
Goldmine once again exposed. Myriad down to just 24 army. Springgold's also getting caught off guard here. And now the Kurotai finds a decent deployment position, ready to start assaulting the enemy base over here. Baltoon still with not a single Springgold to anti-siege against all these Mangonels, but now he's got a lot of horsemen. He's going to start dispatching those to the flanks to try and hurt the traders, try to hit that gold mine to the east as well. And right now Myriad's army is very slow. Catching up to all these horsemen is going to be a challenge for him.
Yeah, exactly. Even if the Kashyyyks do get there, they're still going to be a lot slower than the horsemen. Then again, there is the vmar movement speed for Myriad. He's got a couple of outposts there. Maybe with that in combination, the Kashyyyks might be able to buffer out, but I think the horsemen just focus onto the villagers, onto the traders. They're still going to be able to kill a lot of economy units here, and that is exactly what Baltoon's doing right now. Fight at the same time, happening again. Mangonels. Baltoon has to be careful. It's only the range units remaining here with the Kurotai.
Yeah, indeed. His Kurotai is also a little exposed. Mangonels once again getting some beautiful shots. Dodges are decent, but still the edge of this formation is caught by the Mangonel fire. Has to call back the Kurotai. For now, he's doing a great job with the raids, and he's still maintaining consistent pressure on the eco of Myriad. Myriad, his food eco is there, his gold eco is there, but he's forced to take suboptimal engagements against a much higher deck army on the other side. But he's taking good fights, Crackety. He's been taking out the horsemen. He's been buying a lot of time for himself here.
And time is definitely what he needs, but he also needs that window to be able to use that time to be able to go up to the next stage. Mangonels trying to get sniped here by the horseman. First Mangonel goes down. Second Mangonel is gonna go down as well. Does get taken down. And now there's no siege remaining for Myriad. Additional 2 Mangonels are gonna be in queue. And the Kurotai once again gets parked at the front of Myriad's base. Exactly next to the siege workshops where those Mangonels want to be coming out from.
And exactly next to the Lumberjacks, Crackety. This is a big weakness right now for Myriad. His food eco has taken a damage. His gold eco has been consistently raided. Now his Lumberjacks are being denied in a position where he's very reliant on siege weapons. Myriad has to charge in with the Kashyyyk and the Men-at-Arms here, take a fight against Kurotai buffed crossbows. This is a fight that should never work out for him. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Mangonels popping out here. Might get some volleys, but the horsemen jump on them quickly. Kurotai healing is going to offset all the damage that the Mangonels managed to do.
And the Mangonel once again gets taken down. I feel like with that, Myriad does not have a chance to get back into this game, and GG gets called.
What a lovely back and forth we had here, Crackety. Really, Myriad held on for so long despite the dire circumstances. And if I would have to make a guess on where this slipped for Myriad, it was that second DC never being there. He was always playing from this position of weakness eco-wise, And despite the fact that he tried to catch up using trade, that has been shut down very effectively by Baltune throughout the game.
I think Myriad might have not known exactly when that second TC for Baltune came up. Maybe he thought that the second TC has been up for a while and that he just wouldn't be able to come back with his own second TC, and he tried to go for like the fast castle approach into trying to get a timing push onto Baltune. But that never really worked out for him. He definitely still had a couple of chances to go for that second TC. We saw him floating the resources a couple of times to get it up, but just never happened. Instead, he opted going into the trade route, which didn't work out there for him. Just because Baltune at that point in time, he got the knowledge early on. He managed to get the high movement speed units, and he's been able to deny the trade time and time again there.
Oh yeah, certainly. And with that, it is Baltune putting up a point on the board over here. Big win. It is on the neutral map. And we talk about this very often, Crackety. Neutral map is often the key to a set. Beyond that, all you gotta do is win your own home maps, which is often easier said than done, but it definitely sets Baltune up to be in a good position here. Winner of this set will be facing either Divine DFP or Garnath in the quarterfinals of these qualifiers. But first, we gotta take a look at some additional games here, Crackety. Let's take a quick look at the draft here between these two players and see what Myriad opted as the second map of the series.
All right, it is gonna be thickets, and oh, this looks like a beautiful position here now for Myriad. That looks like a
Mm.
with Ayubits, I think he might just be able to get a really clean game in on this map. We've seen Ayubits a couple of times just being so strong on these hybrid maps because they get a couple of different bonuses that they can choose between with their House of Wisdom, and they got one choice where on a hybrid map they pay a lot less resources for their age up, and it's going to be coming in a lot quicker as well. With that, what we've seen previously is people going for like a 3-minute feudal age and having those, like even on a hybrid map, 3-minute feudal age, and having those archer chips out really quickly and be able to completely deny the water expansion from your opponent. Now the question is going to be, Roots used to be like one of the strongest civilizations on water, having like a really fast archer ship kind of rush build for them, where you only go for like 1 to 2 fishing ships, and after that you rush up the next stage as soon as possible. The Ayubits can do that too, but better, it feels like. So it's going to be a question if Baltune is going to be able to get an expansion out on water at all in the first place.
Yeah, I gotta agree, and this is, I think, going to be one of the more lovely showings of this old versus new setup that we talked about previously. Roos, the king of hybrid maps for multiple months, probably the reason why this was by far the most banned civilization in previous competitive events. Whereas the new kid on the block, Ayubids, somewhat unexplored, but definitely a powerhouse when it comes to hybrid maps. So much so that Baltune has not gotten access to that thanks to a ban coming in from Myriad. Myriad is going to have the new civ on the block. Baltune does have the brute force civilization, the powerhouse of previous patches, previous versions of the game. What do you think, Crackety? Do the Ayubits have what it takes to take out the Rus here?
I think when it comes to the timing, Ayubits should definitely have a quicker feudal age timing when it comes to the aggression. The question is going to be, can Baltune survive that early timing and then get up his own ships? Because we usually see Rus, they don't need that many fishing ships, so he's able to save them up inside a dock for a while without losing them. I guess we're about to see what exactly is how this is going to be played out as the game just started. And here we go, our game number 2 between Myriad and Baltune in the EGC Finals qualifiers. Both players looking to be going out for a dock here on Thickets. Thickets, one of the new maps that we have here in the Sultan's Ascent DLC. Got this beautiful hybrid map with a small island and a sacred site in the middle of it. There's a boar as well, so if you feel like you need a little bit additional food on top of all the fish in the sea, you could potentially go out there.
Now, hear me out, Crackety. Especially with the Rus, if you gain water control and your opponent gives up on the pond, that's a prime spot to transport some villagers to. It is
And
a
you can take it
completely
down easy.
unraidable boar, and you can even
Yeah.
convert your transport ship into something else once you're done.
Exactly. Convert a transport ship, but also if you have a springle ship out, you can just kill the boar with a springle ship.
True
and
that.
immediately get like 75 bonus gold.
Yeah, that's a big factor as well, of course. Bounty, always relevant in a Roos matchup. Only one scout on the field for the time being for Baltoon. He has taken out, I think, one patch of deer already. One patch spawning very close to the player's base is part of the reason why Roos is a powerful civilization on this map. And then one patch of deer spawning pretty far away. As Vodka is kind of highlighting to us, given that this is a brand new map, I think this is a good moment to take a look at the features of this map, the thickets. I think this is one of those maps where the spawns are fairly predictable. You spawn on the opposing sides of the pond. Neutral markets are in the eastern and western corners, and the neutral sacred sites will be to the south and the north, with the third one being on the neutral island in the middle.
Something cool to also note is that when it comes to deer, sure, the players do have like a deer pack close to each other, but these deer packs that are close to the players, they only consistent of 5 deers, so you don't have that full 7 deer pack. Instead, it's going to be a pack of 5. Oh, well, Myriad able to snipe one of the deer there with his villager.
Yeah, nice little touch by him, sending out the villager, so he can use his scout to either collect sheep or to go for the second patch of hunt that's out in the middle of the map. House of Wisdom on the way for Myriad, and this is where we have to kind of allude to what exactly the choice of the age-up is going to be here for the IOBID player. We've seen IOBIDs use a variety of options on standard land maps, but on hybrid maps, I'm not so certain. I'm thinking extra villagers or extra wood could probably be the best tool of accelerating your water expansion.
I think on water, what we've seen so far is that that culture wing option, where you go for the really, really fast age up. But I feel like Myriad's missed the timing a little bit. Not only do you pay less resources for the age up, but it's also getting researched quite a bit quicker. And the Kremlin is already coming in. I think Myriad definitely has to go for that faster age up. If not, then we might be seeing the main strength of the Roos here come out fairly quickly.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, actually. Going for a cheap and quick age up is almost a must-have at this point. I'm actually wondering if he's going to go for that, though. He is behind when it comes to feudal age timing. He's very low on gold. That's part of the reason why. And indeed,
it is that.
There it is.
Okay. So only a minute until he reaches the next age. Now, this is a little bit of a suboptimal build. That's probably just because the IOBID's new civilization, the builds just aren't quite there yet, the build orders. But it's still going to mean that he's going to have a lot of resources remaining. Once he gets to the next age, he's going to save a little bit up there. He can put more villagers over on wood. But also, the age up is going to be coming in much quicker for him. So he immediately has the ability to deal with that fast age up that Baltoon's going for with the Roos. And what the Roos usually do in this kind of situation is they convert one of their ships into military ships. So we see 2 fishing ships here for Baltoon. He's going to be able to convert those. And with that fast feudal age, I think Myriad should be able to react to that in time.
Indeed, that's just the common build here for Roos. Fishing boat gets pulled, so he can just park right next to the enemy fishing boats. And the moment you reach feudal age, you can convert that into a combat vessel, as you see the progress bar right there. 20 seconds to go until you convert it to a Lodya galley. Of course, Krakeny, one of the big things here is that you can garrison a couple of your fishing boats into the dock. So even though you will take some damage on the fishing boats, Baltoon, he might not be able to take out any of these fishing boats before the arrival of that buglaw.
Yeah, exactly. Fishing ship does make it in time. Micro looking good. For Myriad is going to be able to save that one as well. He does, and now the backlat is going to be coming in. And this is really where the fast feudal age for the Ubits kind of saves them here, right? Because without that, the backlat probably would have been delayed by an additional 30 seconds to maybe a minute even. Yeah, maybe even more than a minute actually. And with that, I think there would have been not a ton of counterplay here for Myriad if he didn't go for that. And this is what makes the Ayubits such a great water civilization at the moment.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Rushing that feudal age up obviously eliminates the biggest weakness that the Abbasids have on many of these hybrid maps, that is the slow age of the feudal age. And it allows you to get that combat ship out before you would start losing your fishing boats. Speaking of losing units, Baltoon almost losing his scout right next to the enemy town center. Now we have some demo ships coming in from both players, alongside some buglaws and of course some Lodya war galleys. This demo is a little exposed over here. A freebie there for Baltoon, taking it out with the galley.
Yeah, that's a lot of value here gained for him. Myriad gets 2 backless out now, so Baltian has to be careful. And another thing here to notice that the Ruse demo ships, they're quite large. They are very large. They have a bigger hitbox, so the archer ships from the AU-bits can hit a couple more shots and kill those demo ships really, really quickly.
Yeah, double Baglas over here coming in. Thou supporting from the back line as well. Demo is queued up as well for Myriad. And we have 2 demos flanking in from Baltoon. He might be looking to hit the fishing boats here. Demo as well on the other side. 2 Thous from Myriad should be able to repel this, though. And it looks like we have a bit of a status quo here on water, at least for the time being.
Stalemate here for now. Both players are just going to try and max out their economy behind that. Something that's good here for Myriad is he's already grabbed double Broadex. Baltoon is now getting double Broadex. Baltoon, as a ruse, he's getting 20% bonus wood. A little bit of engagement here. Both players so far just looking at how much military the other player has. Nobody really wants to engage yet at this point in time. Demo ship tries to go for it, but yeah, right now one of the Springle ships is fairly low health here for Baltian. Has to be careful with that. Doesn't want to lose that for sure.
Yeah, both of these players just kind of poke around at this point. But one thing to note is that behind this, Myriad does have an eco lead of 4. He definitely went for a lot more fishing boats than his opponent. Though, of course, we shouldn't forget that Ruse fishing boats are worth a lot more than their population hit would indicate. And of course, you also have that wood boost that you just alluded to. Still, for the time being, Myriad does have the numerical advantage on the eco department. Bit of a dive in here.
Also looking good. There's a ton of Baglas out right now. Demo ships, not in position right now for either player. Now they're pushing forward. Archer ships they're not able to take him down. Oh my god, 2 demos go down.
Lord.
Two Baglas go down for Myriad. That's a lot of value gained. Look at the destruction value shooting up there for Baltian.
Yeah, Myriad was very aggressive with the Buglas to the front. He actually kind of surrounded the Lodya combat ships with those Buglas. But then Demos arrived. The first one sunk a couple of fishing boats, but it was the second one that came in clutch, sinking so many of these Buglas. And now Baltoon does have the numerical advantage, starting to push this even more. He's taking out fishing boats. Crackety, he has gotten a lot of momentum for himself.
Yeah, the water micro is just so on point here by Baltian. It feels like Myriad is struggling a little bit with that right now. And how Baltian, he's got the military lead by a lot. Even more archer ships as well, so the demo ships from Myriad, they're going to be hard-pressed to find any attempts at taking down these Springle ships from Baltian.
Yeah, Myriad does have new Baglas on the field, though. Micro for Baltoon might be a little overzealous here. He's actually close to losing one of his Lodya war galleys. And the Demo is now coming in once again. Second Demo gets a close-up hit on the Bugla, but kind of does no damage here. Looks like once again, this stalemate on the water continues. 2 Dows, 2 Buglas for Myriad. 3 war galleys for Baltoon, with the 4th arriving in a moment.
It looks like Myriad is able to hold for now. However, behind this, a lot of the fishing ships have been killed there. So it's going to be 4 eco kills for Baltian. He's falling back over to his own side of the pond there in the middle. Right now, military numbers still in favor of Baltian. Just one of the... I think he needs some more fishing ships just to be able to repair his military ships a little bit quicker. Some of these are very heavily damaged right now.
Once again, Baltoon is the one pushing up here. No demos on either side. There's one available somewhere, as we have a Desert Raider moving in here. Nice diversion by Myriad. He added that unit some time ago. He's actually on melee mode, though, and he's going to eat a lot of damage. In fact, gets taken out by the town center and the Kremlin.
If he just parked that one with this range attack over there, that would have been beautiful for him. He gets another one out. If this time he pays attention, just puts it in range mode and parks it on the gold, he's going to be in a very nice position. But now battle about to be happening here. Demo ships getting sniped by either player, or at least attempted to. Some micro coming out, but the root...
Ooh, nice demo hit coming in from 2 sides, actually, from Baltoon. Sinking, once again, a couple of Buglas. And number is now looking a lot better for Baltoon. 3 war galleys against 3 Buglas, but those Buglas are heavily damaged. And Baltoon has been doing this flanking maneuver very efficiently, coming in with demos from the south.
Yeah, especially on this map, it just allows for it so nicely to be able to go for these flanking maneuvers. A little bit of micro coming out on the demo ships, and Baltoon once again gets repelled. Desert Raider coming in, please go into range mode.
Oh my
takes...
lord, Desert
Oh,
Trader
no.
gets taken out once again. That's a lot of resources down the drain for Myriad. And
These are
frankly,
expensive units.
yeah, those are expensive units, and they were doing so much damage there, shutting down the gold eco. With them being eliminated, Baltoon gets his momentum back on water. Water still undecided between these two players here. Baltoon having been slowed down a little by that counterattack on land. He does have an eco deficit of about 4 at this point, but he has definitely been the more effective player when it comes to the naval engagements.
Yeah, the trades here so far definitely have been in favor of Baltoon. Still, the one thing that I think Baltoon needs to be doing here is he needs to get just a couple more fishing ships out. He still only has a single fishing ship. If he gets another one out, he could easily be able to repair some of his ships. And right now, there's still a couple of very much damaged ships that are definitely in need of repair. Like, if he just gets to repair them, he's going to have a lot more value in these fights. Look at that. We see the conga line here of lumber camps in order to spread out the boost from the Kremlin, the plus 20% wood gathering bonus. Myriad has a little bit of a long walk there with the wood gathering. He definitely does have enough wood in the bank though, so wood is not the issue for him right now. Definitely needs a little bit more food.
Yeah, Baltoon's gold eco was a little wacky for the last minute or so. He kind of had to pull away the villagers because of those raids, but now he's mixing in Lancers. First Knight is on the way, and Myriad doesn't have a single land unit. A lot of villagers from Myriad are actually on berries. There's even a villager creeping up here as well. As much as Baltoon got caught off guard by the first and second Desert Trader, the same could happen to Myriad facing those Knights.
The one time you don't want to be making Knights against any civilization, it's probably against the IU bits, right? Another Desert Raider is going to be in queue. Those Desert Raiders have 5 melee armor, and they do like 13 bonus damage against cavalry.
Yeah.
They are probably the best counter unit in the game. By far in the feudal age against those knights.
Yeah, they absolutely are. You feel like it's a matter of, okay, will that Desert Raider be out there to deal with this? Myriad, he actually made a new one, but for quite some time he had no Desert Raiders. So if he had none of those on the field, those knights could have done a lot more damage. But yeah, you're right. If Myriad has some of those Desert Raiders, he can eliminate this threat of the knights.
Desert Raider is going around again. Is he going to be looking for the gold? I hope this time it's going to be in range mode. It's in melee mode.
This is concerning for Myriad. He might lose this unit once again. Okay, now he's switching to range
mode.
Oh,
okay.
But he doesn't have anything back at home to defend against this. This is what I was kind of talking about. This Desert Trader isn't at home. Means that these knights will have a field day here on the Lumberjacks.
At the same time, water aggression. This makes it so difficult, right? You have to focus on 2 sides of the map at the same time. Knight does get noticed out, though. At the same time, though, units are pushing on the water side.
Big naval fight here, Demu. Once again, closing distance. Nicely sniped out by the Dows. It's a back and forth on the water. Army numbers looking a little better for Myriad, with 8 Buglas on his side against the 6 war galleys from Baltoon. At the same time, though, Myriad's eco is being shut down on land. Demu once again creeping in from both sides. Demu getting very close here for Baltoon. He chickens out with that one, pulls it back for the time being. He's waiting for the right opportunity to strike with those demos. Same for Myriad. He's got a couple of demos concealed between those Baglas. Baltoon is pushing up though a little. Myriad has to flee with his villagers once again back at home. Lost a lot of eco to those knights.
Yeah, lots of idle time has been caused there, and it's going to make it very difficult now for Myriad. Baltoon, he's also produced a couple more fishing ships. Desert Raider goes down there to those attack ships. And Baltoon, with these additional fishing ships, now actually has a very good eco lead.
Yeah, he does have the Roost lumberjacking bonus still, and Myriad had a lot of his lumberjacks idled, so that's definitely going to have an impact on the ability for Myriad to produce combat ships. Demos now coming in, beautiful snipes on both sides over here. Once again, fleets quick to take down the demo ships before they could do additional damage. And it doesn't seem like either of these players will be able to break this stalemate on water in the next few moments.
Say that, but both players are committing heavily here. Myriad has a couple of demolition ships in queue, but Baltoon, he's got a ton of archer ships on top of everything else. This is a tough fight right now for both players. Demo ship is coming out, it's getting sniped just in time. Archer ship count starting to thin out a little bit, but Myriad right now, he doesn't... I'm not sure who's in the lead right now, actually. Both players are just reinforcing on water the entire time. Fishing
It feels
ships
like it's neck and
are
neck.
migrating.
The numbers are dead even, but it's Baltoon who has to flee with his own fishing boats. Demo's out there for Myriad, not so much for Baltoon. He doesn't have a single demo ship right now.
Both players have some insanely low HP ships here. It feels like if one of them just focuses down the low HP ships and gets like 4 kills in a couple of seconds, the tempo in the battlefield just kind of shifts immediately.
Both of them just regrouping back at home, getting those ships back into working order. It's Baltoon who's flanking to the north now, however. He does have 4 Lloydia galleys. Should be enough to deal with the 4 demos, but that's a lot of firepower when you look at those demos from Myriad. That is definitely his ticket to winning this game right now. And I think he's flanking to the south. He might be going for a pincer move here.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough battle here to take around the middle. And Baltoon, once again, he tries to get a dock up there on the sides. Desert Raider, once again, raiding the villagers here from Baltoon. Gets a villager kill. Baltoon, he's also getting some more Lancers out. And that dock looks to be going up this time around.
South, there they go. You can see the little red dots on the minimap. They're coming in from
around.
Two sides.
They went onto the fishing ships from the looks of it, but fishing ships have a ton more HP. More
the second wave. Beautiful demos. Baltoon got distracted by the demos coming from the south. Got a huge hit on his fleet from the north, but it might be insufficient still for Myriad. He's facing some docks that do have some arrows to emplacements on them. And Baltoon, he still has a lot of awfully damaged ships, but he's able to hold this position still.
A couple additional demo ships are coming in. The archer ships have mostly been sniped out here. Once the archer ships are sniped out, the demos are going to have an easier time trying to get on the Springle ships. He's now diving onto the range of the emplacement dock. Is there going to be a connection? Oh,
nope.
it did connect.
Oh, actually it did.
Yeah, it took down one of the Springle ships and damaged another one. Another demo coming in.
Oh, it's actually to the north. Baltoon has a demo to hit this fleet from the north, but he's not using it. He could have surrounded these Buglaws, but the Dow, quick to react, takes out the demo. Looks like the dock with the arrows that emplacements will keep this fleet of Buglaws at bay. And Baltoon is actually chasing. He's looking to get some additional kills here. Now falls back, which kind of keeps this a status quo once again, Krakeny. Neither of these players breaking or being able to break this fleet from the enemy.
Oh, but behind all of that, looks like Myriad lost a lot of villagers there to a single knight on one of his woodlines. At the same time, Baltoon, he also lost a couple of villagers to some Desert Raiders from the looks of it. So there have been some kind of equal trades going out. Oh no, villagers don't do any damage to those. They got 5 melee armor. Villagers just flat out, they don't work. You cannot pull the villagers against them.
That's annoying for Baltoon though. His gold mine is being shut down and he needs that gold to produce new ships. He's trying to send some of his Lloydia warboats back to deal with this Desert Raider. But Myriad, he actually has that camel on a stand ground, so he doesn't actually chase the villagers. Instead, keeps camping them down, and he has done a masterful job picking off those gold miners. At the same time, he is being aggressed on his lumberjacks, but camels are there to react. You feel like Myriad's raiding potential is a lot higher than it is for Baltoon.
It would have been, but once again, Desert Raider kind of gets thrown away there. And yeah, Baltoon is once again going to have safe access to gold. Yeah, the Desert Raiders so far, they've been doing an absolutely amazing job of dealing with those knights. Just by far the best counter unit any civilization could have to knights in any age.
This game is dragging out a lot here, Krakeny, and we could easily see one of these unique and fairly rare water games where it actually drags out to be an hour long, and ultimately it gets decided on land, because at this point we're seeing walls coming up from Myriad. He's actually piling up a lot of food and wood. I think if this game continues the way it has been running for the last 10 minutes, we could see one of these players trying to make something happen by going into Castle Age.
Yeah, definitely. I'm surprised that both players are still on water, like relatively even here right now. Baltoon, though, I feel like he has been the one to make a couple more fishing ships than Myriad. His food economy overall, it's only on water. But for it being only on water, it is looking relatively nice. Now, Myriad, he is on deer, so he's got a very nice influx on the food economy on his side. And that might be just what he needs to be able to go up to the next stage. Now, he just needs a lot of gold, and I think at some point here, he's probably going to have to shift like 6-8 villagers over on gold. Another fight happening in the middle now. There's a ton of demo ships, actually. 7 demo ships and only 3 archer ships, more in the queue. A couple demo ships do get taken out, though. But if Myriad just snipes out the archer ships here, those demo ships are going to get a lot of connections.
Oh, they are closing in, and that is the critical mass of demos, allowing him to sink most of the fishing fleet. Not enough archer ships from Baltoon to deal with them. But Baltoon keeps his navy alive for the time being, looking for a counterattack. Then a Buglass against 9 War Galleys. The numbers once again looking very even between the two players here.
The Knight play, though, Baltoon having 9 Knights out, and there's not nearly enough Desert Raiders out for Myriad right now. He definitely needs a lot more there. And now Baltoon, he's going to be flooding the base of Myriad with Knights, and Myriad, he just doesn't have the gold right now. He's been investing so much gold into those demo ships. I don't think he has enough production buildings as well to get out enough Desert Raiders to deal with that.
Yeah, right now we're looking at 3 Desert Raiders against 10 Knights, and those Desert Raiders are being taken out. A lot of raiding potential here from Myriad, but at the same time, he might be very close to breaking this position on water. Everything just transpiring at the very same time. Demos coming in for both sides over here. Heavy casualties for Myriad and Baltoon on the water. But Myriad is getting raided to oblivion here on land. Too distracted by the water fight. He's not pulling away the villagers, and his lumberjacks have just gotten butchered. Down by 13 eco now he is, and his fleet is also vanishing. He's out of gold. Things are falling apart here for Myriad.
Yeah, Baltoon doing an incredible job here on both the land and the water at the same time, multitasking both armies, and with that, taking down a whole bunch of Myriad's economy. Myriad, behind all of this, by the way, he went on to his 2nd TC, and it feels like he was lacking the military production. Deal with that. He's trying to get more production buildings out now. But because of all of this, he's losing the water now. Oh?
I feel like now we've reached this critical breaking point with Baltoon's Nitrates. Both players tried to make something happen by making a heavy investment, either on land or on water. Baltoon went with heavy Knights, Myriad went with heavy demos, and it looks like this heavy commitment to Knights paid off a lot better than the heavy commitment to demos did on the other side.
Yeah, I feel like the demos were mostly at one point just a throwaway. Like, most of them just died to the fishing ships there and the archer ships. Not a lot of value. Like, you don't want to be trading off the demo ships against Ruse fishing ships. They just have so much HP. You need like 4 demo ships in order to kill them. Oh, Desert Raiders. The charge damage makes a big difference there, though. There's just not enough of them out right now, of the Desert Raiders. Knights don't even lose a single one.
Have a lower base HP than Camel Riders do. So
yeah,
once you get into melee and once you're outnumbered heavily by Knights, they die fairly quickly.
He's just trickling them in one by one. That's not going to be enough, and the Knights, they're just going to be able to sit here indefinitely for now. Once again, Knights in the wood line, and with that, GG gets called. Myriad just knows he lost too many villagers here to be able to continue this fight.
Oh my lord. This momentum swing came a lot better, or a lot later than I anticipated it would. This game was so balanced for such a long time, but you can clearly see where this went wrong for Myriad. This one strong counterattack of Knights just swinging this in the favor of Baltoon. And we see this so frequently on hybrid maps, Crackety. Players are very focused on the water micros simply because they cannot afford to suffer from some massive demo hits. But oftentimes that's a distraction from their land-based eco, which is often prone to some raiding. That's kind of what we've seen here, at least from Baltoon's side, being utilized.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one big fight there towards the end. Until then, it was very balanced here between both players. And yeah, just at the end, the micro on both sides and having the presence of mind to be able to go for both of these kind of approaches, both from land and water. That was just one Baltoon in the fight there in the end. And it was a good approach by Myriad. I think there were a couple of things that he could have probably done better. We saw it early on with the feudal age timing, not being as quick as he definitely could have gotten it. But overall, like, Myriad did a good job there to hold on water. Like, those were some very vicious attacks from Baltoon on water.
Oh yeah, I mean, this definitely was a game that either of these players could have secured, and especially when you look back at those initial Camel Raiders just getting taken out so easily. If those survived a little longer, if they were positioned right next to the gold mine with the bows on instead of the melee attack being toggled, those could have done a lot more damage to Baltoon's eco, and we could have seen a victory here from Myriad off the back of that. So definitely, Myriad had his windows, but things just didn't work out as he wanted them to. And now, this puts Baltoon into a 2-0 lead. Myriad, once again, is going to have to choose the upcoming map here. He can opt to go for either of his last remaining home map, or he can pick a home map from the opposing side. Let's take a look at what he selected here in the draft.
Yeah, it's interesting that the last game that we saw, he did pick the home map from Baltoon. And this time he picks Four Lakes. So once again, picks the home map from Baltoon. And we're going to be seeing the Abbasid dynasty against the Japanese. And Japanese, they're looking very, very solid on water as well. Now, I think they're very similar when it comes to their water bonuses to the Abbasid or the Ayyubids. So what the Japanese get on water as the bonus is they're only paying 45 wood for every single one of the fishing ships compared to 75 wood. And what the Ayyubids and the Abbasids get is they only pay 75 wood for their docks instead of 150. So after a certain time, like the Ayyubids and the Abbasids, they get like this immediate big payoff, while the Japanese, they get a bigger payoff over time when they invest onto these docks in those ponds.
I think one of the big things to look at here for the Abbasids on Four Lakes specifically is that cheaper docks allow you to creep onto the enemy pond a lot easier. So that's definitely a type of aggression that I expect to see from Baltoon. Whereas for Japanese, as you said, it's more about building up that massive number of fishing boats, probably only on your safe pond at the back, unless you see a window to expand to one of these neutral ponds. But it feels like, just based on this civilization matchup, that Baltoon kind of needs to be the aggressor here with those cheaper docks, try to contest the starting pond of his opponent. And at the same time, Myriad needs to make sure he doesn't lose that pond, because if he does, a lot of his fishing boats that he wants to rely on so heavily will be taken out.
I think it can be very difficult in general to try to hold water against the Japanese, because what the Japanese get as one of their landmarks, it's going to be the Koka Township. What we can do with that is you get access to Shinobi. Shinobi's absolutely beautiful unit on hybrid maps. They synergize so well with the theme of hybrid maps. What they can do is they get a couple of abilities, some very, very fun abilities actually. They can disguise themselves as their enemy villagers, they can teleport themselves, and they also have another very, very annoying ability that they can use.
Oh yeah, they can definitely torch down some enemy docks, set them on fire. That's gonna be an annoying thing to deal with, and if there is any kind of map where that becomes relevant, it actually is exactly this type. Just as a bit of a side note, it's not even about taking down the enemy dock on their own pond. It's gonna be more relevant when it comes to contesting enemy docks on those neutral ponds, or even your own pond. If Baltoon makes an attempt to try and contest the starting lake of Myriad, he drops a dock. Baltoon or a Myriad can utilize some of the Shinobi to just torch that dock down quickly. So there's definitely a lot of potential in the Shinobi build over here, and probably not so much when it comes to the Kura storehouse, which is usually the landmark of choice for Japanese players on land-based maps.
Exactly, but it's not even about the torch down. The Shinobi, they sabotage the buildings as well, so a unique ability for Shinobi is when they sabotage a building, it has like a 1 minute cooldown for 30 seconds. That building is not going to be able to produce any more units, or rather, units that are going to be built, they're stuck in queue. They just don't get progress at all. So imagine that Baltune builds a dock on your pond, you sabotage the building, the ships just don't get out. They're going to be stuck there forever, and you just don't even have to really react to that at all.
Only 30 seconds left to go here, folks, in this best of 5. Baltoon, seed number 5 against Myriad, seed number 14, has a 2-0 lead right now. This is going to be the second home map that Myriad has chosen. I guess this is where we want to highlight that Myriad opted to go for his opponent's home map in both of these cases. He had the option to choose any of his own home maps, opted to go for the picks of his opponent. So if Myriad wins this game, we'll be playing the remaining 2 games on his home maps. So there is definitely going to be some level of advantage, at least from a home map perspective, coming in for Myriad if we go beyond game number 3.
Exactly. And here we go. Game number 3, just about to start. And there we go. Yeah, there we go. And we got Baltium playing in the color blue as the Basset. On the opposite side, we got Myriad playing as the Japanese, one of the new civilizations that we got in the Sultan's Ascent DLC. And we're here on 4 legs, a well-known map so far in the by now in the Age of Empires 4 tournament scene. We got those 4 pawns in every single corner. Definitely a hybrid map, so players will be looking to get some of their own fishing going on. Both of these civilizations very, very strong on water maps, as we've talked about before. It's going to be interesting to see like the kind of different timings that we can get out here. Now, Abbasid, they can't rush up their age ups. However, when they age up, they don't need to pull any villagers onto building those age ups. So they do save a little bit of idle time there. And the economy from Abbasid in general on these hybrid maps tends to be very, very solid. Like usually we can see some very fast castle age timings out of them. And then they get to a point where they're able to just flat out units onto the map. And maybe the Japanese could potentially hold this, as they do also get access to some very cool units here.
Yeah, certainly. But the first thing that we'll have to look at is Baltoon potentially contesting Myriad's pond. He does have the discount on those docks, so he can justify sneaking a villager to the northern pond, trying to drop his own dock, and then contesting the fishing eco of Myriad. That has been the theme for most of the Four Lakes games, but that's something that you can accomplish even better with the Abbasids, given this discount on the dock.
Indeed. For now, both players just looking around with their scouts, making out on which pond their opponent has gotten their dock up. Baltoon's going to scout out that Myriad has docked on the upper side here of the map, already 2 fishing ships out. We talked about the different bonuses earlier. So the Abbasid, they do get cheaper docks, and the Japanese, they get cheaper fishing ships. So it kind of evens itself out a little bit. Myriad actually got a lot of sheep there. Look at that. Has a whole bunch of sheep. He's also got a villager out on the berries early on as well. Overall, so far, looking fairly similar, I believe, when it comes to the economy. Actually, Myriad. Oh yeah, because that's another really nice thing to take note of here. Because the fishing ships for the Japanese, they cost so little, only 45 wood each. You're able to have a lot more villagers on sheep as well, on your food source. So you're able to get a lot more food in quickly early on in the game. And what that allows you to do is go for really, really fast fuel age behind all of this as well. Look at that. Myriad already halfway there when it comes to the food department.
And that could be devastating against the Abbasids. Abbasids obviously cannot rush their feudal age. That's a preset time that they have to wait. So when you have a head start, a massive head start that is going into feudal, and your opponent is also going to have to wait a lot, this allows you to have a massive advantage in feudal age timings. And that's something that you could do, for instance, to get some shinobi out like you kind of highlighted in pregame, or to just potentially play that standard land aggression from the Japanese. Some spearmen, some archers, maybe, just maybe, we could see an Uma Bannerman being used to raid. A lot of options would open up for Myriad if he would have a massive advantage going into feudal age.
Indeed, indeed. It feels like Baltoon, he knows what's going to be coming, and he is going for a little bit of a counterplay against that. Now, Shinobis, you need 2 Shinobis in order to be able to completely lock out a production building. So what Baltoon's doing is he placed an additional dock on his pond. He made them all pretty far away from each other. So that Myriad, he's going to need at least 4 Shinobi to be able to completely deny the fishing there from Baltoon. And Baltoon only needs a single archer ship to be able to kill the Shinobi and prevent them from being able to torch and sabotage his docks.
And there is the Koka Township coming in there for Myriad. So indeed, he is going to have access to those Shinobi, allowing him to torch down and sabotage enemy docks, not just on the starting pond of Baltoon, but also on the neutral ponds. And if Baltoon wants to harass the fishing eco of Myriad, Myriad is going to have a unit that can deal with those docks very quickly.
Now I hope Baltoon is going to place his landmark not in a open position, because I think what the Shinobis can actually do is they can also sabotage the House of Wisdom and pretty much prevent it from aging up as well. That would be devastating if he puts like the House of Wisdom in a forward position and he just gets locked into Dark Age permanently.
Oh, that would be catastrophic. And,
oh no.
That's bad. That must be very bad.
It might be very bad. We'll see in a little bit. First Shinobi spawns immediately. You get one Shinobi for free from the Coca Township. It's going to be making his way over immediately. Culture Wing is coming in. Culture Wing is probably the most used wing for a Bastet on hybrid maps, because with it you get the upgrade which reduces the cost of your next stage ups and also all of your upgrades as well. So you can get a very, very fast castle age in. Alright, Shinobi is on his way, but it looks like he's not making his way immediately to the landmark. Might just be on his way to the docks instead.
Yeah, I wonder if Myriad actually scouted the position of the landmark, but if he did, as you said, best course of action is to shut it down and prevent your opponent from aging up. It looks like this Shinobi is hunting for docks, though.
There he
honestly,
is.
if he sees the landmark, he should go for the sabotage on there. We're gonna see in a split second. Looks like he's going to just open with the sabotage on the dock itself. It's going to set it on fire, and there's a second Shinobi coming in as well. It's not like Baltoon has much to repair this with.
Yeah, it always looks a little bit dangerous when it's already up in flames, so it's kind of like a psychological effect as well. And we see Myriad, he's already got 4 Shinobis out. If he gets all of them out onto the docks there, he's going to be able to completely shut out Baltoon from being able to produce any military ships as well here. There's already a stable out as well. Oh, they teleport over.
Jump right next to it. But Villager keeps the dock alive for the time being. Villager does get taken out by the Shinobi, though. And once again, dock is lit aflame. But Myriad hasn't sabotaged the Culture Wing here, so I guess in many ways, Baltoon has dodged the bullet.
Exactly. H-Up is going to be coming in. Myriad also getting some horsemen out. Baltoon, he is making a barracks, so he could potentially be getting out some spearmen. Now, the Shinobis, they do a lot of damage to melee units as well. So they have a 20 base damage, which is quite high. And then they do an additional 5 damage to melee units. So they actually trade really, really well against spearmen.
And they're not expensive. 60 food, 60 gold for a unit that's so devastating in a hybrid map scenario is immensely valuable for Myriad. Myriad himself has 2 pawns under his control now. There is a galley out, pushing away the Shinobi.
Dock. That might actually save Baltoon the water there. Oh, he has to be careful. Those Shinobi do so much damage, and they got fast attack speed as well. First villager goes down, second villager about to go down as well. Already 4 villagers down now.
Look at the range on that unit. Finally, the Shinobi gets taken out, but the value is so massive. They're still torching down docks. They managed to kill quite a few villagers, and you feel like there is just no moment.
There might be. Base. He's about to reach Castle Age. Or he's about to be able to click Castle Age. With the Culture Wing, he should already be able to click it. I'm not sure why he hasn't clicked up to Castle Age yet.
Oh, that's very true. He could still be sabotaged on his age up, but at least he's going to have Castle Age. I just don't know how fragile his eco is going to be by the time he arrives. Good trade over here with the galley taking out some Shinobi. He is not having Preservation of Knowledge crackety. He needs to wait until he finishes the attack.
At least Preservation of Knowledge has been buffed some time ago, so it only takes 30 seconds to research. It's still going to save him a lot of resources. It's still definitely worth to go for. He cancelled it. Wait, no, what? He cancelled it? For age up?
And now he's aging up with the military wing, paying full price for this one.
Oh, no, that is... I'm confused. That makes no sense at all. But he's going for it. He's going to get military wing. He's going to get a couple of free camel riders out. That hurts. That's like a ton of resources. A ton of resources that he's wasted there. That's roughly...
Also a lot of time.
Yeah, I think it's roughly like 400 resources that he just gave up there with the Preservation of Knowledge. But military wing is going to be coming in soon here now for him. 1 minute remaining.
He's in big trouble. By the time he gets up to Castle Age, Myriad is going to be up to Castle himself. And his eco is fueled by 3 pawns worth of fishing. This is being played so well by Myriad. And as you see, he's going up with the floating gate. He's going to have the Yorishiro available to buff production. Right now, as you said, the Camel Riders, they won't really have a natural counter from Myriad, but that probably won't last very long.
Spearman fighting against the Shinobi. Once again, Shinobi just doing so much damage there. A ton of production buildings have been placed down by Baltoon, so he's definitely looking for a timing. The issue with that, though, is that there's not going to be a timing. Myriad, as you said, he's going to be in Castle Age as well, and he's got more resources to spend immediately once he reaches it.
Yeah, he's gonna play into Samurai, though, apparently. He saw the military wing being constructed on the landmark. He should know that his opponent is also aging up, but Myriad has the upper hand and the better timing getting into Castle Age here. One thing he doesn't really have, though, is a standing army right now, and he doesn't really have a lot of gold to spend either. He's got a lot of food, but he's kind of constrained by the gold income and the wood income.
Indeed. But with the age up, he's immediately going to get a religious unit, so he's immediately in a position to be able to gather up some of these relics out on the map as well. That should definitely help him with the gold income as well. He's got 2 Yoroshiros still sitting in space. He's not really put them into building yet. The Yoroshiro, it's a unique kind of relic that you get with the floating gatehouse from Myriad. You can put them inside of production buildings or gathering buildings or even inside of your TC, and they give you different bonuses. If you put them inside your TC, your villagers only take 16 seconds to be produced instead of 20 seconds from that building.
That is a massive buff, and same goes for production buildings. You can accelerate your production in a very similar manner to the Chinese supervision, but it's also a lot safer because that Yorishiro isn't exposed to raids like Imperial officers are. Having said that, numbers aren't looking fancy for Myriad, and he's facing some Gulam, some crossbows, and some camels as well. He upgraded his DC, so now he's got access to 1 Bannerman, probably going to be a Samurai Bannerman. But for now, he's missing spears to deal with these camel riders.
I like the composition in theory. Myriad is going for Samurai and Honorable Geisha. Also mixing in some horsemen, I'm not sure about that. What I'm really confused about right now is just that he didn't immediately make use of the Yoroshiros. He's still got both of them sitting next to his landmark, and you want to make use of them as soon as possible. They bring you just so much value immediately, and because they're inside your base, you can get them into your buildings very quickly as well. Fight about to happen here. The Honorable Geisha, very good unit, has a ton of range, means that they're going to be able to attack from a second and even a third row in these battles. Able to deal a lot of damage out with the bonus attack speed. Now the Bannerman, Katana Bannerman, also coming out, buffing up the attack damage from all of these units. Question though, is Myriad going to be able to hold? There's a ton of crossbowmen out as well. The Honorable Geisha are now coming on to them.
Yeah, the Honorable Geisha move very fast. They can catch up to those crossbows. It's just a matter of getting rid of that front line. And it looks like, given that the camels are also heavily damaged, horsemen might become relevant. That Bannerman is, of course, coming in clutch. And with more infantry coming out, you feel like Baltune should be able to hold this.
Myriad should definitely be able to hold this. Look at that. He's got so many resources still in the bank. 1,700 food at this point in time. I think he should just be pulling half of his villagers off of wood and put them onto gold as well.
Yeah, he certainly should. He also needs to be cautious being overzealous here and pursuing this army, because he has a very fragile army with the Honorable Geisha. They just die so quickly, and if you overextend like this, you will get repelled, and then once again, Baltune gets an opportunity to push you back. But with the camels slowly being taken out, Gulam also getting picked off, looks like Myriad is going to hold this, and a long slugfest like we are witnessing right now is definitely something that's more beneficial for Myriad. He has a much more sturdy eco. Although Baltune managed to sneak a dock on the enemy pawn, then this is exactly how Baltune could come back into this game.
On multiple pawns even, he's got a lot of docks going right now. And at the same time, Myriad, he's got some placement on the docks. He's getting stone naturally as the Japanese, getting 20% of gold gathered as additional stone. Yeah, Myriad right now, he doesn't have the military on land, even though he's got so many resources in the bank, and still the Yoroshiros aren't used at all. The relics, at this point, I would just love to see Myriad put them inside of production buildings just to be able to get the units out quicker. He's got so many resources in the bank right now, just not being utilized.
Yeah, that's so painful. He needs quicker production here. He's slowly cleaning up these troops inside his base, but reinforcements are trickling in nicely for Baltune. Army numbers 30 to 20, though some of that are combat ships for Baltune. But the big thing here, Krakody, this is a great diversion, allowing Baltune to take out a lot of those fishing boats. The eco that was so much better for Myriad some moments ago is now dead even. In fact, you see all the fishing boats are essentially gone from the starting pond of Myriad. The same can be said of his expansion ponds.
Some insane value there behind that Myriad. The third Yorishiro has actually been spawned by now. Still hasn't been placed yet. That's like 200 resources per minute that he's just not picking up right now. The Honorable Geisha doing a great job there in the front line. Doing a lot of damage there. And now he really needs to be in a position to push onto his opponent's base, because now Baltune, looking at his food income, he's looking in a little bit of a better position right now than Myriad is right now.
Yeah, 2 minutes ago, these numbers were flipped. Baltune had a lot better or a lot worse food eco than Myriad. Now Myriad needs to make something happen. He does have a decent army here, supported by some Samurai. The Katana Betterman gets taken out, but he needs to shut down this gold income. Speaking of which, the gold mine does get depleted in this very moment for Baltune. Might provide some valuable breathing room here for Myriad, but looks like Myriad is going to have to fall back over here. Loses a lot of Onabugeisha to the arrow fire from the town center and the tower.
And behind that, Baltune's military still looking very, very solid in this point in time. Baltune, behind all of that, also expanding out onto the pawns of his opponent. He's going to be getting a lot of resource in through that now. And yeah, the food economy, it's just night and day difference right now. Myriad at 500 food per minute, Baltune at 1,500.
And Baltune has been taking more effective engagements as well. 6,400 resources worth of value destroyed compared to the 4,000 from Myriad. Those Onabugeisha die so quickly. And when you have the food eco half your opponents, you cannot afford to take suboptimal engagements like that.
Well, units coming out, but these Samurai, they're getting sniped out immediately by these crossbowmen. 2 Samurai immediately low HP. Now, Myriad, he's suddenly in a very bad position. He still has a ton of sheep under his TC, which he could be going for just to further increase his food income right now, as he is floating a ton of gold. I think maybe he overcompensated earlier for his lack of gold that he was having earlier. And now he's got too much gold, but not enough food.
Yeah, obviously losing the fishing eco is a big contributor to all these issues with the food. He's getting back onto the fishing, at least on the eastern pond and his own starting pond to the north. But it takes some time until that kicks off. And while that's happening, his production buildings are now being torched down by the Gulam. Army number is looking better for Baltune as well. 18 Gulam, 15 crossbows against 16 Samurai and 7 Onabugeisha, many of whom are heavily damaged over here. Looks like Myriad will be looking to take this engagement, once again pursuing this army. And the Gulam will stand and fight crossbows, getting shielded very nicely over here. And they are doing a great job picking apart these Samurai.
Yeah, all the Onabugeisha die pretty much immediately here. That's the thing with kiting, because the Onabugeisha are so fast, they're going to be exposed when you run away, because they're going to be the first on the line to run after your opponent. And then Baltune can just kite every now and then, get some shots in, and kill a lot of them. Now the Rams are also going to be coming in, and with that, all of the production buildings here are now going to be in danger.
Oh my lord, things are falling apart here for Myriad. 87 population against 118, with battering rams now being constructed by Baltune. His Gulam numbers are increasing, and on the other side, the Samurai number are now heavily decreasing. Horsemen being mixed in as well by Myriad. He's losing a lot of his production buildings. Food eco is back on track. He's floating a lot of gold, but he doesn't have the production to spend those resources with anymore.
He did finally use the Yorishiro relics, at least somewhere. So he is getting some bonuses through them. This is going to be enough, though, to make up for the losses that he's taken so far. The Ram is starting to take down the production buildings. 4 barracks already went down.
I don't know, Crackery. It looks very grim now for Myriad. He has been taking some very ineffective engagements recently, and this is going to be another one of those. Samurai just get picked apart by the crossbows, and the Gulam provide this perfect front line to keep this army alive. Myriad's army is evaporating, and with that, his hopes as well of taking this game and turning this set around. Baltune, coming in very strong, finishes off Myriad 3-0 to move on to the next round of the qualifiers for EGC Finals 2023.
Some intensely balanced games here. I feel like Myriad, in every single one of these, he had some very strong chances. In the end, it feels like the execution in the later stages of the game just wasn't quite there. Baltune just with an excellent game sense on pressuring multiple points at the same time. And I feel like that's kind of the theme of how Baltune managed to win these. Like, the attack on the docks kind of distracted Myriad there. He had so many resources at one point in time to be able to make more military units. And just the distraction on the docks meant that he wasn't able to really go for that. And yeah, just very well played here by Baltune.
Yeah, I gotta agree. When you look back at this set, the key theme was Baltoon being able to utilize those diversions and cause damage elsewhere. You look back at the previous game on Thickets even, same thing. Water Fight became just a diversion for Myriad, and Baltoon used that to raid with Knights. Same thing over here. And ultimately takes out the Japanese with the Abbasids, moves on to the next round, and now he's going to be waiting his own opponent in the next round. That is going to be either Divine DFP or Garnath.
Indeed. So definitely still a ton of competition out there, but we can already take a look at the next set that we're going to be looking at. We're going to be jumping straight into Demu versus Alona. They're already going right now, and Alona actually leading currently with a 2-1. The next game is going to be on Dry Arabia. It's going to be Roots versus French, and we're just about to hop into it.
Oh my lord, this could be a huge upset here. Alona, kind of that under-the-radar player from France who's been there in this good level of playing, but he hasn't really been associated with a lot of tournament success in major events before. We are jumping into game number 4 over here. It is match point for Alona against Demu, so this is an elimination game for Demu. If he loses this game, Crackety, or even the next one, he is going to be out of competition for the EGC Finals 2023. He is seed number 2 in the entire qualifiers, and what an upset it would be if Alona took him out.
Indeed, that would be pretty huge here for Alona. Demu playing as the Roost now over here on Dry Arabia. Just going to be scouting out for those deer out on the map, trying to get that bounty up. Alona as the French immediately going for that second scout from his main TC. Demu getting that scout out from his hunting cabin. With that, both players are just scouting for the deer. Looks like Demu finds the deer here. That's a nice patch for Alona. Both of the deer here right next to each other. But Demu is going to be able to take a couple off of him.
Yeah, we are looking at a Rus versus French matchup, an OG matchup here of civilizations, but not something that we see frequently in tournaments. Simply just looking at the fact that Rus have been so frequently banned in tournaments before.
Exactly. So getting access to the Rus here, and Demu definitely knows how to play the Rus to a very high level. He's going to have to feel very happy here in this matchup. Alona playing as the French, not just in game, but also in real life. So he's definitely also going to be feeling comfortable here. Now to gold now. Demu, he's already opted in for wheelbarrow. The question is going to be, is he going to be getting enough bounty in to be able to afford the wheelbarrow? Might be that he has to cancel it. But there's still a deer pack remaining, and I think he should definitely be able to get enough gold in to go to Feudal Age here. He doesn't scout it out quite yet. Moves away from it. That's the last little bit of gold that he needs in order to be able to click to the next age.
Yeah, that's always a tricky thing, right, with the Rus. If you are not able to collect enough bounty, then you're either not going to have wheelbarrow, or you will be delayed going into Feudal Age here. So if Alona does a good job denying the resources over here, that is going to be a point of concern for Demu, and that kind of seems to be the case here. The Wolf is going to help a lot, but you can already see that he does have the resources, at least the food to go up, not the gold,
another
though.
wolf. Yeah, he's found another wolf, so he's going to be fine. He doesn't need to cancel wheelbarrow. That's going to be a nice buff to his economy there. So definitely good for him. Does Demu still have enough food under his TC? That's going to be what I'm asking myself here right now, because it's always the thing with Roost players. They want their scouts out and scouting instead of like actually bringing back the sheep. Looks like he still has enough, and now the Kremlin is going to be coming in for him here. And that is a beautiful position here with the Kremlin. It's going to be protecting the wood line, the gold, and the stone here. So 2 TC play as we usually see it from the Rus. The Rus right now probably one of the best civilizations to go to TC for, because with the Kremlin, they have that defensive landmark that enables them to go for that second TC play.
Oh, certainly. And of course, you do have a lumberjacking bonus as well with the Kremlin, so it takes a little less time to collect the resources you need for that TC too. Obviously, a nice little buff as well. Kremlin has been placed close to the gold mine on the backside of things, whereas for Alona, no surprise, he's going up with the School of Cavalry. Just a traditional, very classic French build that we're having over here. Big question, though, are we going to see Alona moving on to a second TC as well?
He definitely could. Now, the French, unlike Jeanne d'Arc, they can definitely be played as more of an economic-centric civilization. They only pay half price for their gather buildings, and they also produce their villagers faster. Jeanne d'Arc, one of the new civilizations in the game, does not produce the villagers faster. They get their economic bonuses a little bit differently through Jeanne d'Arc. But yeah, Kremlin here, it's always going to be tough for any civilization to put a lot of aggression onto the Rus, just because of that Kremlin being such an efficient defensive landmark. So far, we haven't seen any moves yet from Alona out onto the stone. So this might be an aggressive kind of build onto Demu here, but Demu is going to go for that second TC.
Yeah, the Kremlin is protecting the gold and the stone at the same time, so that's a lovely spot for Demu. First knight is going to be on the way. Demu is very active with his scouts, though, so he knows exactly when that first knight is coming out. And look at this. He's going to be there just in time to spot this mining camp coming in from Alona, so he's going to spot Alona moving towards the stone himself.
So Demu is going to note that Alona is also going for that second TC. At the same time, 2 knights are going to be coming out from him. So he will be able to at least dictate where Demu gets to place his second TC. At the same time, Demu could, in theory, call a couple of gremlins from his Kremlin as well, and be able to freely choose where that second TC is going up. Knight running under the Kremlin. Takes a good bit of damage. The Kremlin does a lot of bonus damage with every single arrow shot. Oh, Demu goes inside. That knight is going to take heavy damage now.
Oh, that's such a lot of HP lost there. That's essentially a knight that's pretty much dead at this point. And with no chivalry for Alona, that knight cannot afford to dive once again. Now, expansion is going to be all the way to the north in the Alona. I think he's missing out on an opportunity here, chasing those scouts with that second knight, because he's not going to have this window to deny this town center with that second knight.
Yeah, now second TC is going up here for Demu. He's also pulling a couple of Kremlins just to make sure that this TC is going to be going up. Even if a knight were to arrive, those Gremlins should be able to make sure that the villagers are relatively safe. Survival techniques also being researched just in time, so Demu's getting a lot of additional gather speed on those. Both players right now got Wheelbarrow, and the second TC is also going to be coming in from Alona soon. Got a nice spot there towards the back of his base with the double deer camp there.
Alona is completely giving up on knights at this point. You see, he's no longer mining any gold. So he's going to be just on 2 knights, one of which is heavily damaged. He's going to play his eco game himself. He does have the stone and the wood for the second town center himself. And he's going to place it on his deer, just like Demu did. So it looks like we will be seeing this slow-paced feudal age here, Crackety, with a lot of focus on the eco on both sides. Which kind of raises the question, what next? What's the next step for Demu, and what's the next step for Alona here?
I think Alona could go for some aggression in theory, but it's always an issue going for aggression against the Rus. I don't think Demu needs to go for aggression. I think he can also just play this into Castle Age now. Alona, in theory, should be definitely okay with Castle Age, just because 2TC for French is going to be scaling quite a bit better than it does for Rus. In Castle Age, the villagers are further going to be produced faster. And yeah, it's just going to mean that Alona is going to be pulling ahead quite a bit when it comes to the villager numbers here in the game.
Of course, faster working French town centers will help a lot with that. He also has some knights over here, so he can still poke around. And I think the value in those knights is shown by the fact that Alona does not let Demu take any of those boars.
Yeah, already helps a lot being able to deny those boars for now. It's a lot of additional gold for Demu if he gets those boars, and on top of that, it could also increase his bounty. Actually, let's take a look quickly at the bounty from Demu, just to make sure we know exactly how much bonus he is getting there. And he's sitting at 290 bounty, so he is at that tier 2 bounty. That's going to be very nice for him. He's also getting a lot of additional gold from his hunting cabins with that. Looking very good here for him. He can get very high bounty as well if he kills those 2 boars, plus 150. And with that, if he goes for the high trade house, he's going to be not too far off of the level 3 bounty. And every Rus player is going to be very happy if they reach that level 3 bounty.
Oh yeah, certainly. For now, villager count is dead even. And we do have archers being mixed in here by Alona. Demu himself going for a couple of knights. Alona should know that knights are coming based on the amount of gold miners we have here for Demu. He might have even scouted the stable place to the north. Oops.
The thing with the gold miners also just kind of indicates that it might also be just a castle age kind of play. You can never be too sure in these kind of situations. But yeah, he just had a scout run by, see the blacksmith as well as the additional production buildings there. So you should know. The one thing that's confusing me is the archer play, because usually in a matchup where both players get access to feudal age knights, you don't want to be going for archers, you want to be going for a knight and spearman composition, as we see Demu going for now.
Yeah, I'm definitely surprised about the spear or the archer play here. It makes me feel like Alona just wanted to preemptively counter spears, but Demu had no desire to go for spears initially. He just went heavy on the knights. Knights plus spearmen should be superior to knights plus archers though, assuming that the micro is good from the spearman player. So this kind of puts Alona into a tricky spot here, because his army is going to become more and more underwhelming compared to what Demu has.
Indeed, and behind all of that, Demu also walling off the other deer patch that he has access to. Are these walls going to go up though? Because I see a couple of troops from Alona also walking in that direction right now. If those connect onto those villagers, that could be a couple of villager kills here.
Timing is going to be tight over here. Knights are arriving. They see the villagers building the walls. Quick walls coming in here for Demu. He's gonna finish this section, but to the north there is no way that he can finish all of that. Villagers will be falling over here. The first villager casualties of the game, unless Demu is able to make...
Oh, he noticed.
Oh, he's trying to flee, but it's way too many villagers nearby. He tried to rush these walls. Knights arrive in time, though. He's only going to lose a single villager. Or
is he even?
Any. Yeah.
He's not even losing that villager.
Bailed on that.
All right, Demu not losing a single villager for that. Looking good there for him.
That's a big loss for Alona, though. He had such an opportunity to get some villager kills, but he wasn't really able to. He has one knight very heavily damaged from that previous encounter with the Kremlin, so he probably didn't want to lose that one knight in exchange for a villager.
Yeah, that knight definitely was very low HP, and Chivalry is coming in, so that might have been, as he said, that led to the decision of not going for that charge. Is he going for it now, though? Because there's still a lot of knights here from Demu. Charge is coming in, but I think the knights are just about far enough away for that charge to get cancelled before it's in. There we go. Alona is going to be able to save his knights here.
Yeah, he's got some archers, which will be completely worthless in this engagement, frankly. He's going to be able to start healing this, having gotten Chivalry. Knight numbers, pretty much even, but obviously the unit that can swing this battle is going to be the Spearman coming in from Demu. Demu doesn't seem very concerned about raiding his opponent, though. Instead, he's focusing very heavily on eco upgrades.
One thing how Alona can make use of those archer ranges if he goes up and gets some arballetry out, and does look to be the case as he's now going for that Royal Institute that also enables him to go for the Royal Bloodlines, meaning that his knights in the Castle Age are going to be way stronger than those from the Roost player. Now a little fight is happening here around the TC. Couple of villagers do get taken out. Alona, though, with the faster production, is still going to be having a villager lead here at the end of this.
Yeah, the fact that this engagement only took a couple of seconds for Demu, and that he got away with 3 vills, is as crazy as it gets. He got 3 kills in about 5 seconds there. And now he's also thinking about Castle Age himself. Royal Institute, as you said, on the way. Royal Bloodlines will unlock as a consequence. Arballetry is going to be a game changer in the long run, but Demu isn't going to fall behind that much in Castle Age timing here.
Indeed, and it's very likely gonna be that high trade house, surely. And there we go, high trade house being built on one of the wood lines. 12 villagers on that. And with that recent changes to high trade house, it doesn't really matter too much how big the wood lines are that you put it in. You usually get around 200 gold per minute from it, which is already a lot, especially in early Castle Age.
High trade house on the way indeed. Candle Saddles coming in quickly for Alona. That's the quick and cheap upgrade he can grab. Takes a lot more resources to get Royal Bloodlines. And Demu's going to be fully walled, so even though you will have these powerful upgrades for Alona, he won't really be able to use them immediately, as he simply won't have any raiding potential at this point.
It's gonna be interesting, but Arballetry are coming out now for Alona. Royal Bloodlines also gonna be in queue now. Wait, are both of these in queue? That means he didn't get Candle Saddles through the Royal Institute. That means that he's paying full price for that one. Or also getting killed here now by Demu, getting a nice little boost to his gold economy immediately. Alona going for the back gold
some walls
now.
up as well, but I feel like given how many knights he's facing, he definitely should get some additional walls going to the north.
Yeah, and Demu, he's not one to miss out on when gold nodes on the minimap suddenly disappear, because the gold node in Aliona's base disappeared, and Demu knows that if he's not on this gold, chances are he's gonna be in the gold in the corner.
Yep, and that's exactly what he wants to exploit over here, coming in with the knights. Does have a scout accompanying them as well, means that he does have great line of sight, and once again, raids coming in great, takes out a single villager, damages a handful of others. Iona has to pull all of his forces back to deal with this, though, and that's the main issue for Iona here. He is kind of playing this cat and mouse game at this point, always having to run with a bunch of his vills, having to pull back his knights to deal with this pesky raid.
Thankfully, the French bonus still helps him out here, as he's still got a 3-villager lead behind all of this, but the idle time definitely hurts him here. Knights now from Aliona, definitely a lot stronger than the knights from Demu, plus 80 HP. Gambison also coming in, so the crossbowmen from Aliona are gonna have a lot of bonus melee armor, and now once again the knights take a good engagement there. Aliona just running a couple of units back, thinking, okay, just a couple of military units here are gonna be enough to deter Demu, but no way, Jose. That is 10 villagers that have been taken down, and now Demu actually taking the villager lead in a 2TC against 2TC battle against the French.
Man,
and he's taking relics behind that.
Demu is playing this in such an opportunistic way. He sees an opening, he's going to take it. And even just in a handful of seconds, he's able to take out some villagers without losing a lot of his knights. He started this engagement with 7 knights. He still has 5 of them, though heavily damaged. He got away with this engagement, though. And now, as you said, he killed 10 villagers in this game. And right now, villagers are neck and neck between the two players, despite the French player having a second TC, just like the Rus player does.
Indeed, behind all of that, Aliona also preparing to drop a keep on his production buildings, getting that very large discount on them. For now, while the army count from Demu is much higher than Aliona's, it's 52-29, the military value is really even at this point in time.
Yeah, trying to break through the walls over here. There is a tower right next to those knights, so Spring placement is on the way to fortify this position. Demu's army is definitely slower, mostly just spearmen and crossbows, but he does have these walls, meaning that he has no reason to rush out, and he can always just track these knights, kind of shadowing them from behind the walls.
Knight is able to survive there. Mill a little bit far away placed from that boar. With the gather capacity, it's not going to be a big issue there, though. These knights, they've still made sure that Aliona always had to pay attention to them, and they're just running around the base here for now the entire time, finding villagers whenever possible. Now, though, they're going to get taken out. With that, Aliona now has the army value lead, but against an army just consisting of crossbowmen and spearmen, Aliona, I don't think he's going to be able to really get anything majorly done now in the base from Demu here.
I gotta agree. He's got 17 knights, but that is essentially the unit that Demu has all the counters possible for. Heavy on the spearmen, heavy on the crossbows is Demu. Numbers are also looking a lot better for Demu as well. Army value is kind of even, Steven, as we have a conversion attempt that won't connect here. Army value is that even, but Demu has massive numbers advantage here. He won't be able to secure the second relic though. Aliona has gotten 3 already and might be able to take a 4th. As I'm saying, that Spearman break out to try and prevent that.
In a fight, if Aliona gets the Pavisa out on those Arbitrary, as I talk about that, there it goes. He's going to be taking a lot less range damage now as well, and the Knights starting to take the trade here now against the Spearman. Now they have a lot of bonus HP with the Royal Bloodlines, but is that going to be enough? Doesn't look like it is, as a lot of them are going down now. Army value dropping rapidly here for Aliona. He wants to take this fight in order to be able to secure that relic at the top side. It's going to give him 4-1 relics. And as soon as that relic is secured, he's going to be disengaging now. Still lost a ton of units, though.
I don't like this Crackety. He got away with a relic, which is going to be great in the long run. But in the short run, he lost a lot of his troops. Many of his knights are heavily damaged as well. And Demu, he knows that he's got the numbers advantage. He even pulled the militia. He's got 18 of them on the field. And he's looking to finish this game quickly and capitalize on the fact that Aliona lost a lot of his premium units.
Keep is going up, though, in the base of Aliona. That means at least it's not going to be a landmark victory. But those Kremlins, They're going to be great here to get some kills on these villagers that are gathering food there. Okay, TheMista is going up. Once again, means a lot of range damage is going to be denied here. Gremlins are attacking. Alona not paying attention to that at the moment. Can't with that fight going on at the same time. Loses a ton of his knights, and the villagers getting picked off there. A ton of them going down. Now, Alona, he's winning the fight there at the top with the Arbaletria. But at the same time, he just lost a ton of villagers there. 28 villagers so far have gone down in this game.
He didn't notice. He didn't notice those villagers getting butchered. He never reacted to those. Militia's expired, but they have done their job. 28 villagers killed in this game by Demu. Not a single eco lost by himself. He has done such a masterful job picking off small pockets of eco from Alona. And now we're looking at a game where Demu has a 50 population lead. He's still down in relics, sure. And there's, of course, that production speed on the villagers for Alona. But Demu is in a great position now.
Yeah, especially getting food income. Alona is a little bit struggling right now. Now he is getting a large discount on his units thanks to that keep that he's been able to put down. So is Arbaletria. They're really, really cheap to produce now for him. But still, it feels like he's in a little bit of a cramped position, and he also wasn't able to secure that 4th relic. It did get apparently taken down by a couple of spearmen there at some point, so that relic is still out on the map, and these raids are just happening on all different sides here now.
Monastery is also out exposed over here, so Alona needs to be cautious, but it doesn't matter, because he is just going to tap out of this one. Demu fighting back strong over here, fighting for his tournament life, actually, in what was a match point game for Alona. Demu is going to take this into game number 5, and Demu's chances of getting into the main event of the EGC Finals 2023, the same way that it is for Alona, is going to come down to whoever wins this one game that's upcoming.
And now 2-2 in this best of 5, and as you said, this is going to be it. This next game is going to be the decider. If Demu is going to be able to continue on, and after this, whoever wins the set, I'm looking at the break right now, is going to be facing off against Lash. So there's also a little bit of luck involved potentially for Lash. I think Lash probably is going to be happier facing off against Alona than he would be facing off against Demu. But look at that. One of the new civilizations that we're going to be seeing here, it's going to be the Abbasid from Demu against the Byzantines from Alona. And I mean, the Byzantines, they've been traded as not the strongest civilization. So we're going to have to see here if Alona maybe has some hidden game plan. Because picking the Byzantines now in a decider match, the civilization with the lowest win rate on the ladder against Demu's Abbasid, that's courage. That is definitely courage.
I feel like it's a story of upsides here for Alona. And we've seen this so many times with underdogs, seed number 16 against seed number 2 in this case. You have a game plan, you believe in it, you think it's strong. But, you know, this is going to be a trial by fire potentially here for Alona. As you said, he's taking a gigantic risk, taking one of the weaker civs when it comes to high-level games against the Demu's Abbasids here on Cliffside. Alona will be spawning into the north in the color blue, and Demu is going to be with the color yellow to the south. It is a decider game between these two. The player who loses this game is going to be out of competition for EGC Finals 2023.
Exactly, and look at that build that Alona is going for. He's going for that early Cistern build, which has been very, very popular at the moment. I think Mida was the one that mainly popularized it early on. So you go for an additional couple of villagers early on the stone in order to get as many Cistern out early on in the game as possible. I think in the Dark Age, you can realistically go up to 3 Cisterns as you age up to the Feudal Age. So that's going to give you a very nice 15% increase on your villagers that are going to be in the influence of those Cisterns. At the same time, though, Demu playing as the Abbasid, as soon as he's getting that Golden Age 1 in, he's also going to be getting 15% increased efficiency on all of his builds, no matter if they're in the influence or not.
Yeah, we've seen this build from many high-level players recently, just going heavy on the Cistern and allowing that eco boost to come in as early as possible. You see, Alona is still on stone, so there is going to be a second Cistern coming in fairly soon. Of course, with the Byzantines also getting some extra stone for buildings being built, they can actually get that stone they need fairly quickly, and indeed there's the second Cistern as well. He still needs some stone to build the aqueduct between the two and unlock the plus 10% bonus on each of those Cisterns.
Yeah, the systems themselves also giving 8 stone every time helps a lot with the aqueduct placement. So basically, you build the cistern, then you get the stone to be able to immediately build the aqueducts behind all of that as well. There we go. Aqueduct is going to be coming in. Those systems are going to be connected, and with that, that's going to be a 10% increased efficiency on all of those villagers.
Yeah, it's not just the villager worker boost that we are getting from the cisterns, though. It's also going to be valuable for military production, which could be immensely valuable when you want to play quick and early aggression. We'll have to see if that's the plan here for Alona. Demu is aging up with the military wing, though. Classic landmark or wing of choice for Abbasid players on land maps. He will get 2 spearmen, 2 archers, so he's going to have some potential to put some pressure on the gold mine or the stone mine from his opponent. And those spearmen will also come in handy when it comes to dealing with the initial horsemen that will come out of the hippodrome.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help him out quite a lot here. 4 villagers working on the hippodrome. Definitely going to be a good timing here for him. Roughly 1 minute left until that military wing comes in. And with that military wing, Demo also is going to get access to boot camp. So if this is going to get to a prolonged kind of feudal age battle between these two, the boot camp value is going to be very, very nice there for Demu, as it's going to be increasing the HP on all of his infantry units.
Oh, certainly. And honestly, like, Demu has a pretty clear-cut game plan, and I think a somewhat predictable game plan here, even with the Abbasids. Whereas on the other side, Alona, as you kind of alluded to before this game, he needs to make something weird and wacky happen with the Byzantines. He's got this uncertainty factor for his civ. But then again, Abbasid is an extremely powerful land-based civilization. So I'm actually unsure what exactly Iona is going to do here. He's still on stone, so we will see some additional cisterns soon. But it is Demu who's also moving to stone as well, so we will be seeing a second town center coming in here from him as well.
Second TC is a little bit dangerous. It's been nerfed a couple of times recently, but I think if there's a civilization that can still make it work, it's probably going to be the Abbasid. Just because you also get that bonus fire armor on your buildings once they're like linked up to the influence of your House of Wisdom. With that second TC gets quite a bit more tanky, and that usually helps you out quite a bit when it comes to defending those positions. He also has a couple of backberry spots.
Normally, you just use the spears that you get from the military wing, but Demu also built a barracks. He's getting the hardened upgrade, and he's getting a bunch of spears out. He definitely is a little concerned about cavalry coming in from that hippodrome. Having said that, there's the first horseman queued up by Alona. He hasn't gotten Expilatores yet, which is a critical upgrade for Byzantine feudal age if you want to do raids with those horsemen. But for now, Demu is kind of circling around trying to hit the stone mine at the back. No one to be found, though. Gold mine is going to be a prime target for him, though.
Yeah, and there was a cistern placed on the gold mine, which is now exposed. It's outside of the TC range. That could be a target there for Demu. That's going to be a lot of stone denied. If he gets that down, that's going to be minus 150 stone for Alona.
Yeah, Expilator is on the way. Valuable upgrade that is, assuming that you can keep your horsemen alive. As you see, you do get bonus damage against villagers, but even more importantly, you do get a bounty for killing villagers with those horsemen.
You do, but I feel like Expilatores only really comes in once you got 2 horsemen. Because once you get 2 horsemen during Triumph, you're going to be able to 2-shot villagers with 2 horsemen. It's going to be a nice critical value there to achieve. Demu, he still has a couple of archers, but with the archers now coming out from Alona with the bonus production speed, he's going to have to retreat here. I don't think he can stick around for much longer now. 3 archers are out, and with that, Demu's army is going to have to retreat. Doesn't have that second TC out yet. He's still working towards it. Got a lot of spearmen out. The archers are going to do quite nicely here.
Yeah, they certainly will. Good reactions by Alona with the archers trying to chase down this army. One thing he wasn't able to accomplish, though, is harass the stone mine from Demu. He had a single horseman out, and I'm starting to feel like this was just a bait, the whole hippodrome story for Alona. He went for a single horseman, that's it. And now he's going heavy on archers. And Demu might have taken this bait here, going so heavy on the spears.
He might have. And now lots of these spearmen are going to be going down. Scout is going to retreat now. Archers also look to retreat, but the horsemen is still there. Triumph also activated. So these archers are very likely to go down as well. I would assume so if the horsemen didn't decide to stop move there. Maybe lost line of sight there for a moment on those archers. At a critical moment. with that, looks like the archers are most likely going to be able to get away. Second TC just needs a little bit more wood now for that second TC to be going up. It's a very late second TC now, and now the mercenary house is also going to be coming in here for Alona, as he is also gathering up a lot of the olive oil now.
Oh, he does lose that single horseman here. I think he got a little body blocked by the wolf. Gets taken out by the spearman. He's now mixing in a lot of horses, and it looks like this is just going to be full feudal age aggression here. He has his eco powered up by the cisterns, and now he's focusing heavily on the archers, heavily on the horsemen as well. With the mercenary house, we do expect longbows potentially. And he's actually got a prime position here to deny the berries and the gold mine at the same time.
Yeah, gold mine does get denied. Demu still has additional access to gold here out on the map, as on cliffside there are a ton of gold, like all strewn out towards the middle of the map. Second TC has been produced. Units go inside there. With that, Alona won't be able to find any damage here now. Looks like it's going to be a Kashik play coming out from Alona when we look at the mercenaries, as the Eastern mercenary contract has just been researched.
I'm not against it, but it's not something that we've seen very frequently. At least from the Byzantine games I have seen, players almost exclusively go for longbows. But in this case, Kashik, I love it a lot. You can mass produce your archers, you have a good eco for this, but having that heavy cavalry component that you cannot otherwise train is immensely valuable.
The idea of going for longbows is that you're going to be putting all your wood into olive groves instead, so you get a very early farm transition. And then instead of putting your wood into archers, you're just going to be getting the longbowmen out for pretty much free with the olive groves. But yeah, if you're already going for archers, then you don't really need the longbowmen on top of that. The Kashiks definitely make sense here, and it's going to be a nice little synergy that comes in with the Hippodrome if he's able to get the Triumph. The question is going to be if Demu is going to be allowing that, because he's also going for a ton of his own horsemen. And horsemen and spearmen in mass are definitely going to be able to beat out Kashik horsemen and archers.
Oh, most certainly, though Demu is going to have issues with food very soon. You see, he's got 300 food per minute, has to rely heavily on these berries on the front, and that is exactly the angle from which Alona is going to be attacking. I think it's pretty clear for Alona that he needs to hit that berry patch and then play food denial game to prevent Demu from building up those horseman numbers.
Indeed, but on this map, there are still a couple of back berry patches that Demu can go for, which are going to be difficult to raid, and Demu definitely a kind of player to make sure that he's going to have an answer to those raids. I think this is still a very even game so far now between these two players. Mercenary House, first couple of Kashiks have already been produced, second batch is coming out, and Alona is still out here on the berries. He's going to make sure to get a couple of additional batches out of those Kashiks, of those mercenary units. Now, so far, it doesn't look like Alona researched the unique upgrade that the Byzantines get on their houses to produce them faster. Also gets a ton of additional line of sight on them. Would definitely be a nice upgrade here to get for him. Make sure that if you put a house next to your berries, you're definitely going to be able to see raids before they happen.
For the time being, army numbers are rising steadily for Alona, but Demu is getting away with that 2TC boom. And we've seen this so many times from the Abbasids. You let them do their 2TC thing, they will start unlocking their prowess in late feudal, early castle. Alona actually has a lot of resources banked right now. 400 food, almost 700 gold in the bank, completely unused.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of gold there, and now Demu is starting to move towards the berries from Alona. Still, there's a lot of archers. No blacksmith upgrades yet, though, for Alona, and Demu just researched the Pierce armor upgrade. Only now the upgrade's coming in, and potentially with the Cistern, Alona might be able to rush the upgrade in very quickly here.
Oh, certainly. He has quite some archers over here. He needs those upgrades to help out. Demu is also grabbing some additional upgrades here. That is melee attack. He's gonna call it a day, fall back. He's content denying those berries. Alona has no more units in queue, though. Nothing. I'm starting to wonder if he's thinking about Castle Age here. It feels so awkward, but he's floating a lot of resources, and he's barely committing to new units. Oh, he's getting baited over here. Forest blocked his vision, so he didn't know that the army was still there. Runs into the horseman. Luckily for him, he did not lose a single villager.
Oh, the army, though, is going to loop around, and Alona, he does have a very large army here. Army value, it's not being 100% shown. I'm not sure if the army value is going to be correct for mercenary units here. Because it feels like Aliona's army value should be higher than what Demu has out on the field right now.
Yeah, something along those lines, you're right. Probably the Keshik don't show up as part of that, or not as a full value. Aqueduct is being torched down over here by Demu. They have a fairly low HP, so you can quickly cripple these sisters. But now Iona is coming in here to try and chase this force down.
That's an early
He
Triumph
has the tools to
proc.
clean this up, but he's distracted here, I feel.
Yeah, Triumph has been procced very, very preemptively here. So it's not going to be lasting too much longer. A couple of these cavalry units do get taken down, and now Triumph is over. But he's not going to have the option to enable that once again during this fight. A couple of units do stay back to buy Demu a little bit more time to escape here now. And behind all of that, he's trying to get a couple more hits in with his horsemen. And once again, just a little turnaround. Able to kill a couple of these cavalry units. Now Demu, he's trying to dive somewhere. Not sure where exactly he's looking for value right now.
Yeah, Demu detaches cavalry trying to raid, and he's also repetitively turning around with the spears. He's actually picking off a lot of those precious cavalry units. Iona, he's being distracted by all of this. He doesn't have the gold income to go up to Castle Age with. I think based on those resources, it's now obvious he wants to go Castle, but he's lacking the gold to do so with. And at the same time, his primary army was also distracted just chasing those spearmen.
Eshiks there in the main fight, though, mean that he is going to have the upper hand against these couple of horsemen. Demu still going to take a couple of kills there against these archers that are out there. But now Golden Horn Tower is going to be coming in. And Golden Horn Tower, that's a fantastic landmark for the Byzantines. It's going to mean that Aliona is, in theory, getting up to like 12 villagers worth of production in terms of mercenary units permanently from that Golden Horn Tower as soon as he goes up to the level 5 cistern level. And all of that, both players going up to next stage. It's going to be the economic wing for Demu, so he's going to be able to get his upgrades in nice and cheaply. Still, the gold is on the front side, so he has to evacuate that. Demu is on both of the berry patches in the back of his base. I'm not sure if economic wing might not have been a little bit better here, just because there's going to have to be a farm transition at some point in time, and now fight is going to be happening. Still in feudal age, a lot of spearmen out there as well. Horsemen try to take good attacks against the archers. Chasing them now. There's still a lot of
fight for Demu. Also distracting Aliona at the back, and Aliona doesn't have a response to all this cavalry. He has the archers, but he's being overwhelmed by the flood of the horsemen. Has to fall all the way back. His own cavalry is being kind of taken out of this equation by the spearmen. And at the same time, his food eco is getting raided. Aliona's army suffering massive casualties here on the front line.
Yeah, not just that. Aliona, he doesn't have wheelbarrows, so his villagers, they weren't fast enough to run away from that. Loses out on a ton of them, also some idle time there. Demu did lose his horseman in the front line, but now both players going to be in Castle Age. And with that, immediately he's going to be queuing Lancers, Gulams, and Crossbowmen, while still having a very good eco lead here.
Yeah, that's the big thing here for Demu. He has been stalling the push of Aliona out here for quite some time, so he got a massive villager lead. But Demu, he's lacking a quality army right now. He only has spearmen. He's queuing up some Gulam. He's queuing up some camels even, as well as some crossbows. This is the window that Aliona needs to do to punish this eco. His own eco has been torn to shreds. 120 food per minute, less than 100 gold per minute for Aliona.
The deer for Demu. Aliona is right on the deer for Demu.
Oh my lord!
He's not noticed yet. That's a massive villager migration now. Ton of villagers do get taken down by the cavalry. Archers also taking shots here.
That might be the lifeline here for Aliona. His own eco was so heavily damaged, but manages to get quite some villager picks. Also picks off a handful of spears over here as they do brace against the cavalry charge. Most of the spearmen will be gone now, and the cavalry is still around for Aliona. His eco isn't looking great, but he has done a lot of damage to Demu as well, and these villagers maybe a little overzealous trying to take the hunt here with all these troops around.
A bit of pathing here from Demu's army. He definitely has the military to be able to force those units back from Aliona. And something else that he has, he's got camel riders. He's got an answer to all of these cavalry units coming out from Aliona. Some cataphracts also now in queue for him.
Yeah, villagers getting caught in a crossfire though. Aliona is now focusing wills here, knowing that this army is going to get cleaned up. And he's getting great value. He's picking off so many of the villagers here for Demu, though it looks like Demu will still be able to maintain a villager lead here.
Indeed, a villager lead, but as I mentioned with the Golden Horn Tower, it's more like they're pretty much even now when it comes to villager numbers. Now, still Demu, once again, he's got his food access secured, and Alona, he's now out on the front when it comes to gathering food. He's on the deer there. That could easily get denied now by Demu.
Certainly, there is no defensive tower, nothing out there for Alona, and his army isn't looking shiny either. He's got two Cataphracts, he's got a couple of Kashyyyk and archers. On the other side, Demu has a lot of heavy armor-piercing units, crossbows, some Ghulams to provide a front line as well. Decent fight here potentially for Alona, but you feel like he's getting pushed back more and more, and Demu is using this window to secure relics.
Looking good for him. Double produces now out of 2 monasteries, his monks. The imams, rather, and it's a good army right now, a good standing army for Demu. And these villagers on the deer, they're gonna get idled now for Alona. Alona right now, where's he gonna get food from after this? There's no food source remaining for him other than olive groves, and because he went for the Kashyyks and archers, he doesn't have the wood for any olive grove transitions right now. And this is gonna be very tough now. Villagers gonna get idled, some villagers not walking back. That's gonna be more villager deaths here, and now Demu, even with that golden horn tower, is gonna have a clear villager lead once again.
Oh, that's so painful for Alona. That lack of second town center is now starting to show. Demu has been getting away with that eco expansion for quite some time. Now it's showing on the battlefield, and he's turning that into a relic lead. Alona looking to fight this one, but Cataphracts will be debuffed by the camels as well. Tough to see what's going on among those trees out there. Means that it's difficult for Alona to focus down the spears. Spears doing such a good job dealing with his heavy cavalry.
Yeah, and the crossbowmen also doing a good job there against all of these Cataphracts. The camel riders do get taken down, but still, Demu's army should be in a position to push into his opponent's base, but he still wants to deny the food. So where did the villagers go? At this point, Demu should know that the villagers went either onto the berries or onto the deer. If he looks on the minimap, or rather in the fog of war, he's going to see that one of the deer has been killed. That might be what tells him that Alona is going to be over there. It's again, fight happening.
Cataphracts get taken out so quickly by so many crossbows, and the Ghulam is just a great frontline unit. Finally, some crossbows have been mixed in by Alona, though, so he has something that deals with the Ghulam. But the population is just looking very grim now for him. 63 population against 99, the berries are denied, and he's running out of food at this point.
Yeah, villagers idle here. Crossbows just firing onto the villagers. A couple of Kashyyks, though, coming in through that Golden Horn Tower. And with that, Alona is going to be able to hold now, thanks to the free military that he gets there.
Yeah, he lives to see another day here, but his position is still nothing short of precarious. Demu is now walling up. He knows that he's got a massive eco lead. He's bringing in 2 additional relics to accompany the one that he already has. Alona, right now, on trajectory to secure a single relic. And I feel like the problem for Alona is that his eco has taken just way too much damage here.
Now, once again, he goes out to the deer, and at the same time, Demu is pushing in once again. He went back into Spearmen, getting the veterancy upgrade on this now as well. Villagers, once again, getting idled here. Alona just can't get above that 500 food per minute right now. Meanwhile, Demu is sitting on 1,500 food per minute. He's just going to be able to spam units out for days here. And Alona, I just don't see him being able to pull off an olive grove transition right now.
Yeah, Demu is not giving any breathing room for Alona at this point, and Alona can never get that eco back on track. He's taking a decent fight here underneath the town center, but so much of his eco is being shut down. Demu has detached a couple of crossbows to pursue villagers. The idle time is massive, the inefficiency is massive there for Alona. And now he's facing a 2-to-1 ratio of villagers, something that he cannot compensate for. He tried the Byzantines here in a match point scenario, but Demu, off the back of the good old Abbasids, will take him out, and with that, survive in these qualifiers, move on to the quarterfinals to face Lash.
This was almost an insanely huge upset, going all the way to game number 5 against a player like Demu. Alona definitely looking very, very strong here right now in this set. Hopefully we can see him again in another tournament, but for EGC Finals, that ticket, sadly, they're all sold out now, rather for him. There's only going to be 2 spots left, and he's not going to be in the qualifiers after the set. But as I said, next game, rather next set, we see Demu now, and it's going to be against Lash. So it's going to be a very, very high-profile set out there.
Indeed, folks, as Crackety just alluded to, Demu is now going to face Lash. The winner of that best of 5 will move on to the deciders tomorrow. So big set coming up for both of these players. As they draft their civilizations and maps, we will take a very short break. And when we come back, we will bring you the entire best of 5 between Lash and Demu. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes with the quarterfinals of the EGC Finals qualifiers.
See you in just a bit.
The Springald. The Springald was a medieval artillery device for throwing bolts. Though first depicted in the 11th century, it came to frequent use more towards the end of the 12th and beginning of the 13th century. It was constructed according to the same principles as the Roman and ancient Greek ballista, but with inward swinging arms throwing bolts instead of stones. The Springald was a powerful defensive weapon that could throw a bolt 180 meters. Usage of the weapon is noted throughout Europe, with references made to the Springald in France in 1249 and in England in 1266. Indeed, in some parts of Europe, such as Germany and Switzerland, the weapon was still being used in the early 15th century. The War Elephant. War elephants were critical units in several key battles throughout ancient India. The war elephant's main use was to charge the enemy, break their ranks, and instill terror and fear. Elephants were widely utilized in warfare by the end of the 6th century BC, and ancient Indian scripts elaborately depict their use in warfare. Elephants were the preferred vehicle of warriors, especially the elite ones, and Indian kings valued their impact in war. some stating that an army without elephants is as despicable as a forest without a lion. In battle, war elephants were usually deployed in the center of the line, where they could be useful to prevent a charge or to conduct one of their own. Their sheer size and their terrifying appearance made them valued heavy cavalry. The use of war elephants declined with the spread of firearms and other gunpowder units. They continued to be used in combat, however, in some parts of the world well into the 19th century.
Welcome back to the EGC Finals 2023 Final Last Chance Qualifiers. Before we move any deeper into these discussions, big shout out goes to Poggers in chat for dropping 20 gifted subs. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for supporting the community. But we will be taking a look at a quarterfinal set now between Demu and Lash, seed number 2 versus seed number 8. And boy oh boy, crackety, do we have a lovely matchup coming up here on Dry Arabia.
Indeed, we're going to be seeing Dry Arabia, Malians coming out from Demu considering himself, and I think many people can probably consider Demu to be the Malian king when it comes to playing the Malians. There was a pretty famous mirror between him and Marine Lord as the Malians, where Demu went out victorious, and on the opposite side, we have Lash playing as Zhuji's Legacy. So this is going to be very exciting to watch. Zhuji's Legacy, I think, probably one of the more interesting civilizations when it comes to the variant civilizations that we've seen in the new DLC. At least to me, I am a China enjoyer, so Zhuji does strike that particular kind of nerve for me. And I think they're so unique. There are a couple of things that even I consider to be a little bit maybe overtuned here and there. The meditation gardens and some spawns can be a little bit good. Let's just put it like that. And Song Dynasty bonus is also maybe 1 or 2% too strong right now. But overall, Zhuji's Legacy, a ton of fun to play. And yeah, the new civilization is definitely looking good here. And it's going to be an interesting matchup on Dry Arabia. Malians being the powerhouse and probably the highest rated civilization for players in the last patch against one of the strongest civilizations from the new DLC.
Oh yeah, like Malians, it's always a tricky thing, right? They don't seem very powerful when you just look at their eco expansion or anything like that, but when you see them in action, this combination of the Dunsos and Javelin throwers, either off the back of a cattle-based eco or even with just mass-producing either of those units from the Farimba garrison, those are terrifyingly difficult armies to fight, and I'm genuinely very curious how Lash is going to approach this. Demu has a civilization that's known to be extremely powerful on Dry Arabia, whereas for Lash, Zhuji's Legacy, obviously one of the most unexplored new civilizations. Curious to see how he's going to approach this matchup and what trick he's going to try to utilize to take out one of the strongest competitive civilizations.
Indeed, indeed. Now, Juice Legacy, we've already seen a couple of playstyles out from them in the last couple of weeks before the qualifiers. So, something that's been very strong so far is the fast castle age from Juice Legacy. We've seen players getting the fast castle before 6 minutes with Juice Legacy, which is like some ridiculous timings there that you can get out of them. And with that comes access to the Shaolin monks, which is also a unit which is kind of ridiculous when you look at the stats and what it actually does. On the opposite side, though, Malians, the cattle boom, as you mentioned earlier, it can be so strong. It can be so strong. Pretty much as soon as you get to Castle Age with your fully set up cattle ranches, it's like as if you're immediately on a second TC that has been going for like the last 7 minutes. You're getting pretty much like 20 villagers, more than 20 villagers worth of income. And it's so good. You're getting so much food there. You're just able to, as soon as you hit the castle age, pump out units like there's no tomorrow. And that's why Malians just feel so great to play in the castle age.
Well, they certainly are. And again, I'm very curious how Lash is going to approach this. But while we're looking at this matchup, let's take a look at what's coming up beyond game number 1. Thickets and Rocky River are the home map selections of Demu. Lash going in with Himayama and Gorge as his own home maps. Ayubids and Japanese were taken away from Lash, and Demu will not have access to Jushi and the Ayubids, but he does have access to Jeanne d'Arc, same as Lash, and he does have access, of course, to the Japanese as well.
Yeah, the Japanese, we saw it earlier on Rocky River, just a very strong civilization. Actually, no, we didn't see it on Rocky River. That was a Mongol mirror. But still, Japanese on water, a very strong civilization. We saw it on 4 lakes, and yeah, just having access to multiple docks, being able to produce these fishing ships for very cheaply. Japanese definitely one of the strongest civilizations on these hybrid maps.
Well, it looks like game number 1 is ready to go, folks. Lash versus Demu. The winner gets into the deciders tomorrow here in the qualifiers of EGC finals. Malians versus Jushi's Legacy as we jump into game number 1 here on Dry Arabia. To the north, it's Demu with the Malians in orange, and to the south, it is going to be Lash with Jushi's Legacy playing with the color blue.
Indeed. And we do see a normal kind of Chinese style opening here for Lash as he is going for the straggler tree with his villagers into that mill. It's going to allow him to have a little bit of extra wood here. Enables him to go for an early village early on in the game, which is very nice when it comes to just having that very, very high population cap immediately. For now, both players going out to scout for sheep. Demu already placing down his pit mine and the houses around it. It's going to get a nice passive boost of gold. There's the village. And yeah, just both players right now playing the standard feudal age. The truly interesting thing that we're going to be seeing here is once Lash gets the resource to go up to the next age, where he's going to be placing that meditation garden, because depending on the placement, he's going to be getting a very, very large delta when it comes to the resource that he can potentially gain with it.
Yeah. For now, his mill is going to be on the front line, and that's definitely an exposed position, something that Demu could exploit moving forward. But yeah, the other thing I'm looking at is that his gold and stone are pretty close to each other, and I think you could potentially place the meditation gardens such that it also covers some wood, so he might have a decent spot to the south of his town center.
Exactly. It's going to be a question. He could also just move it out quite a bit further out onto the map. There are additional spots that he could go for. There's one to the east of his base where he could be getting both 2 stone mines, some wood, as well as a berry patch. That could be getting him a lot of income there with the meditation garden. It would be like 60 wood, 50 food, and around maybe like 15 wood per minute. That can make a big difference. You can pretty much get a passive second TC out after 4 or 5 minutes with Jushi's Legacy, just from having the passive stone income from 2 stone mines. So far, just further supervision here. Lash getting really close now to the next age. You only need 340 food and 170 gold as Jushi's Legacy, as in the Tang Dynasty, all your landmarks are going to be discounted by 15%. Mansa Quarry now coming in for Demu with the Malians. It's going to be also a very nice landmark choice here for him, as he's going to be getting 75 stone or 75 gold passively per minute.
Yep, and there come the meditation gardens. I think, is it going to cover the stone though? It might be a little too far away. We're gonna have to look at this aura to see if it actually covers the stone. And it does not.
It does
actually
not.
might
I'm
cover
not
the
sure
sheep though.
The sheep don't count. The sheep don't count. It's only berries. Only
Yeah,
berries
the
for
bear
food.
is obviously too far away, so I'm a little puzzled over here. Probably the
It's
best
only gonna be wood and
position still.
gold. It's a very defensive placement, but I think with a landmark like the meditation garden, you can just put it out on the map. You only need a single villager to build it, since your building speed is already quite fast as the Chinese variant civilization. Yeah, I think in this situation, just based on the spawn, I would have liked to see it either on the east side, or maybe what he could have done is just place it all the way in the corner of his map, in the back of his base, because there he's got like a berry patch, gold, and stone. Even without getting the wood from it, that would have been a better spot. I think my personal priority list for resources gained with the landmark, it has to be food, gold, then stone, then wood. Because if you get a full berry patch, you get like 48 food per minute. It's pretty much a single villager right there, that more than a villager that would be gathering food. And yeah, it's just gonna be wood and gold here for him. Not the best placement, I think.
Well, for now, he is getting ready for Song Dynasty here, but on the other side, I think bigger question is how Demu is going to approach this game. For now, he's taking the slow and steady approach. And never mind, it's not even going to be Song Dynasty. It's just going to be Relic Collection Fast Castle here for Lash. A little dangerous to do if you ask me against the Malians. Malians could play into Warrior Scouts or maybe even just a handful of Javelin Throwers and deny those relics.
Yeah, Javelin Throwers are going to be very strong here, especially since Zhuge's Legacy, they only get access to Ryugenu, which don't have the same kind of movement speed that normal archers do. Ryugenu only have 1.12 tiles per second movement speed. Javelin Throwers have the full 1.25 tiles per second movement speed, which makes them very mobile. But at the same time, Lash with Zhuge's Legacy also has access to early Palace Guards, but it looks like that's not even going to be on the menu here. As when we look at the resources, it looks like it's going to be a very fast Castle Age now coming out from Lash. That's a sad meditation garden there. Only 66 resource per minute.
Castle Age will be on the way for Lash very soon. Demu is actually expanding all the way out there for the second pit mine. It's not the closest secondary goal that he's going for, but just goes to show that he knows fully well that Lash won't be putting a lot of pressure on those gold mines, so he can get away with this more exposed position and use the gold mine closer to his base at a later stage.
Lash now using his food villagers to go up with the Shaolin Monastery. I'm not sure how I feel about that, mainly because the Shaolin monks only cost food, so I think he could probably just use the gold villagers just to be able to already have a bunch of food up immediately to be able to make them. But it's going to get rushed up quite quickly, and we're looking at a 6 minute and 20-ish kind of Castle Age now for Zhuge's Legacy. That is very, very fast, and with that, he's also going to be opening with a stable. So might be a very fast Lancer play now coming up from Lash. Demu behind us, he's not even close to next age. Yeah, like just immediately putting up pressure on the opponent there. It's going to be very nice for him.
It's probably not even the pressure, it's the fact that Malians do have the tools to slow down this Shaolin Monk Relic Collection story. So if you have a couple of cavalry units that can escort those monks, that makes it a lot easier for you to start picking those relics up, which, by the way, spawned in a very nice position for Lash. He has quite some relics close to his base. It's fairly even, but the relics are, I think, a little offset towards his side compared to Demu's.
Buddhist monks coming out so far. Not a unit. There we go. Lancer's now going to be in queue. And look at that Shaolin monk. Just the melee attack so quick with so much base damage. The scout pretty much immediately at half health there.
Wait, where's he going?
He's
that
trying
monk
to
isn't
get
going
the...
for a relic unless he's going all the way to the north. He's actually
he's
going to
go
the
for
enemy
aggression.
base.
It's going on to the pit mine.
I think I know what Lash is thinking about. Shaolin monks do not cost you gold. You can afford to produce monks and knights at the same time, and you can shut down the gold income of the Malian player this way. And the Malians don't have anything to respond to that with. The monks would be a decent response to the Dunsos, and then you have the Lancers as well. I love this build from Lash.
Yeah, this is looking very, very good right now. It might be that Demu, if he's not careful about this now, might find himself in like a checkmate situation. Then again, he still has the gold in the back of his base, so it's not going to be checkmate yet. There's still options for him to get gold to be able to go up to next age. And behind all of that, Demu, he does have out quite a few of the cattle already, so Castle Age, it's not going to be too far off for him now.
Indeed, and he does have the cattle set up, so the Grand Fulani Corral will be a legitimate landmark to go for. Although, given the pressure that he's under, he might actually opt to go for the Farimba garrison. We have seen that from some players in the past. When they're under so much pressure, even though they've set up the cattles for the Grand Fulani Corral, they might feel like there is a need for the alternative landmark, the Farimba garrison. I don't think that's going to be the case for Demu, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think if Demu goes for the Farimba, he might just as well call GG, I feel like. Just because, like, all the units that Demu could make from the Farimba, they're all getting countered by the Shaolin Monk. Donzos get countered, Archers get countered, Javelin Throwers get countered, Musafadis get countered. There's just no real option to mass there. Maybe you could just try to go for mass over quality, quantity over quality. But even then, it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, behind this, Lash is also picking up the relics, so this is not all about the aggression for Lash when it comes to using those Shaolin Monks. He's also going to capture Sacred Site, start picking up relics. He didn't actually yoink the relic inside Demu's base, though, but he could still be up to 4 very quickly.
Yeah, now he's also going for the Jiangnan Tower, so with that, he's going to get access to the Song Dynasty. Probably one of the strongest dynasties right now in the game, and it's going to provide Lash with a 40% wood discount on all non-military buildings. That means his farms, his granaries, his outposts, his houses, all those buildings are going to have a very, very big wood discount on them, meaning that he can get a very nice farm transition in. And with that, like having a strong farm transition with granaries, that is just really, really strong there for the Chinese.
Of course it is. It's something that's going to set you up for long and late game. And we know that the Jushi's legacy as a civilization is a juggernaut when it comes to late game prowess. So for Lash, if he sets up his farming eco, if he's going to be sitting on 4 or 5 relics, that's going to be a great setup to take this game to a later stage and use the most powerful window that Jushi have against any civilization, actually.
And behind that, Lash is also going to go for a second TC. Now, with Song Dynasty, the wood cost also from the second TC gets reduced to only 240 wood. So he's going to be able to get that second TC out nice and quickly. It's also going to be nicely synergizing with the Jiangnan Tower, providing him with a free villager upon completion of that second TC.
Yeah, that's a nice synergy in there. The Shaolin Monk actually could have yoinked the relic, perhaps. Instead, he's just busy torching down houses. It would have been a journey for this guy to get out of the enemy base with that relic. But one thing is sure, now that those houses are being torched down and we have a bunch of Dunsos for Demu, we can pretty much guarantee that Lash won't be having that final relic for himself.
Yeah, I think he can be happy with 4 relics, 2 sacred sites, about to be 3 sacred sites for him. That's going to be a ton of passive gold income for him. He doesn't even have that many villagers in gold, but he's already at like almost 500 gold per minute. That's definitely going to help him a lot when it comes to grabbing upgrades on his units and overall production. Demu so far just sticking to the Stonsos, and in mass, they're looking promising. They're looking promising against those Shaolin Monks. Shaolin Monks, do mind you, you can only make out of the Shaolin Monastery. So you're a little bit bottlenecked when it comes to production of these units.
At the same time, it's not like Lash needs those Shaolin Monks to do a lot of damage at this point. He's just dragging this game out as we speak. He actually has gotten 3 sacred sites, but he likely won't be able to hold all 3 of those. In fact, given the army numbers, I'd be shocked if he could hold more than 1. But at this point, he's dragging this game out, and he's taking this game to a later stage, which now introduces a new element here for Lash. He needs to start making army to avoid being overrun by the Malians. Demu now has a very well set up food eco with the Grand Fulani Corral. He does have a very good gold eco, as all Malian players do. So now you gotta stop this counterattack that's going to come in the form of Dunsos, some Sofas as well, maybe some Javelin Throwers later on as well.
It looks to be a combination of Sofas and infantry units so far for Demu. We do see the first Sofa now in queue. Lash is making some... Oh! Some Shuganu. Dunzos with the range attack, able to take out a scout there. That's a lot of Dunzos right now, 23. That's a big army. Lash definitely needs a couple more Jugunu to be able to take a fight there. Also needs to mix in a couple of crossbowmen if he wants to be able to deal with the sofas. First sacred site gets T-capped now. Units on their way to the second sacred site as well. Looks like Demu's having units move all the way to all the sacred sites. And this is going to be the point in the game where the Malians truly shine. When they have the cattle economy, tons of food income, and they're just going to be able to pump out all of these food-heavy units. And with that, we're going to be seeing a lot of sofas here to come very, very soon. Imported armor also coming in, and the Musafadi switch as well. Veteran Musafadi being researched right now.
Yeah, this is, as you said, the greatest window that the Malians have in a game. A well-set-up economy, powerful upgrades like imported armor coming in on the sofas, support that with javelin throwers, Musafadi warriors, or Dunsos, and you actually have a very formidable army here. Now, the Jugenu will be able to hold off the Dunsos, but once the sofas arrive, it's a different story. It's a very different story, actually. So Lash needs to be very cautious not to overextend over here. For now, he's going to be able to hold this, but he also needs to mix in perhaps some crossbows to deal with those sofas. Otherwise, he's going to risk being overrun by this strong Mali and Castle Age force.
Yeah, the sofas with imported armor have an additional armor when you compare them to knights. And the Jugunu, they have a very, very weak range attack, but they attack 3 times in a row. So the additional armor from these sofas mean that they're not going to be taking nearly as much damage as any other unit. And with that, yeah, Lash definitely has to add some other unit here. Jugunu do a good amount of damage there to the Dunzos, but it's not going to stay with Dunzos. The sofas are already up to 7.
For now, it's just mass Jugenu, but against the sofas, they won't perform very well. The key thing here is that sofas, eventually they'll die to the Jugenu, but they'll just soak up so much arrow fire that allows Demu's remaining forces to clean up those troops. Having said that, these sofas are kind of distracted right now by this Lancer. So Lash gets a clear view on the amount of sofas that Demu has, and also knows that they are not close to his base and ready to attack.
Yeah, not just that, he also managed to recapture 2 sacred sites with his warrior monk, so Golden Come is going to go up once again. Instead, Demu's going to have to decap those. A couple of Dunzos go down here now to the Jugunu. Very nice for Lash, and Lash's food economy now is looking very, very solid. He's also going for a granary transition behind all of this. Once the deer are going to be running out, it's going to be a very fluent transition here for GG's Legacy with that insane discount that they get on their farms. And that Lash is also making some crossbowmen. If he's able to hold this fight, he's going to be in a very nice position. Some wards coming out as well.
Yeah, these walls will be very beneficial for him, but I'm not sure if they will complete in time. If they do, it's definitely a great buffer, given that Demu doesn't have any ranged units, essentially. So, with those walls going up, Lash can buy himself a lot of buffer. Demu is capturing sacred sites, though. So Demu could actually start triggering this sacred site countdown and force Lash out of his base, eventually.
Exactly.
Lash.
Fight is going to be happening
here.
Crossbows are in, but that's a lot of sofas. 18 sofas, 14 Musafadi warriors. That's a very big army. Lash has to fall back, needs to kite while doing so. This is a tough one, and at the same time, sofas are running into the economy. Splitting of units here by Demu. Lash's army already lost a lot of units. Could this just be an overrun now?
It very well could be. Jugunu numbers down to 10, crossbow numbers down to 11, and we are looking at raw numbers against the forces of Lash here. Lash is slowly cleaning this one up, but the reinforcements keep coming in. And look at the Sofa numbers. 18 of them on the field, 13 Musafadi warriors as well. You feel like Demu is increasing his Sofa numbers, not losing them at this pace. Whereas for Lash, his army is just at breaking point at this point. He is now controlling 3 sacred sites as well, Demu does, and I feel like he's just cleaning up the forces of Lash. This is exactly the window that the Malians want to win in, and that's exactly what's happening right now, you feel.
Yeah, with that raid now on the food economy, Lash is going to be out of food here very, very soon. He's trying to get some stone now. With that, a potential keep drop might help him out, but he's already losing so many villagers, so much idle time as well. He now has less villagers than Demu, and do mind you that with the cattle, it's like Demu, he's not at 55 villagers, he's at 75 villagers when it comes to the income. And the Jugunu and the Spearmen, just not enough to hold here.
Yeah, slowly but surely Lash is cleaning up this first wave, but there's a second wave coming up as well still. 7 Sofas on the field with 6 more in queue. A bunch of Musafadi warriors making an appearance. And even if Lash cleans this up, his eco is going to be torn to shreds. He has lost out on so many villagers. He's actually having a lower villager count than a single TC Malian player. He's down to 53 eco. He has a lot of stone though. He needs a defensive keep, but this might come in just a little too late.
It feels like if Lash just got these walls up like 30 seconds earlier and the front side, this would have been a way, way different game for him. Now, the military from Demu is just streaming in.
And the same can be said of the defensive castle, I feel. You know that this is probably the most vulnerable window for Jushi against Malians. I feel like if he had a defensive keep a little sooner, obviously he would have had to commit up to stone a little quicker as well, but I feel like a defensive keep could have made it so much more difficult for Demu to push into his base.
Keep is trying to get rushed up, tons of villagers on there, but Demu, he's just focusing villagers. He just wants to kill the economy from Lash, and he's doing so successfully. A lot of villagers are going to be going down. Keep, though, it's getting rushed up. Units from Lash are killing the units here from Demu, but he's down to 40 villagers compared to 60.
It's gotta be over here. 37 villagers only. And this keep isn't going to protect all these villagers nearby. The Sofas just ignore the keep at this point. Lash is down to 42 population. And Crackety, we've gotten our answer. Jushi could not take down the Malians over here. Lash had 4 relics, that definitely helped a lot. But this devastating counterattack that we so often see from the Malians is something that Lash had no answer to.
Demu's doing it to him. Look at the large wall going up there, being built by like 15 villagers. Even if, Lash has to call it at this point in time. Even if he managed to break out, Demu would have just walled him with stone walls, and then the Sacred Side timer would have come in. That was such a close game, though. I feel like if Lash just walled that, he would have been able to hold with all of his ranged units, and in the end, Demu just managed to overwhelm him there. So many villager kills, and with that, game number 1 goes over to Demu.
Again, this is one of those matchups where you have the old versus the new, the old juggernaut, the Malians those are, against the new civilization, trying to dethrone them, trying to be a counter pick to the Malians, but things just didn't work out for Lash in the second part of this game. The build-up was just a lot more rapid from Demu, and Lash struggled to put out sufficient numbers to deal with this.
Exactly. Was still like a very, very good showing here for Jushi's Legacy, I feel like. Just that very fast Castle Age kind of play, and the execution on it looked very solid there for Lash. One thing, though, that I want to go over again, that Meditation Garden, that was sad. That was a sad one. Seeing 66 resources per minute on a Meditation Garden after having seen like up to 180 resources on one just the other day, definitely not the best Meditation Garden out there. The landmark has so much potential sometimes. I think you can definitely just walk out onto the map and drop it somewhere else with a single villager. It's definitely fine to do that because you can just you can rush it up so quickly with that faster creation speed from Jushi's Legacy.
And with that, we are getting ready for game number 2. It is going to be on Thickets, Japanese versus the Rus over here. Rus, of course, a juggernaut when it comes to hybrid maps, but Japanese, by no means a pushover. Discount on the fishing boats, potential for land aggression with, let's say, an Uma Bannerman as well. A lot of options available for the Japanese to take down the Rus here. This time around, it's going to be Demu with the new civilization and Lash with the old powerhouse.
Yeah, the Rus. We talked about it earlier. Probably one of the strongest civilizations on these hybrid maps. Now, Japanese, they're also no slouch there. They can go for a very, very fast feudal age. We've seen it earlier coming up from Myriad. You only need roughly 5 villagers on wood to be able to constantly produce fishing ships out of your docks because they only cost 45 wood each. And with that, it means that Japanese can go for very fast feudal age and be able to somewhat keep up with the very fast feudal ages that we see coming out of the Rus. Now, actually, a funny little interaction here that I'm just thinking about. The Japanese, they do want to go for the Koka Township with the Shinobis on hybrid maps. Now, the Rus, they already have their ships out that they can transform. So they're not really gonna be in danger of having their docks being blocked by sabotaging ninjas.
Yeah, I feel like if you would ask me for this specific map about the landmark choice for the Japanese, I'll probably lean towards the Kura storehouse, actually. Obviously, farms isn't going to be something that comes in as a thing of immediate impact, but we see this so many times. Early game, you lose most of your fishing eco, and if that's all the food eco you have, that's definitely a point of vulnerability. And
And
having those backup farms is definitely valuable, especially because this can allow you to have a bit more of a food income and allow you to potentially put up some land aggression, especially if the game goes a little longer, 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so. I think there is a better value coming out of the Kura storehouse.
yeah, and especially when you consider that you can, in theory, block the farms from the Kura storehouse in order to get it to give you wood earlier, rather than just making farms. So that's definitely an option. As soon as the Kura storehouse does not have any more room for farms, it's instead going to give you 75 wood per minute. So if you like block it with maybe, I don't know, even if you're desperate, you can make houses or maybe even some palisade walls. You can force it into giving you wood really early on into the game, and that definitely helps you on a hybrid map.
Oh, certainly. And in fact, I think that's the way that you should start with the Kura storehouse. Get that passive wood trickle, and whenever you feel like you're losing your fishing boats or you're depleting your berries, your sheep, that's where you can start deleting some of the walls that you block your Kura storehouse with to allow the farms to spawn.
Right. Looks like it's only going to be a little bit longer, 25 seconds on that countdown till we get into our game number 2. I gotta say, I'm very excited for this one. So we saw it earlier with the AU bits against the Rus. So now seeing the Rus against the Japanese, we kind of get like a feel of how the Rus match up against these newer civilizations that we got from the DLC.
Oh yeah, I think it's still going to be challenging to take good engagements against the Rus here, but we're gonna have to see what Demu has cooked up for us. Seed number 2 versus seed number 8. We are jumping into game number 2 here, Demu, with the 1-0 lead as we'll be heading to Thickets.
And here we go in the color orange, playing as the Japanese. We got Liquid Demu. On the opposite side, playing as the Rus in the color blue, we got Lash. And yeah, as you said, Thickets, we looked at it earlier in our matchup between Baltune and Myriad. Very cool new map in our Sultan's Ascent DLC. It's a little bit of a mix between the Baltic map, but it also has a little pond there in the middle with the Sacred Side and a boar as well. Definitely a very cool one. And look at that, we got the new biome as well. So a bunch of cherry trees all around. We might have had that one
love it.
earlier. I just didn't notice it earlier. We had
I
it.
think we had it once or twice, but I gotta say, this is one of my favorite biomes out there. It's just so lovely to look at.
Yeah, definitely very, very pretty. I also like the savanna biome. The savanna biome also, like the other biome, so pretty as well to look at. But yeah, looking at those cherry trees, at least give us something to look here in the early game, as the early game tends to play out relatively similar on water. Players are just going to be getting those fishing ships out. And as I mentioned earlier, Demu, he only has those 5 villagers out on wood. He doesn't really need any more in order to be able to constantly produce fishing ships. On the opposite side, the Rus, they also only go for 5 villagers on wood. Not because they need 5 villagers on wood to constantly produce fishing ships, but because they actually don't want to constantly produce fishing ships. They want to be able to go for a really, really quick feudal age and then transform their fishing ships into attack ships to be able to do some really early economy damage to their opponent.
Yeah, both of these civilizations are quick to feudal on hybrid maps where they go for docks. Rus, of course, getting the gold that they need for feudal age from bounty, and then, as you said, they are heavy on food so that they can get a quick feudal age. On the other side, Japanese don't have to invest that many villagers to have a consistent fishing boat production, so they can shift villagers to food in larger quantities, shift villagers to gold a little sooner, which means that they will also have a pretty quick feudal age time here. In fact, probably both of these players will be reaching feudal age at approximately the same time.
Now, this is very interesting. Demu switching additional villagers off of wood. So right now he's only got 2 villagers on wood, meaning that he will also idle out his stock in favor for a quicker feudal age now. What this means, though, is that he's going to be going for a build where he won't be able to afford any attack ships in the feudal age. Instead, he will be getting some shinobi out. But Shinobis, we mentioned earlier, they don't really do a ton against Rus.
Yeah, I'm unsure. Like, we talked about this prior to the game. Against the Rus, the Shinobi should not be able to accomplish much here. There seems to be much more legitimacy in using the Kura Storehouse as a proxy wood trickle unit, but it's Koka Township. I don't know, like, we might ignore something that Demu considers important here. But the only thing I can think about is potentially using the Shinobi to harass villagers instead of actually torching down docks.
We also get the Kremlin now out for Lash, and with that, he's going to have a very, very strong defensive landmark going for himself. Doesn't have any villagers on gold right now, meaning he will only be able to afford archer ships. Actually, he doesn't have enough villagers on... Then again, I want to say he doesn't have enough villagers on wood to be able to afford the archer ship. With the transformation, you do get a discount on your ships based on what you paid for the initial ships when you transform them as a Rus. So you should still be able to afford that archer ship immediately, but it's a very nice feudal age timing coming out here from Demu now.
Yeah, Kremlin versus Koka Township. Kremlin obviously is going to be a big thing protecting those lumberjacks, so really the only place where Demu could put pressure on Lash is going to be his gold mine. Feudal Age a little quicker here for Demu, but Lash is parking right there with his combat ship. And there's the first Shinobi. No conversion coming in for that Lloydia fishing boat, I think, just yet. Oh yeah, there it is.
There it is, exactly. And Demu, he doesn't have any ships yet. First ship is going to be in queue now. It's going to be an archer ship from him as well. That might be enough in order to deter the ship, but the 3 ships from Demu, he can just park them inside of his dock, so there's not going to really be an issue there. With that,
exactly
ships are going to fall back. Does Lash know about the Shinobi, though? He should. He should definitely anticipate the Shinobi coming over. He only has a fishing ship there, and with that... Oh, he put a ship in queue. He can't... Oh. And he's canceling that one.
There's the sabotage, though. And this could be big. I feel like Demu, especially in this early stage where you don't have that much firepower for each of these navies, he could even get close to this dock and try to deny this or deny the repairs with his own combat ships. He would take a lot of damage, but he would keep shutting this dock down.
Villager on gold might be a little bit exposed for Lash. With the Shinobi there, has to be really, really careful. The Shadow Step might be coming in here. Oh no, there's another dock. Does Demu see that? I think he sees it. The sabotage is coming in once again. Lash, he sent his boats away.
Villager he sent his boats away. Leave here.
Needs to cancel
Lord,
dock.
That is just so bad for Lash. Lash is pushing on water, but his docks keep getting denied. He's now rallying the militia, but those should not be able to do much against the Shinobi. Might buy some time for a second dock to go up, though.
Yeah, the militia are doing some work here, but the Shinobi shadow stepping onto the villager.
There it goes. Beautiful pick there by Demu. At the same time, Demu's own dock is being delayed over here. Might lose a couple of villagers as a consequence. Indeed, he lost one, and he's going to lose a second villager as well. Lash killed 4 eco in this game compared to Demu's 1.
Yeah, definitely got some value out of this, but the Shinobi, they might be... They're the kind of unit that can potentially checkmate you if you don't respect him enough. There we go. Villagers are getting pulled in order to get that dock up. He needs it as soon as possible.
Yeah, second
as long
dock
as it's
is
sabotage,
a must-have. And the
units.
first dock is already heavily damaged here.
Yeah. And the archer ship, it's going to get focused down now. I feel like he needs to repair that one with villagers. Oh, the Shinobi are coming in again. Villager has to be careful. It's getting taken down really, really quickly. And the other dog, it's just going to get sabotaged again.
Oh my lord, Demu's playing this one so well. And because the dogs keep getting sabotaged, you just don't have any ships here for Lash. Not a single demo that can deal with these war junks.
Yeah, even if he gets the demo ship out, there is an archer ship out for Demu that he can just pull. But this is still very, very annoying right now for Lash. He's floating a lot of wood that he's just not able to put into use right now. I think he might just need to get a couple of archers out right now. He can definitely afford it, just to make sure that on land he's going to be safe there. And even after that, he can just send the archers over to his opponent's wood line to get some damage in there. It's a difficult position for him to be in right now. Demo ship is now in. And the second Shinobi is going to get killed. With that, at least for now, there's not going to be any more Shinobi out for Demu.
One thing that Lash was able to accomplish is pick off a lot of these pricey units. Destroyed value 550 against 190 on the other side. Now the Demo is creeping in as well. Nice low micro there by Demu, trying to avoid the Demo hit. But his own galley is getting repelled, and the Demo ship is still a factor. Demo gets taken out before it connects to the war chunk, though. Looks like Lash is going to have to fall back over here for the time being. But at the very least, he now gets his docks operational, and those Shinobi, they are no longer a threat.
Yeah, another dock came out as well. Lash, he's got a fishing ship out. Making these fishing ships as a ruse, it's so pricey. You have to really be careful. They also take a long time, so they kind of block other ship production from your dock. Have to be really careful with that. And now he's lacking the wood to get another Springle ship out. He definitely needs at least 2 here to be able to take these archer ships out in time and make some give his demos the opportunity to shoot onto these Springle ships.
Demo
Now,
a little cornered over here. Demu doing a great job picking it off eventually. Takes quite some time until he actually the Demo connects.
Ship!
Demu going a little overzealous with his ships,
went-
just closed the
no.
distance, and he sunk his vessels this way.
What? A
I don't know if
misstep.
that was a misclick, or maybe he thought that the second volley from the galley is gonna connect. But it definitely felt like he anticipated the Demo ship to be picked off before he dove in. And the Demo wasn't picked off, eats a huge connection, and this actually swings this heavily in the favor of Lash. Because not only did Lash take a great engagement on water, he's got knights out there to start harassing with.
Yeah, Demu, he does scout out that stable, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's dropping a barracks right about now on his own side. But yeah, this definitely suddenly swings the tide of battle here for Lash in a very, very good way. With that, he's gonna be able to potentially force Demu off of water right now. Still doesn't have quite as many ships out as he needs. Demu right now, he's sitting on 700 wood per minute. Lash, he only has 500 wood per minute. Neither of these players so far have gotten Wheelbarrow or the double broadaxe upgrade.
Yeah, ships scattered a little here. Demo looking for a connection down south with no galley nearby to help out for Demu. But with the galley arriving, Lash is going to be forced back for the time being. He does have 2 knights on the field, though. And I think one of them is just about to hit the lumberjacks of Demu. That's exactly what could swing momentum even more so in the favor of Lash here. That's the second knight.
Also on the way.
Oh yeah, there it is.
There he is. Oh, he's going to the gold.
He doesn't have vision on the Vills, and I think Demu was able to pull them back. Kind of a missed opportunity here for Lash.
And now the barracks is getting rushed up by Demu. Unfortunate. If he just put it on attack move onto the gold, that would have definitely gotten him some value at least.
Demu is out of gold, and he's got lumberjacks exposed to the south as well. He had his lumberjacks split. To the north, there was a tower protecting them, not so much to the south, and this is going to be a lot of idle time. And Demu doesn't have additional gold to make new ships with.
But at the same time, attack on water happening as well. Both players have a relatively even mass on water. And the Knights are able to definitely get a good amount of value in. Demu behind all of this, he's once again pivoting into some Shinobi as well. Knight is gonna lose his life to the TC fire. Actually, does he survive? Oh, he barely survives. 1 health though. Even a villager is gonna be able to take him down now.
Yeah, calculated. It's actually the Shinobi chasing some of these Knights around. This is a great diversion by Lash. At the same time, he's looking to take a water engagement. Demu does have a respectable fleet though. He doesn't have any demos, but he does have a lot of archer ships to pick off the enemy demos with.
Yeah. Lash, he definitely needs at least 4 Springle ships. That's not the 4th one, just not there on the front. No demo ships out there right now for Demu. But with 4 to 5 demo ships, Springle ships, Lash should be able to push onto Demu's fleet, focus down the archer ships, and then just run in with the demolition ships here. Weak Knight is just going to be pathing by those villagers for now, still getting chased by those spearmen and the samurai. Oh, turns around a little bit too early. Loses his life for it. Right now, both players just massing up their units on water. Demu, he's floating a lot of wood right now. 900 wood in the bank. Might just want to drop a couple more... If he's able to drop a couple more docks on the pond in the middle, he can get the emplacements very quickly. He already has one dock with an emplacement there.
Yeah.
In a very nice position.
He was pushed away from gold, so that's why he's floating a lot of wood. He simply couldn't spend it on additional ships. But as you said, by dropping some additional docks and getting some emplacements on them, it becomes a legitimate tool of just maintaining control over the water. Much needed, that is, because right now he's outnumbered 7-4 when it comes to Springgold ships. 3 galleys on each side, but there are also 3 demos for Lash mixed in between the other vessels.
Engagement about to be happening. Lash has a very good number right now when it comes to the Springgold ships. Definitely enough in order to be able to take a fight here. An engagement is happening.
Springgold ships to push up and try to snipe the galleys from the back line before engaging with the demos. Demos coming in now, thinking twice about it. Galleys still firing from the back line, but Lash feels like he has the upper hand here in this fight. Takes out both galleys from the back line. Demos have no natural counter now. Demo coming in from the south, though. Beautiful hit by Demu. Still 2 more demos on the field for Lash, though. Splits are nice from Demu. Avoids both of these demos. And Demu, despite all those demos being out there for Lash, he keeps most of his fleet intact, forces Lash away.
And Demu got a nice... Oh! It's 2 ships. That was a good hit there by Demu. And with that, Lash he's going to have to fall back. Wait, did Lash actually... He converted his fishing ships into Springgold ships. That's why he suddenly had so many of them out. That's going to mean, though, that his economy... Actually, never mind. They're the other... They're still there. For a second, I thought he transformed them, but there are additional ones on the other deep-sea fish. Demo ship.
Looking for a connection here. Gets a decent hit on the opposing ship, but barely any damage done. Second demo also gets picked off, and Demu, he's been doing a masterful job avoiding those demos. But look at what Lash is doing behind this. This is all a diversion, as he's aiming to get to Castle Age here with the Abbey of the Trinity.
I don't know about this timing, because he might be losing water for it if he's going up. He was in a nice position on water, but now, not so much anymore. Is he going to be able to hold it now? Going to be the main question here. Demo ship is going to get sniped out by Demu, maybe, maybe not, maybe yes, is getting sniped out. And
Such
Demo
back and
ships
forth on the water, but as you said, this is a precarious window to age up in for Lash. He's outnumbered on the water, or at least so it seems, but Demu has no deep demos right now. He has 2 more in queue, he has just popped out 1, and this buys some time for Lash to get to Castle Age and get some critical upgrades going with the Castle Age advantage.
Lash just lost a bunch of fishing ships to a couple of demos there from Demu on the top side. Definitely gonna hurt his food economy now. He still has a good amount of food remaining, though. Interestingly enough, he's now going...
He actually moved onto the boar so that he can compensate for his lost fishing eco.
It's making archers now. I think some men-at-arms probably would have been better, but the archers definitely work well both against the shinobi and the spearmen that Demu has right now.
Yeah, speaking of which, Demu is actually very heavy onto the spearmen. He's just spamming them right now. At the same time, of course, Lash is going for some warrior monks, looking to get some relics for himself. Once again, naval fights break out. Demo is looking to flank from the north. Galleys do a good job picking them off 1 by 1. And then to the south, Springgold ships hold strong. Lash has taken a really good fight over here on the pond.
Oh, at the same time, though, Demu, tons of spearmen out there, and he's also going up with the floating gate now behind all of this. But it feels like he might be losing out on water now. Because Lash, he kept reinvesting on water. If he just gets the armor upgrade in, I think he's also going to be able to push onto these emplacement docks.
And don't forget, Lash is working his way towards relics as well. So there's more to this than just controlling the water. If this push stalls out for Demu, he's going to miss out on the majority of the relics. Lash is already out there with some knights, with some archers. And if he takes the pond in the middle, or the island that is, he even gets access to a second board.
Both demo ships do get sniped out there by Demu. Still no major upgrades yet on these military ships from Lash. Fighting right now with archer ships against the Springgold ships. Definitely has to think about that one again. Pulls back for now.
Yeah, Demu isn't bailing on the water just yet, and he's holding on, he's buying time for a floating gate. He's even fortifying a lot of the docks with the emplacements, just trying to make sure that Lash cannot fully push him off from the water.
Yeah, and that's going to help Demu out a lot whenever he's going to be falling back. A couple of the fishing ships here, though, are going to be going down. Good bit of damage coming out there. And now the floating gate is going to be coming in for Demu. Behind all of that, he also upgraded his Daimyo Palace to the 2nd tier. Has the option now to go for 3 Bannermen.
His fleet is underwhelming though, and looks like he's going to get repelled once again. Demu's get picked off way too early. Demu is definitely bailing on the water now, just looking at the numbers he has. Although he's grabbing some upgrades, he doesn't have consistent production on the water right now. Now he's outnumbered very heavily.
Armored Hull is going to be coming in. I mean, with all the dock emplacements he has, it's still going to be very hard for Lash to really push into this until he doesn't get Armored Hull for himself, and it's not in queue yet. I definitely would have expected to see Armored Hull here a little bit earlier, at least before he's opting for veterancy on his archers.
Yeah,
that's going to be what's coming in now.
And Demu still has a fishing eco here, so as much as Lash is pushing the water, Demu still has some fishing eco there, so there is definitely some value. At the same time, Lash is floating a ton of food here, 1900 food in the bank, just completely unused.
Yeah, I think that's why Men-at-Arms probably would have been a very good call for him. He definitely had a big window there in the castle age to just get a couple of barracks out and spam those Men-at-Arms out. Fight once again happening here. It's still within the range of an emplacement dock, which always makes it very, very difficult to take these engagements over a long period of time. Because Demu, he's just attacking and falling back every time.
Looks like Lash is going to have to bail on his fishing eco here. He's got a huge food bank, so losing a couple of fishing boats probably won't be catastrophic, but he won't even lose any, excluding one that got sniped down in the very last second. But look at the wood eco for Demu. His eco in general wasn't really fancy, apparently, and he's going to have to just retask all these lumberjacks to the north. Behind this, Lash is bringing back 2 relics only. He definitely was slowed down in his efforts to collect relics, though he wanted to take the ones from Demu's side, so the remaining 3 relics are all on the side of Lash.
Yeah, they've all been brought back a little bit every now and then, so he's just going to be able to collect them now. That's a ton of chips still out here from both players, but yeah, Lash, he's just floating so many resources, and now he's going to be going into Knights. I still think that Men-at-Arms would have just been better, because he could have had like 25 Men-at-Arms out right now. And pushing in with those, it's much easier, because the Spearmen from your opponent, they can't really do anything about that. For now, still some aggression happening on water. Nothing concise yet. Archers managed to take down some of the Spearmen here from Demu. And now Demu barely has any military
to get a tower up. He managed to get a tower up so he can protect his stone mine. And at this point, Spearman actually locking this relic away. Still only 2 relics for Lash. He's in the need of gold. Honestly, I'm unsure, Crackety. With all the food that he's floating, could you see Imperial Age being a thing here for him? I would think it's kind of suicidal in many ways, but I just don't see him using that food anywhere else.
The question is, what is he going to get from Imperial Age? Nothing.
Yeah, that's my problem too. Maybe, well, one thing you're getting is extremely long-range springles that have a massive bonus against ships in a very tight naval scenario.
You're also getting an upgrade.
Worth all the investment.
You're also getting an upgrade on your springle ships to be able to fire cannons instead of normal springle shots, which could help a lot. But these upgrades are very expensive, and now he's starting to spend his resource. Crossbowmen and knights coming out for him. That's going to be a very, very nice land army. Question is going to be, what about water? Because Demu is now starting to also mass up a big army over on water.
And Demu has walls to the south, makes it difficult for Lash to break into his base. Demu also expanded towards the 2nd town center, so he's going to start pulling ahead in terms of economy. And as you said, Demu is once again building up a fleet, and Lash kind of stalled out on water, at least for the time being. It's that land army that needs to connect, though. He's got 8 knights. He needs to find value for those.
Yeah, for sure. For now, he's just massing them up more and more. I could also see him trying to go for like a water fight with a transport ship to get these units out in the middle of Demu's base. It's very risky, because if that gets sniped, you're going to lose suddenly 16 units. But it's an option. Other than that, he would have to run across the top side in order to get a really good engagement there. And some fishing ships get taken down.
I still think that Springles would be a great asset here for either side, just helping out when it comes to taking out those ships. Looks like we will have a little skirmish here. The arrow ships of Demu are getting taken out, and Lash is waiting with the demos on the back line. He's trying to... Actually, he lost his demos previously. He has 4 in queue, but none on the field right now. So even if he takes out all these galleys on the front line, he doesn't have a demo to use. As I'm saying that they pop out of the docks, but they don't have much of a support. They will get picked apart by the galleys, or they should be picked apart. And indeed, most of them do.
Yeah, not a good trade here for Lash. There were still some archer ships remaining. His large military mass now, though, is starting to push over towards the side there from Demu. But it looks like Demu right now, he's invested heavily onto the water. And he really wants to push Lash off water right now. And it looks like it's working. Demu ship gets some really, really great connections there. Demolition ships from Lash, though, not so much. Not being microed.
Absolutely, it looks like Lash is getting pushed away, and he doesn't seem to have a lot of emplacements on those docks, so Demu can take this out. Demu is super heavy on the water. At the same time, Lash has a massive force on land, and that's no pushover. 13 men-at-arms, 17 knights, 20 archers with battering rams on the way. This could be a very nasty surprise for Demu.
Yeah, indeed. I'm wondering, what kind of level is his main TC at when it comes to Daimyo? Demu, he has enough resources. He has enough resource to go for the last level. With that, he's going to get the rocket attack. If that comes in, it's going to be very tough for Lash to get that TC down. Not that it's impossible, it only takes down one unit at a time. I mean, all the 3 landmarks are right there. I think if he gets like 5 rams out, he's going to be able to kill the TC before it's able to take down the rams. I think he can go for a landmark snipe here. I think that's the only chance after losing water for Lash to win the game.
I think he could have a window if he just wiped out in the entire eco from Demu. There are a lot of villagers completely undefended here. I think that's also reasonable, but I agree with you. I think he cannot really afford to drag this game out a lot because Demu with the water, he's going to get a lot of fishing eco from there. But this push needs to do something. Either kill a lot of villagers or take out landmarks, take out key buildings. Something has to happen here for Lash for him to have a chance in this game.
There we go. Lash is going for it. At the same time, Demu, he's getting the upgrade on his main TC. So that one's going to get 3,000 more health now. It's going to be a proper... It's going to be stronger than 2 keeps, basically, in one building. So that TC, it's going to be very strong behind that. Lots of Samurai coming out as well. Onabugeishas also in queue. It's going to be a tough hold.
Yeah,
also a tough push. I feel like... He's gonna need another ram.
Is such a weak unit when it comes to the raw HP, and look at what Lash is doing. He's actually focusing on the houses to try and pop cap Demu and prevent him from pumping out new units.
It's a good strategy, but you need to take that TC down. It's just so strong right now with these rocket attacks. You can't really push onto it. I still think that a landmark snipe is gonna be the best way here for him to be able to win the game. He just needs, like, he gets 3 more rams out. What is Demu gonna do right now?
Yeah,
because that's gonna put him on a timer.
Still. He's actually focusing the forge. That could be a lucky find though, because that is actually the landmark or the building that was constructing the second range defense upgrade for Demu. He actually gets denied of that upgrade with that ram taking out the forge.
Not just that, also had the Yorishiro inside of it, so Demu is gonna be losing out on 75 gold per minute there.
That's a big force for Demu though. 20 Samurai, 8 Onabugeisha. But Onabugeisha die very quickly to the archers, and the Samurai will get picked apart by crossbows. I don't think this is sufficient for Demu to fight just yet.
Archers in there as well, able to pick off all the newly produced units. I'm just not sure about the game plan right now from Lash. He needs to have a clear goal here.
I feel like he's trying to take critical infrastructure out. Going for a market to prevent the opponent from balancing eco, now going for the production buildings, and this is actually a good window. This is all the production that Demu has, and I don't think Demu can fight this just yet. He's going to try anyways, charging in with all the Samurai. He does have a Katana Bannerman out there, and the cavalry is kind of shifted to the north here. Not much front line in front of those archers. Men-at-Arms also have to stand and fight this one. This is now or never for Lash in this game, you feel, and I'm not exactly sure if he has everything that he needs to fight this anymore.
Onabugeisha doing a good amount of damage here. Demu trying to surround the military from Lash. Good military numbers from him. Warrior Monk buff helps out quite a bit with the front line, but a lot of the crossbowmen have been taken out. And there's just not many units remaining right now for Lash.
Oh man,
Neither
they
for
weren't
Demu,
focusing on Abogeisha. The archers have been shooting at Samurai for quite some time.
Yeah,
and
it
that just
takes a
makes
while.
this engagement a lot worse for Lash. He has a second wave somewhere, but you feel like he just lost the juice here. He forfeit water for this counterattack to work, and now this counterattack has stalled out. We're looking at 76 army against 33. 115 population for Lash against 176 from Demu.
Now, most of that military is out on the water still for Demu. It's not the end of the world right now. Lash still has the chance here if he's able to get a keep up on the golds, on the large gold veins. He's going to be able to potentially starve Demu out of gold in this map.
It's such a difficult position for Lash to be in now, because now Demu has all the forces on land he needs to secure some additional ground. He's walled on both sides, so he won't really be raided. This is what I was missing for quite some time for Lash. A Springald to start picking off ships with. It comes in too late though. His docks are gone, his position on the pond is gone, and I feel like now he's playing from a position of weakness.
And behind that, he's got a small military force there. But I don't think it's going to be enough right now. He's also not really scouting. There's no scout nearby. With the stealth forest, he doesn't even know that there's infrastructure there or villages there that he can harass. He's just idly walking around there right now. I'm not quite sure what exactly he is going for behind all of this. He has enough resource for a keep here at some point.
He can still play gold denial, especially because he has secured the northern large gold deposit, and to the south, it's him who's mining it. So he should know that Demu doesn't have a lot of gold remaining. And don't forget, we do have 4 relics for Lash, just 1 for Demu. Demu is looking to secure... Oh, Demu's looking to take this dock out here, but with the Springolds, Lash is going to be able to focus these down, and he does have a dock once again. I think Lash might be coming back into this one, simply
Are you
because
sure?
he's going to be able to slow down. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but at the same time, Lash's economy, it's getting raided heavily on the other side there.
Oh my lord!
Keep is getting
Demu
rushed
got
up
through
now.
the walls. There was a second layer even for Lash, but Lash wasn't able to get that going. Now he's going to lose all the villagers. Forget what I just said. I did not expect Demu to be able to break into Lash's base like this. Now this is catastrophic for Lash.
Yeah, a lot of villagers going down there. The Abogeisha just being so quick. Lash having most of his units on the other side of the map, trying to go for a push there. But he's losing so many villagers in return, down to 65 now. Cancel the outpost now, you almost had it down. Oh my god, he's losing so many units there. 62 villagers now. So far, 46 economy units have been killed. Now the military arrives, but the damage has been done. And behind that, Demu, he's got a really, really strong food economy right now. Lash does not.
Lash has no food economy, no wood economy. He's down by 40 workers in this game. And you feel like this is just death by 1,000 cuts at this point. Lash has taken too many punches in the face in this game to be able to come back from it unless he pulls off a miracle. He has lost the water, now he's lost a lot of his land-based eco as well. And Demu is now rolling. He's got Samurai out there, he's got 44 on Abogeisha. Fast-moving unit, exceptional when it comes to raiding. Exactly what he needs to just wipe out the remainder of Lash's eco.
With that Katana Bannerman, 6 Katana Bannermen in that army, that buff is never gonna run out. Also means that these Abogeishas are getting +4 melee damage. And with their attack speed, 0.9 seconds in between every attack, they're attacking so rapidly with range as well from multiple rows. There are really, really fierce units in these kind of like melee skirmishes that Demu is kind of forcing here now. Lash has 4,000 gold.
Oh. And it's Imperial Age coming in for Demu. He's not gonna mess around. He's going up with the Tanegashima Gunsmith as well. I feel like when Lash sees that, he knows that it must be over. Demu is gonna have attack advantage. He does have the pond. And there's a massive force coming in from the north. Something that Lash probably cannot deal with.
Lash just bought 2,400 food. He bought it.
Lord! I mean, Streltsy with a reasonable frontline would be great against all this infantry. I just don't think he has enough time to get to Imperial even. In fact, this is gonna be a position of weakness as he's aging up, getting attacked by Demu.
He's on 125 pop compared to 180 right now, and Demu, he's getting immediate access to the Osutsu as well. Osutsu probably one of the strongest late game units in the game right now. He's also getting some Okay, he's getting some of the cannon ships out for the Japanese. Last time I saw them, though, those were pretty underwhelming.
Oh, the Atakabune will be on the way, but they won't be the ones stealing the show in this one. It's the land army for Demu, though it does get cleaned up by Lash. Don't forget, Onapu Geisha are very fragile, and in this engagement, looks like the Man-at-Arms outlasted them. And down south, Lash has actually taken away most of the gold here from Demu's side. Demu is just now going to find out that the gold has been taken. Lash, though, he has taken a massive beating here, and this would need to be an awfully long game for him to be able to come back into this one.
He's now also reaching the Imperial Age, but no food economy, no wood economy. It's just not a position of strength, as you said earlier. Meanwhile, Demu, he's getting a collective 4,500 resources per minute. Lash, on the other side, he's struggling to get 2,000.
Yeah, I really feel like the only way that we are going to see Lash prevail in this game is through gold denial. However, Demu is now securing the large gold deposit to the north, so even the chances of that happening are extremely slim.
Further raids coming in here now from Demu. Lash notices, pulls the villagers inside. This still doesn't feel like a great position to be in right now. The Atakabune, they don't really do too much damage. They fire as fast and as many projectiles as a normal cannon ship, but for some reason the rockets only do half the damage.
Yeah, it felt a little underwhelming, you know, just army casually facing off against that ship without taking any major damage. Lash is losing way more villagers though, and the concern for him is that he's actually dropping population instead of increasing. If he was increasing in population, you could say maybe there is a glimpse of hope, but he went from like 120 population to 90. He's sitting at 50 villagers. His position is getting weaker and weaker instead of being stronger and stronger.
And feels like Demu, he just needs one large push here in order to finish this game out. Lash is now getting some Streltsy out, but with what economy are you going to keep making them? He's also been cut off now from both the large gold mains, or at least what's remaining of them. So he's not going to be getting a lot more gold here in this game. And it feels like this is just a matter of time now until Demu's going to be able to finish Lash off.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think the path to recovery is so long for Lash that Demu simply won't give him that much time. If Lash had 5 TCs, I would say, okay, maybe he can recover his villager count, but it just comes in a little too late. He's got 2 TCs, 500 food per minute. He's been cut off from this gold mine to the south, and Demu has walled off the gold to the north. So the only gold source that is going to be consistent in the long run for Lash is going to be the relics. His food eco is feeble. I think he has gotten the demo ship deck though. He's probably trying to make a comeback on water. I just feel like the value of water is just way too little at this point.
And behind all of that, Demu, he's also got the Isutsu out. And those are very, very strong. 10 Isutsu in the front line. They do a ton of damage to buildings. There we go.
Well, you're going to see that in a second. Although, that's a little cheating because they're on top of walls, so they get some bonus damage as well. But anyway, yeah, as you said, Wazutsu, Mangonels, they'll just break through here. Frankly, even if Lash had 5 keeps behind this, it wouldn't matter. Because as long as Demu has the pond, he can transport these units through as well. It's not gonna matter though. It's a massive force, 83 army against 36 only. And only 7 Streltsy for Lash.
Yeah, this feels over at this point in time. Now, Demu, he's got a lot of villagers over there on the gold. I feel like if Lash managed to keep the gold control, he would have probably still been in a very good spot to potentially staff out Demu. But then, with all the villager losses combined, it just got a little bit too much there. And now, the army from Lash is going to fall likely here. TC goes down. Keep is going to go down to the Sutsu as well. Military forces shots. Too many here from Demu right now. Oh, AoE attack on the archers, potentially. Yeah, they're all going down. And with that, GG gets called a close one. Definitely multiple times where it looked like Lash had the game put in the bag, potentially. But Demu going for the late game, managing to hold out, and then the Usutsu just being there. And the raids. It was the raids. Like, Lash losing probably, what was it, like 60 villagers there in roughly 5 minutes of time. kind of doomed him on land as well.
Yeah, certainly. I feel like Lash had his windows, but there was one key decision in the middle of the game that essentially decided who gets to take this game. Demu committed very heavily to the water. Lash decided to commit very heavily onto land. But Lash's land push kind of stalled out. Demu had his time to build up his numbers and take a decisive fight. And Lash was never able to recover from the fact that he forfeit the pond. And at the same time, he was on 1 TC for the entire game, essentially. Never really was able to build up that juggernaut eco that Demu was able to.
Exactly. We can see it here in the villager count after losing water. Like the military count here looked so good. I feel like at one point, like if it was just like 5 rams that Lash had and he went for a landmark victory, he could have probably killed the landmarks before Demu managed to mess up such a big army. Because we can see here when it spiked, before it spiked, Demu barely had any military out on land. If Lash managed to end the game there, he would have won because he ended the game there at that point in time. But we can already take a look now at what is going to be our third game in the set now. We're going to be looking over at Himeyama, another one of the new maps here in the Sultan's Ascent. I'm a big fan of Himeyama. It's very cool. You get like this little pond in the middle. Players start out on a little bit of a hill, and you get like these couple little wood lines around your base, and it's a very pretty map. It's a very, very pretty map, and you also got this pond in the middle. It's all very cinematic, and it's a very beautiful map. Very beautiful map. Gameplay is also very fun on it, and we're going to be seeing English from Demu against Jeanne d'Arc. That's going to be the first time we see Jeanne d'Arc today.
Classic historical matchup, so to say. Jeanne d'Arc facing off against the English. The last time I checked history books, that did not happen on Himeyama. But anyway, again, we have this matchup where you have an old school powerhouse civilization facing off against the new kid on the block. Jeanne d'Arc, of course, one of the more oppressive new civilizations. On the other side, though, you have Demu's English, which is no pushover. And we've seen English prevail in similarly styled maps in tournaments before. Talk about Canal, for instance, and how effective English were there. The fact that you have these villagers that can fire their bows in Dark Age allows you to dictate tempo of Dark Age. Of course, you can also mix in some men-at-arms if you really want to. But I feel like it's Demu who's going to be able to secure the pond here in Dark Age, and that's where things will begin going into Feudal. So I feel like for Lash, the first major decision point is going to be, what are we doing in Feudal? Because I feel like Dark Age is pretty well defined here.
Yeah, I'm wondering right now if like English seems like a pretty good civilization in theory to be able to deny boars from Jeanne d'Arc. If you go for like a correct timing, you can have your barracks up at the same time that you get your feudal age in. You can immediately get just a couple of longbowmen out and some spearmen. I think like 3 spearmen, 3 longbowmen are probably going to be enough to move out immediately because there's not going to be more than 3 knights coming out from Jeanne d'Arc. More than 2 knights coming out from Jeanne d'Arc immediately that she goes out with. I'm not sure exactly how the numbers add up. I've not played this matchup before. I've not seen it before. I'm not sure how the numbers are going to work out. If English can deny the boars from Jeanne d'Arc, then English is going to be in a very good position. But if Jeanne, at the same time, that's like the main weakness of English, moving out too early. This is tough. I think maybe this is going to be a matchup that's favored for Jeanne d'Arc. Just looking at the different timings in my head right now, I think this is probably going to be a matchup where Jeanne is going to be favored. Also, main weakness from English is just when they move out, they're very easily caught out because the army is so slow. That's exactly the strengths for Jeanne d'Arc because she has a lot of base movement speed in her melee form. And yeah, I think this should be a favorite matchup here for Jeanne.
I agree. I think the issue is that English will be lacking mobility on what is a very open map. So even if this was French versus English, I would probably say I like French more here. And Jeanne d'Arc is just a boosted version of the French in many ways. As you said, it's going to be difficult to deny the boars from her. And once we have the boars, once we have that second or even third level of Jeanne, she gets very powerful. But more importantly, I feel the consecration and the ability to get knights out for a very low cost is going to be immensely valuable on such an open map. And I could see the English struggling against keeping track of all these knights raiding the eco.
It's not just the knights. You also get this boost on siege units as well in the later stages of the game. Getting that bonus on siege units means that you can get a lot of mangonels out against a civilization like the English. That's going to be a very strong option. And we're about to go into our game number 3 now. Here we go. In the color orange, we got Demu playing as the English, and on the opposite side, we got Lash playing as Jeanne d'Arc. This is going to be on Himeyama, one of the new maps that we've got in the Sultan's Ascent DLC. Starting off, we got Jeanne building her house, building her lumber camp, starting off as a peasant.
Indeed, Jeanne d'Arc, brand new French variant civilization out here. You do get a construction speed bonus when you build buildings with Jeanne. So that's the concept about her building the house and the landmark, or not just the house, the landmark, but of course the mining camp as well. And we are going to see her building the landmark as well, especially because that also gives her a bunch of extra XP.
Yeah, and getting experience, very, very important for Jeanne, as she's going to be able to level up. You're going to be able to choose what path she will take, if she's going to be a woman-at-arms or a ranger. Going to be going out for a ranged attack or a melee attack. But look at that, we got Demu going out for an early dock here. That's interesting, because this is going to, I think, delay his age up at least a little bit. This might mean that Lash could be in a very good position when it comes to harassing with his knight and getting control over the boars. And the boars are actually very important with Jeanne d'Arc, because once she reaches level 2, she's going to need 500 experience to go to her level 3 form. And the boars are going to be giving her 50 experience each. So you're going to be getting a ton of experience from that. It's basically 1/5 that you need to go up to the next level. So getting those, you definitely want to deny these if you are playing against her. It's going to be finding that dock now. Scout is going to be running over there. He's going to be moving out to gold as well.
Yep. Fairly standard start so far for Demu. Very similar to what you would see from an English player on a map like Canal, let's say. Honestly, it's kind of this setup for any of these maps where you have a tiny pond to work on. You have the English and the villagers being able to push away enemy villagers with their bows, so you will always be the player that gets the pond guaranteed for himself.
Indeed, those short bows, very dangerous in those villagers on villager kind of fights. But now the School of Cavalry is being built by Lash with 2 villagers, one of them being Jeanne d'Arc. Also spots out a couple of wolves there. Wolves also give you 12 experience each with Jeanne d'Arc. So definitely going to be a potential target here for Lash.
Yeah, School of Cavalry on the way. It's only being built by 2 villagers, but that's a little deceiving, given that one of those is Jeanne d'Arc, so you actually get more villagers worth of building power. Plus, of course, you also have the extra XP coming in for Jeanne. I think we can actually see that in the spectator mode if we are on the perspective of the Jeanne d'Arc player.
Yeah, there should be coming some force up. There we go. Every couple seconds, she gets 4 experience for building these buildings. And yeah, usually shortly after getting that landmark up, Jeanne d'Arc usually reaches that level 2. Recently, we've seen a lot of players go for the melee version of Jeanne d'Arc. I'm not sure if maybe in this matchup it's probably better to go for the ranged version. Not just because you're not going to be able to get sniped out as easily, but also because the ranged version has a very strong single target attack, which might make more sense against the English when they go for like these men-at-arms, really heavily armored kind of units that you might want to focus out.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think the big thing here is that if you go for the melee version of Jeanne and you're facing a bunch of longbows, once you get to a critical mass of longbows, they'll just one-shot Jeanne, and she's way too valuable to lose early on. So there could be indeed a lot of legitimacy in going for the archer version of Jeanne. But we'll have to see that in a second. First night on the wait for Lash, as you would expect. In Council Hall on the other side for Demu, no surprise on that front. Demu is also interested in what pathway Jeanne is going to go, apparently. Active with the scout in front of the enemy base, we'll see the first knight coming out.
Yeah, you definitely want to know which direction Jeanne is going to be going as well. If it's going to be the top side with the boar or the bottom side with the boar, if you want to deny that. Council Hall is coming out now, so it looks like... Okay, now he knows that it's gonna be the top side of the board that she's going for. And we can also see here that the melee version has been chosen.
Indeed, this is going to be scouted by Demu as well. Knight will spot the scout, so the scout is going to get forced away. Looks like Demu won't be able to deny Jean taking that boar. And it is just going to be the most standard composition that you can play as the English. Spearmen, longbows, as old-fashioned as it gets.
I'm just gonna have to be careful now that he chose the melee path. If he's getting to level 3, he's gonna be in a fine position. Because with level 3, Jean d'Arc is gonna be taking 50% less damage from ranged units, which is gonna help a lot against these longbowmen. Until then, though, it's gonna be very easy to snipe her out with those longbows. Lash once again just looks at where these wolves are, rounds them up nicely here for Jean. And as soon as she gets over there, that's gonna be a ton of experience for her.
Oh, that's so lovely. 3 wolves out there, a lot of experience. And, you know, it's not just about this woman-at-arms setup that we have for Jean. It's also that once she gets level 3, the knight version, that's where she gets really terrifying.
Indeed, once she gets the knight version, she can also summon units out of thin air. And those aren't just going to be normal units. They're going to be castle age level units immediately with a lot of armor on them. Makes it very, very difficult if you're still in feudal age to fight against them. 3 knights out already, has a good army. Demu made a good amount of walls early on here, which is going to be very strong against these knights. Means that Lash is going to most likely not be able to really harass these villagers on gold at least. And Demu's also protecting his villagers over on the wood line with his longbowmen. Fishing ships here might be in a little bit of trouble. Now, in theory, you also getting bonus experience from taking down buildings. It's equal to 10% of the cost of a building you'll be getting as resources. So taking the stock out is going to be granting Jean 15 experience.
Feels like Lash just wants to bait Demu out of his base and force a fight on open field. Demu isn't really taking the bait right now. He's going to fall back to the safety of his base. Does have these lovely walls positioned, as we do have a knight waiting in here. Does not find a single villager kill. But these walls that we have set up here for Demu, we are seeing this over and over again from players. Now that the walls actually snap to resource deposits like gold mines, you can physically block knights from harassing your gold miners. And that makes it a lot more difficult for Lash to find exposed villagers in the base of Demu.
Doc is soon going to be set on fire here. Demu is once again pulling his units in order to deal with that. Let's have a good amount of units out. Army value, though, in favor of Lash. But there's no Pierce armor upgrade yet, so these longbowmen can still do a lot of damage, and Jean has to be careful here. She is going to be very, very fast in comparison to these longbowmen. Able to pack her stuff and leave there for now. But now the military units from Demu, they've been pulled forward, so this is probably a timing window that Lash could use to make use of his knights here and try to harass the woodline once again. If he goes for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that was literally the end of my sentence. So yeah, if he goes for it, but it doesn't look like he's going for it right now. He's hovering around the deer. Now, usually that makes sense against other civilizations that want to go out on the deer. But English, probably one of the only civilizations in the game that are perfectly content with just staying inside of their base and making farms. With that gigantic bonus on their farms, not just with gathering speed, but also when it comes to the cost, only paying half price for their farms. It's going to mean that Lash is not really going to be able to get anything from waiting there with those knights for now.
Indeed, for now, he just has a little map control. That's basically it. He's mixing in some archers himself. Demu's still on just longbows and spears. It's a very OG setup that we have here when you look at this French versus English meta, I guess. 1 DC from both sides, English with longbow spear, on the other side, knights and archers from the French variant civilization. This is kind of what we've seen in the very first days of competitive Age of Empires back 2 years ago. Just single TC builds, slow eco build up with some poking and prodding, especially by the French player.
Some knights go around the side. Longbowmen already waiting for them. Pierce armor has already come in. Pierce damage as well, though, for Demu, so those negate each other. Oh, knights still in range of the longbowmen. Might lose a knight here now. Doesn't pay attention to it from the looks of it. Only now notices. Knight is falling back, but that one is still going to get sniped out. Now, those are heavy losses. That's 480 resources going down there. And the dock likely going down here as well. That's going to be a lot of experience for Jean. The fishing
Here's
ships as
Demo
well.
queued up, but it's too late.
It's so late, and with that experience going over to Jean. 7 for each fishing ship as well. Did the other boar get taken down already? I don't think I saw Jean walking all the way down to the other boar on the map.
Me neither. I don't think she did. One thing that Lash is doing is, indeed, the war is still intact. One thing that Lash is doing is expanding towards the hunt, grabbing survival techniques. Something that Demu isn't really allowed to do right now, although he's breaking out of his base as we speak. And that's a scary force of longbows and spears, especially when you consider that Lash kind of lost a couple of knights. He's only down to 9 of them. You can potentially pick off Sean from a distance with the longbows, and this could be a great fight here for Demu, I feel.
Maybe, but at the same time, you kind of want to take any fight that you can with Jean. Not if she gets sniped out, though. Have to be really careful with that. Jean at the brink of
away with just a tiny bit of HP, but at the same time, Lash has to forfeit a bunch of units to get away from this fight. Loses all the archers that he had, and right now he's got no tools to deal with those spearmen.
Yeah, usually you want to take a fight with Jean. You want to trade fights as well. But against the English, with the 7 tiles of range on the longbowmen, it is so tough to stay in range of the experience gain with Jean. Very, very tough position now for Lash. He's got knights remaining, but there's a lot of spearmen out. Wait, did she fall? Oh, never mind. It was Consecration going up there with the sound effect. If she gets to level 3, she's going to be in a fine position because she's going to take much less damage from ranged units. But until then, she's going to be in a tough position. I think she's probably not too far off from the next level, just based on how much experience she's been able to get here so far. But she's still not quite there yet. As soon as she gets to level 3, she's going to be able to take these fights together with the knights.
And it's the consecrated stable that is now under attack, and if Demu can get those spearmen close and start torching it, that is going to be painful for Lash, who's low on gold, has a lot of food to work with, no wood though, and he still only has 2 archers on the field. Has to send all of his knights to counterattack potentially, because he cannot take this fight directly.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough engagement here. I'm not sure how much experience is remaining for him until he's able to get to that level 3. That's like the main thing that he's waiting for right now. Yeah, it looks like that stable is most likely going to get taken down now. Still a lot of knights remaining here for Lash. As soon as he gets at level 3, he just has to take some fights here.
Lash is grabbing the ranged attack upgrade when he only has 4 archers on the field. Feels like the return of investment just won't be there for that upgrade, or at least not for the time being. He kind of needs every bit that he can grab, but I feel like his archers in such low quantities will simply be non-factors.
It's a very, very tough position for him to be in right now. These longbowmen, they do a ton of damage to these knights as well.
And Demu's bailing. I think Demu wants to go castle here. He's falling all the way back home.
It's getting there.
Has a lot of food and gold banked up and will try to take this fight in a choke point. Army split up a little here. Bit of a miss micro there by Demu. Jean back to full HP. Longbows cannot get the snipe over there. And the spearmen, many of them got picked off by the knights. Now Jean is charging in. And I think Jean is gonna get taken out.
Level 3 and
Lord,
the longbows go down.
Level up comes in just in time.
And now the men-at-arms as well. They arrive, Jean's champions. But now Lash has to engage. He's pulling back. He can't pull back. Now he has to engage. As soon as level 3 hits, that's when you gotta all in.
Oh my lord. Jean was so close to being picked off
and
numerous times.
Ah, no, like, the timing.
Oh man. I mean, Jean was so close to being picked off, and she leveled up in the exact moment to prevent her from being picked off. Now she's level 3. She mixed in some of her champions, which are men-at-arms style unit. It's gonna be great against everything that Demu has. And Demu, he's concerned about a counterattack here. He's aging up with the White Tower, despite being on 1 TC.
Yeah, and the White Tower, I mean, it's gonna help him a lot here in the long term in the game. Just being able to defend all of these farms in the middle of his base and having like the double production immediately means that in theory he's up to like 4 production buildings right now for ranged units that he can make from. So you can get like a ton of crossbowmen out immediately to be able to deal with the army that Lash is right now. Lash keeps making more and more knights for now. But the crossbowmen are going to be starting to come out on the field very, very quickly.
Yeah, crossbows on the way, thanks to the White Tower. Goldmine is being denied from Demu, though. And his farms are also rather exposed. It's 80 knights against right now just a single crossbow, but you do have the network of castles aura as well. Looks like Lash wants to dive this one. He does have Jeanne d'Arc at full HP, but he thinks twice upon seeing the White Tower plus all these longbows. Heavy commitment to Spearman coming in as well from Demu.
A lot of the landmark sizes have been adjusted with the last upgrade. That White Tower looks quite a bit bigger than it used to be.
Army value is still heavily in the favor of Lash, 5,010 compared to 2,200. But he still doesn't have many Thors or many units that can deal with these spears. His archers are just now coming in the second wave. And he's more importantly facing some walls over here. Walls that he's gonna have to get through in order to hit the eco.
Veterancy on these longbowmen means they also do a lot more damage compared to normal archers now from the feudal age, meaning they do a lot of damage against these knights. Now the veterancy on the spearmen has come in as well.
Yeah, network of citadels, of course, a big factor too. And a lot of these knights are heavily damaged. Demu looking to pick off the champions here. And as you kind of highlighted, these veteran longbows do a lot of damage on those knights. Lash cannot really engage this anymore. In fact, he's piling up resources for Castle Age himself.
Yeah, I mean, the economy count right now is similar. And I think Lash, even if he's not got a farm transition going right now, he can still get a great timing in the Castle Age with the consecration on all of his buildings and just paying less for his units. There's still an opportunity for him here in the Castle Age. Just needs to get there for now. He still has a great army value right now, 5,140 on the army value. If he's able to go up with the institution landmark, with the Royal Institute, he's going to be able to upgrade the Royal Biology, Royal Bloodlines on his units, and with that, his knights are going to have even more value added to them. They're going to pretty much double their HP.
12 villagers on the Royal Institute. He also has chivalry, so he's healing this army back up. And when this landmark completes, and when he gets Royal Bloodlines, this army is going to be terrifying. Candled Settles, Royal Bloodlines, buffed by Jeanne d'Arc. All of these knights full HP. And also these knights come at a food discount thanks to the consecration ability coming from Jeanne d'Arc.
Yep. Having to pay less for your units, even in feudal age. It's a very nice bonus for Jeanne. And with the Royal Institute, she can also upgrade that buff to not just discount food, but also wood and gold. And with that, those knights, they're only going to cost 180 resources total. That's as much as a sofa usually costs. Now Age Up comes in. Veterancy on the knights and the archers follows immediately. As well as the Pierce Armor upgrade. Demu behind all of this also. Not idling, getting relics out on the map.
And he's walling. That's so important in this scenario. He has a very slow-moving army of spearmen, longbows, and crossbows. And Demu would just be abused with all these knight raids if he didn't wall. So by walling, he's going to prevent Lash from detaching some of his knights and just stretching out all the defenses. I think it's a much-needed addition for his game plan right now.
So far, looking at the economy, Lash is leading in most of these aspects right now. More food per minute, more gold per minute. Wood, not as much, but overall, leading in the income. That is only going to be as long as these natural resources, the deer, the boar, are going to be remaining on the map. So he's definitely on timer. If he's not able to close the game out within the next 6 minutes, once those natural resources start to disappear out of the map, it's going to be very difficult for him. Now, Jeanne, there's still one more level left to unlock on her. If he's able to get there to level 4, he's going to be able to get bombard cannons from her. And having bombard cannons in the Castle Age can also be very, very strong here. He can't take the fight yet. Royal Bloodlines has not come in yet, so has to be careful with not to take this fight. Shouldn't take this fight.
Crossbows from Demu. He does have network of castles here, and this is a premature fight for Lash here, engaging into an overwhelming force of crossbowmen, spearmen, also close the distance. And these Knights are getting picked apart as the Royal Bloodlines upgrade is coming in. This feels like a very premature fight here for Lash.
Still seems to be winning it. Could have won it even more convincingly, though. Destruction value. It's still in favor of Demu there, but yeah, that was a very premature fight there. Not waiting for that Royal Bloodlines. It's still only halfway done.
He still took a better fight than I anticipated him would. Partly because Demu is lacking both the melee attack and melee defense upgrades, so his Spearman died pretty quickly. In general, his Spearman did a lot less damage against those Knights than they could have had. But yeah, as you kind of highlighted, Lash probably could have lost a lot less if he waited a little bit more for that upgrade to come in.
Army value still looking great for him, and the units will regenerate. But you have to be so careful when you Lash right now. Not sure how much experience is remaining for John, but it's a big jump from level 3 to level 4. I think it's like 1500 experience that you need compared to 500 to level 3. So it definitely will take him a while. Outpost here might get taken down. Archers are going to be trading against the Longbowmen and the Crossbows. Probably not the best fight here, considering that Demu has the Network of Citadels upgrade. Has a lot more attack speed on those units.
Lash probably tried to pick off some of the Crossbows before the Knights engage, but he wasn't really able to. And once again, Demu holds strong here. Lash has lost a lot of Knights, but he still has 21 of them on the field.
Company Ordnance also coming in now. With that, the Knights' costs are going to be further decreased from the Royal Institute. Wait, is he getting that from a blacksmith?
The cost on those Knights is going to be laughably low, to be honest, with all these upgrades in.
Lash is getting the upgrade from the blacksmith instead of the Royal Institute, so he's not getting the full discount from it. You get it way cheaper from the Landmark.
Probably a slight mistake there for Lash, but what matters is that he does get this discount, and what also matters is that Demu wanted to go for the hunt. Actually, beg your pardon, that is Lash moving out for Demu's hunt. The health bar was blue. So Lash needs some more food. He's going to take the hunt from Demu's side.
Yeah, with this many Knights, I feel like Lash is getting to the point where he can just dive even under the White Tower. It's a lot of them. Actually, you don't really want to dive in these choke points, but you should probably just run around the base from Demu. Actually, Demu behind all of this, let's take a look at his base. He's added 2 additional TCs behind all of this.
Yeah, these are recent. He only has a 6 villagers lead, but he probably felt like he can never move out of his base, at least not for the next 10 minutes or so. He didn't want to risk it, but he's got strong defenses and he's going to use that to pull ahead in eco. Also gets a couple of valuable picks here on these villagers. Let's not forget, Lash, he's going to have to make a farm transition at some point, and that is going to put him into a position of weakness.
Stone walls also coming in here now. Right when Lash wanted to push through.
Oh yeah, they are a little too late.
Aren't getting finished. It's a ton of Knights here now. Demu also has a good amount of Spearmen. Is that gonna be enough?
The wall is half complete though, so technically Demu can position his crossbows and longbows on top of the wall to prevent the Knights from being able to hit them now. He won't do this because Lash is pulling back, but the option was there for him. And behind this, Demu is booming away with this game. Lash looks like he's going to dive once again to the south. He's going very impressive here.
Fight is happening this time around. Archers picking off the Spearmen now. And now the Knights are running in.
This might be too much though. That's way too many spears, way too many crossbows. Lash is doing the right thing though, because he's using this as a diversion, allowing the second wave from the front to do some eco damage. Still, Demu is holding strong though. He needs those stone walls completed if he wants to feel safe though.
Yeah, there's not a ton of eco damage being done right now. There's a single Knight also doing damage here. Melee AoE attack from Jean coming out right now, doing damage, healing as well in there.
But the spears, with the network of Citadel's aura plus the crossbow support, they just eviscerated all the cavalry, and in a blink of an eye, Demu just annihilated this attacking force. 11,000 resources worth of value destroyed against 7,000 lost, in a game where Demu also has 2 additional town centers compared to his counterpart.
Yeah, I think at some point Lash definitely needs to go into siege, and there we go, Mangonels now being produced by Lash. The issue is though that Demu, with that White Tower, has the option to produce siege very quickly as well. Basically that one acting as two siege workshops there that he can make Springles from in order to defend himself. Stonewall's
Oh, you
also
certainly
getting
can.
finished now.
Yeah, stone walls, they are not close to completion at every single part, but they should be finished by the time the archers arrive to deny this. So Lash can no longer aggress this angle. Demu does have issues with gold control though. This gold mine has been harassed repeatedly throughout this game. Same can be said about these farms here on the front line.
Indeed. And there's been a lot of engagement so far in this game. I'm not sure how long Jean is away from level 4. That is going to come in eventually. So we see a lot of experience coming in here every now and then. Fight happening now. Units going down, experience being gained. At the same time.
Suboptimal engagements for Lash, you feel, though. Network of castles, crossbows going a little overzealous here.
Lots of units getting taken down.
Oh, that might have been a misclick from Demu, but boy, oh boy, was it a catastrophic one. Losing way too many crossbows to that swing of the sword.
Yeah, indeed, a lot of units just went down there, but at the same time, it looks like Lash is also potentially losing some villagers at the top side of the map to some crossbowmen and spearmen running around there from Demu.
Still a neck-and-neck game here.
Part.
Lash has got a strong position here. Springle is doing their best to keep any siege away. Knights are breaking in, though. Spearmen, for now, there to hold. This raid is so annoying for Lash, though.
Oh no, the villagers, they were just running back in. Mangonel is making its way forward. Jeanne d'Arc also moving forward, gets the melee attack out, but not a lot of HP remaining on her. Might get taken down quickly here. And with that, Jeanne for the first time in this game, going down.
Oh my lord, beautiful Mangonel shot at the same time, landing one on top of Demu's forces. Oh, this is just chaos all over. Both sides taking some heavy casualties. Second Mangonel shot, doing a decent job as well. Springle's now lining up to take out the Mangonel, but with Jeanne d'Arc on, still way too many crossbows to deal with. These knights will be forced back, and once again, Demu holds out against a relentless assault coming in from Lash.
A couple of crossbowmen killed a lot of villagers there. Suddenly, Lash also losing out on 10 villagers. Now Jeanne makes her return. And Lash still has a good amount of units out there that he can fight with.
Yeah, numbers are dead even. Army value in the favor of Demu, though. Springolds looking to take out the Mangonel. Network of castles is still applied outside here. Demu taking a decent engagement. Most of the knights are now gone. They're just replaced
Level 4
with
comes in.
champions from Jeanne. Yep. There is Jeanne, though, with the extra level. Maxed out she is. Problem is that Lash had to sacrifice so much to accomplish this.
And he still hasn't fully reacted to these raids coming in at the top side there. I feel like just an outpost here and there on his resources would have prevented these kind of small attacks with just a couple of spear and crossbows. He is going on to the gold now there from Demu.
Lash also only
an
collected
issue.
one relic. Two relics to the south, completely unclaimed, despite the fact that Lash had most of the map control for himself for almost the entire game, actually.
Still, there's not going to be a bombard right now for a while, as Lash, just before leveling up, used the ability to call the units. So he's not going to be able to immediately get that bombard going. Still, though...
Might come in too late, though. Demu is going up to Imperial.
Oh. And it's going to be tough.
He's doing so with the Barkshire Palace. A dangerous position to build it at, but I don't think that Lash has the army to stop it with.
Yeah, doesn't have the army indeed. Now Jeanne, she gets a powerful melee attack here, able to bust through these walls in just a couple of seconds. But still, the army from Demu, it's just too many units here right now. Lash once again rebuilding his forces. Right now, army value. Firm lead for Demu. 36 crossbowmen out.
Yeah, the Barkshire Palace will complete. This gives him so many options. Not just the military attacks, but most importantly, the fact that his farms will begin to produce passive gold income is immensely valuable given how cornered Demu is and how deprived he is from gold.
At the same time, Lash once again goes for some aggression here. Demu, though, also trying to look for some raids.
Springolds are exposed.
Villagers getting sniped. Jeanne coming in, doing a good amount of melee damage.
Oh my
The
lord.
villager is not reacting yet. That's a ton of villager deaths.
That's a lot. Lash is down to 67 eco compared to 97. Not reacting to his villagers being butchered. And he was without cantled settles in this entire time.
Oh, no.
My word. I feel like Lash has been doing a lot of things right in this game, but small pieces are missing. And those might be his undoing now that his opponent is up in Imperial.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough now for him to come back. He's getting a lot of food income right now. Could be looking for Imperial himself, but he just lost all of his villagers that he had on gold. With that, Imperial looks to be far away from him right now. Trying to go for some raids now on the economy from Demu. He doesn't even know, probably. No, he does know that Demu is on 3 TCs. He's going for some good battles here. Taking a lot of these units down. Elite crossbowman has come in the meantime for Demu, though. And with that attack speed, he's going to be able to take these knights down really, really quickly.
Lash is cornered. He cannot flee from this position, and he could actually end up losing Jean in this corner.
That you don't want to lose Jean once she reaches level 4. Once she reaches level 4, it's going to take 1,000 gold to get her back out on the field, and Lash does not have that kind of gold lying around right now.
He's trying to bail potentially, but knights have to be sacrificed for this. Looks like Jean gets away here, but all the archers will be sacrificed for this. Lash is down to 99 population against 150 from Demu. And Demu, once again, holds firm against a relentless land-based attack, just like in the previous game.
And feels like now it's just going to be a matter of time once again. Demu now able to move out with all of his Imperial Age upgrades. Units are being rebuilt right now, but Lash, he's lacking the gold right now. He could be going up with the Red Palace. Red Palace could definitely buy him some time here. But I'm looking at the food economy from Lash, and it is very exposed, very much in the middle of the map, all of those farms without anything right now protecting them. And Demu's also walking towards the gold expansion now from Lash.
Yeah, that is scary. Lash just doesn't have the raw numbers at this point. In fact, Demu is going to claim this gold mine for himself. Flaming arrows on the way for him. He's still looking a lot of blacksmith upgrades, courtesy of the fact that he is just so deprived of gold. But Lash needs a little bit more time to get to Imperial. He is at 11 knights right now, 21 archers, against a lot of crossbows on the other side.
Yeah. Now Jean, with level 4, being able to produce both a cannon and was it 3 or 4 of these? I think it was 3 of these men-at-arms, Jean champions. Basically, with a 4-minute cooldown, it's pretty much equivalent to like 300 resource per minute worth of units that you're getting from that ability. So you're still getting like a lot of value out of her. And now we see the Red Palace coming in. Now we've seen it time and time again, a comeback potential with the Red Palace just being a very, very strong landmark. If you now go into like kind of TC spam, your TC kind of act like pseudo keeps with the bonus Red Palace emplacement. You can secure map control with them and kind of reboom into the game. It's going to be very difficult though, because Demu, he's already on 3,000 food per minute. He's got a very strong economy, and he's definitely going to be the kind of player to know how to deal with the Red Palace in late game.
Yeah, this is a very open map as well. Demu has a lot of food and wood, not so much gold. So it's very realistic for him to maybe play heavy into Horsemen and just keep raiding, making sure that his opponent isn't allowed to boom back. Nice little fight here for Lash, catching this little raiding party off guard. Demu trying to just regroup in the middle. Springolds might get an angle on those siege weapons. Bit of a miss micro there by Lash, running into the Springolds with the Mangonel and the cannon. But at least he does get a decent Mangonel shot on those crossbows. Lash trying to force this fight once again. No network of Castles Aura for Demu in this engagement.
Indeed, John. She's getting a lot of value in here, though, in these fights, with that melee AoE attack, taking down a lot of these units. Now she's going to be singled out. Lots of these crossbowmen still are going to be able to do a lot of damage onto her, and now she's counting as a siege unit. These Springolds, they're doing bonus damage to her. And with that, Lash not having any more units right now, he's going to call GG. And with that, Demu is going to be able to win the set.
It looked to be an Agincourt for some time. It ended up being a Waterloo, you feel. Lash, he was able to confine Demu in his base for so long, but at the end of the day, he wasn't able to turn that into massive value. The relics, they were a little slow to come in. he got raided over and over again, and he never really was able to break that strong defense that Demu had. Ultimately, Demu secures this set 3-0. But Lash has to look at this and say, look, I made this set competitive. Every single game, the games were competitive. Maybe not game number 1 with Jushi, but aside from that, especially the previous game and this one, these were very entertaining and back and forth games. Definitely an accomplishment from Lash playing against seed number 2 in the qualifiers.
I agree. I think even the first one was very, very close. I think if Lash, we talked about that there like being this moment where he could have walled and then probably would have been able to hold. I think he was in a good position there. But yeah, it's just been a very good set here overall. And Demu, it looked kind of dicey in his first set against Alona there, where he was set back like 1-2, but managed to come back. And now this one, I think he's gotten back into the groove now with this set.
Oh, he certainly did. And with that, he is going to move on to the deciders tomorrow, waiting his opponent, either Zerton or Kiljardi. The winner of that set will be given a spot in the EGC 2023 finals to join 10 players who already qualified.
Indeed, indeed. Now we're gonna be taking a look as to which set we're gonna be bringing you guys next. We still have a lot of them going right now. I'm checking right now how the current brackets are. So Balchun, I think, is still ongoing versus Divine.
Yes,
I'm not
and it looks like we'll be heading into Baltoon versus Divine. We're gonna catch up with that set, folks, and indeed, there it is. French versus Jushi's Legacy are the civilization choices here for game number 1. Four Lakes Prairie, home maps for Baltoon. Divine opting to go with Hillandale and Cliffside.
Yeah, starting off on Gorge here. That's going to be very, very nice to see. We're seeing French versus Jushi's Legacy over on Gorge. I think right now, we don't usually see a lot of French on Gorge just because the distance between them is base-wise, it's not a huge distance, so you don't get a ton out of mobility with the Knights early on. Overall, though, French should still be a very solid civilization, especially if it gets to the later stages of the game. You're able to take a lot of map control with the landmarks like the Red Palace. And if you're able to snowball on a map like this, it can very easily lead to you just suddenly being inside of your opponent's base and able to idle out the entire economy, snipe production buildings, all that good stuff. And yeah, French definitely a tempo civilization that can go for that. Drew's Legacy, on the other hand side, one of the better civilizations in the game. So we'll just be looking exactly at how this matchup is going to be played out. I believe that with Jushi's Legacy on a map like Gorge, where the resources are usually a little bit more condensed, you should be able to get a really good value meditation garden out for it.
I'm actually very intrigued by how Jushi is going to be played against the French here, because this is one of those classic matchups where French, it's a dominant early game civilization, as we know. Jushi love their late game. I don't know how Jushi is going to be played by Divine here, but knowing him, I would expect a lot of early aggression, so maybe we'll see a very Chukunu heavy build.
Yeah, Jugunu definitely an option here. With Jushi's Legacy, you don't need to go for any of the dynasties in order to have access to unique dynasty units. So Jugunu can come out at a very, very early point in time. With that, you're able to just get a ton of these Jugunu out. And Jugunu in mass, they're also really strong at taking down buildings and even units like the Knights. Issue with them usually is that with Jushi's Legacy, you don't get access to normal archers, and Jugunu are a little bit slower. So you have to be careful with not finding yourself caught out at the moment and maybe losing your army just because of a little bit of mispositioning.
It looks like game number 1 is ready to go here. Folks, seed number 5 versus seed number 8. On paper, a very balanced matchup as we will be heading into game number 1 on Gorge. Once again, this is a best of 5 set between Baltoon and his opponent, Divine DFB. The winner gets to play the deciders tomorrow, which will decide who gets the final spot available in the EGC 2023 finals. Baltoon spawning in as the French to the south, and to the north it is going to be Divine playing as Jushi's Legacy with the color blue.
Indeed, indeed. And here we go. What I like seeing from Divine right now is he isn't going for that early straggler tree strategy with Jushi's Legacy. He's also not going for the village build. With the unique start that you get with Jushi's Legacy, you can mix it up a little bit. What do I mean with the unique start? It's that Jushi's Legacy, compared to normal China, they don't have to produce their Imperial Official. Instead, they immediately start with 1. But they don't start with 6 villagers, only 5 instead. What that means is that you don't necessarily need to immediately go into straggler trees to be able to afford a village. Instead, what you can do is you can be completely fine with a single house until you reach Song Dynasty. And with Song Dynasty, you get a huge discount, and then you go for that village. You make use of that large discount and just overall have a really, really strong economy going on then.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing from Divine. You see, he already moved towards gold. For Baltoon, it's a good old-fashioned opening. Although I see some red dots close to the hunt, it makes me wonder if he's actually taking the hunt with some villas, and indeed he does. I love this, to be honest. You don't expect much of a pressure early on from Jushi, so might as well take this hunt. And with the discount that you're getting on the French drop-off buildings, including the mill, it's not really an expensive move to move out there, but you do get a massive instant benefit from an increased getter rate from deer compared to sheep.
Exactly. I would have also thought that if Baltoon goes for that, he might also be getting survival techniques early on. I didn't see it. I think maybe it could have come in for him. Can we quickly check out the mill if Baltoon did go for that survival techniques? He did. So making use of that 30% discount that the French get for their eco technologies, he's going to be able to gather really, really quickly from these deer early on. And yeah, with a lot of food, he's going to be able to get a lot of knights out. Villager is moving out from the vine.
He's not depleting his sheep inside his base, so there is going to be a lot of fallback options for him food-wise. Lovely meditation gardens, though.
This is what I want to see from my meditation garden. This might actually also be in range of that second gold mine. So he might be getting a total of 60 gold, 30 stone, and then however much would that in total is going to add up to. So this is going to be a very nice meditation garden. Definitely going to give him at least 100 resource per minute here.
Yeah, for now, School of Cavalry on the way for Baltoon. On the other side, Meditation Garden just being built by 1 villager, but you do have this bonus building speed for Divine, of course, so he doesn't need to rush this. He's still on gold. And I think this is where it gets interesting, how Divine is going to approach this game. We know what the French are about to do. Question is, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, the French are going to be going for those early knights. Now, you could go for a very fast Song Dynasty, and then, with one of your landmarks, the Jiangnan Tower, you're going to be getting free military units whenever you build a production building. So then, once you build a barracks, you're immediately getting a spearman out of that one. You just want to defend with those spearmen, with those free units, a couple of bonus spearmen then. And after that, you can just transition into Mass Jugenu. Behind that, since you're going to be in Song Dynasty, you're also going to be able to get a really, really nice and smooth farm transition out. You don't necessarily have to move out onto the map. It's not something that's really necessary with Jushi's Legacy. And what we also see here is that Divine is going to be going for a 2TC build with Jushi's Legacy.
Indeed, he's moving on to Stone. He is coming in with the Jiangnan Tower as well. Now, one thing to keep in mind on this map is that the players only spawn with 1 safe gold mine, and that usually spawns at the front of their base. So, for Divine, securing additional resources is a big thing with that second town center, and Baltoon is looking to deny that with the initial knights that will come out.
Yeah, what this initial knight at least is going to do, it's going to dictate where Divine is going to be able to place a second TC. So he's not going to be able to place it far outside of his own base, he's going to have to place it somewhere safe. Maybe just directly next to his TC or in the back of his base. But if you place it further outside, what also plays into that is that the second TCs have been nerfed for all civilizations. They do less damage now, they're able to house less units, and they have less range as well. What that means is second TCs on an open space, they're going to be very, very tough to defend. And the French, with their timing sieve, they're definitely going to be able to grass onto a second TC.
First knight on the way. This has been tracked by Divine's initial scout. Baltoon is going heavy on eco upgrades behind this. He's got Wheelbarrow, as you expect, but there is also double Broad Axe. We likely will be seeing some archers coming out, and maybe even a Ram push early on to try and break this very eco-heavy build from Jushi.
Second TC now also coming in. Knight is running around the wood line. Not finding a villager here right now. Is idling out a little bit. Now second TC. Yeah, it's going to be a very, very safe position here. Divine not risking that second TC. Being in an open position. And there we go. Really, really early granary being built as well. Talked about that earlier. Just the very heavy wood discount that you get with Jushi's Legacy in the Song Dynasty means that you can go for very early farm transition. Very similar to what the English would do.
Indeed, and that's exactly the plan here for Divine. There isn't really a lot of safe food on this map for the players, so going for that early farm transition kind of sets you up well when it comes to the food eco. And there's Baltoon coming in with a tower. That tower should shut down the berries, the gold, even denies the hunt. But I think the only thing that's relevant here for Divine is going to be the gold. He's going to have safe food. He does have safe wood. Lack of access to gold could be a problem, though.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, he is getting 60 gold per minute from his meditation garden, which is quite nice. But look at that. Baltoon also moving out now with some villagers, getting an outpost out. I think this is probably a correct play right now. Just being able to, like, these situations where you can't be everywhere with your military, instead just having an outpost there. So you're able to statically put pressure on a resource.
Yeah, Baltoon spreading out his troops now. Knight's trying to harass the lumberjacks and the farmers, denying one side of the granary. Whereas on the other side, archers are shutting down the gold income. Divine seems unconcerned about this, though. And I'm wondering if the plan here is just a mix of palace guards, feudal age palace guards those are, and some spearmen. I actually wonder if that's the plan for Divine.
Palace got some spearmen. He's getting some spearmen out now. Definitely is going to need them, but the archers are already going to be a nice answer here now to those. And yeah, the farm economy is looking nice so far for Divine. Gets a couple of farms out. The Admir's just looking around right now, seeing if there's any damage to be done. Yeah, Outpost is going to finish up now.
It's remarkable how unconcerned Divine looks like, just with all this pressure surrounding his base. He's just chilling back at home, has 2 spearmen. At the same time, he did not lose a single villager despite being under so much pressure.
He's also getting an outpost up now. Now these outposts are also reducing costs. Instead of 100 wood, they're only gonna cost 60 wood. And that Baltoon, he's just messing up more and more of these French knights. And what's good here for him is that with French, he's also producing villages faster out of his 1TC. So he's not gonna get immediately left behind by as much of a margin as he would be with other civilizations when it comes to the villager count. Yeah, Divine, he's still investing a lot into these farms. So as soon as Baltoon feels like he's got enough knights to push in, it's going to be very hard for Divine to hold this. But the amount of outposts that he's getting out is definitely going to help him here with that. Hand cannons also coming in.
That's annoying here for Divine. He needs that supervision for the extra resources. He needs that supervision to produce Chukanu now, because now he's going very heavy on Chukanu, and this was spotted by Baltoon.
Yeah, the free stone here from Divine that he's getting through Meditation Garden, it's going to help him a lot when it comes to being able to get these hand cannon placements up. Basically, every 2 minutes, he's getting enough stone for free to get a hand cannon placement up. He's also still getting all of that passive gold, so even with Baltoon being out here and denying the gold, with the tax and with the Meditation Garden, Divine is actually getting enough gold here to be able to afford blacksmith upgrades as well as Jugunu production.
Yeah, Chukunu numbers are now increasing, and we're getting to the domain where Divine will be able to overpower Baltoon. Baltoon does not have a single battering ram to punish this very condensed base with, and I feel like he no longer has that power to just take a straight-up fight against Divine's forces.
Divine right now also walling off the other side, further condensing his base in. And looks like the blacksmith upgrade is actually going to get denied here now by Baltoon, which is going to be very nice for him. Shield Arrow, the main upgrade that you want to be getting with the Shuganu, now has been denied. Another outpost coming on for Divine. I think he wants to have enough outposts to be able to secure every single villager inside of them. should a raid start happening.
Yeah, Baltoon. 10 Knights, 16 Archers against 16 Chuganu on the other side. And now we have triple ranges producing those Chuganu. Baltoon is actually falling back, which is always a bad sign for a French player. You want to be dictating the tempo, you're down by 10 eco now. You need to make something happen, but this space is so condensed from Divine that Divine didn't allow Baltoon to accomplish anything with this early aggression.
Indeed. And now the farm transition, look at that, it's pretty much complete now. 2 granaries here, and Divine, he's getting a lot of food right now, 700 food per minute. With that, he's actually got more food right now than Baltoon has, and Baltoon, he's out on the map. He's gathering from deer, which are supposed to have like this very, very fast gather rate going for them. Overall, Divine looking in a very, very solid position right now. Baltoon not too far behind right now when it comes to villagers, only behind by 8, considering that second TC has been up for rather 5 minutes by now. It looks like the first battering ram is going to be coming in now, but 26 Jugunu out already right now.
Yeah, that number is rising rapidly. Divine also mixing in quite a few spearmen. And he's just gotten the attack upgrade on those, at least the archers, the Chukunu. So I think he's getting ready to move out here. And let's not forget, a lot of the food eco here is out in the middle right now for Baltoon. He's actually actively taking some of this deer. Oh, that looks like he only has a handful of vills. But if he gets counterattacked and he gets confined into his own base, he could be in trouble. And he's now investing very heavily into battering rams. You feel like if this push stalls out, Divine's going to have a very dominant position in this game.
And now 2 rams are out. I'm not sure how many rams Baltoon thinks he needs here. What he can do is, he can attack onto these villages. And in a base that is as condensed as Divine's is, as soon as he takes down the village, Divine isn't going to be able to produce any more units until he gets another village up. So that should definitely be the plan here. Behind all of that, more outposts coming up with hand cannon placements. Looks like Baltoon wants to attack from the top side where all the farms are. Could be nice for him. There's a market as well. There he goes. Yeah, looks like he's now starting to attack. Here we go.
A lot of Chukunu to fight against, a couple of towers as well. Rams being held back. Chukunu helping out a lot against those Rams. Scout gets picked off way too easily to start with. But Divine is not ready to fight this, you feel. He's just trying to kite back and forth. Does a lot of damage to many of these Knights. Knights never really able to hit any of the Chukunu. And this choke point is looking so grim now for Baltoon. He is diving in, he's running into the Spearman, but the Knights are so heavily damaged. First tower kill was down, battering ram is now rolling forward. But numbers starting to swing in the favor of Divine here. Knights just disappearing from the field. And the Town Center fire, supported by the tower fire, helps a lot to these Chukunu to clean this force up. I feel like Divine is gonna have what it takes to hold this.
Yeah, it looks like it. There's just too many units out right now. Baltoon, he waited a little bit too long with the engagement. Now Divine has a better economy than he does. And most of the Knights just disappear now. A couple of the farms have been taken down. But overall, just not enough value gained from the looks of it. And now Baltoon, he has to fall back. I definitely would have preferred to see Baltoon just start hitting the village first, especially on this condensed space. Now the Rams are also getting taken down. That's a lot of value lost. Look at the destruction value here.
Lost indeed. And when you look at the destroyed value, it's heavily in the favor of Divine. He does have a 13 eco lead as well. It's now Archers against Chukunu only. Numbers looking a lot better for Divine. I think he has held this, and we talked about this, Crackety. If this push stalls out for French, they are in a terrible spot, and that's exactly what Baltoon thinks as well. He's going to tap out, and it is Divine who secures game number 1. A super defensive game he has played, but he has done so in a really spectacular fashion.
Indeed, indeed. Look at that. We can already see the draft now for our next game that is going to be coming up. And it's going to be on Prairie with Mongols against Malians. This was just a very straightforward game, which is why I'm not really talking too much about it right now. It was just the boom happened, the boom wasn't stopped, it paid off, and that was GG at that point in time. But yeah, looks like we're just jumping in immediately into our next game now in the set. And there we go. In the color red, we got Baltune playing as the Malians, and on the opposite side, we got Divine in the color blue playing as the Mongols, and we're here on Prairie.
Super open map here. This is not a map where Divine will be able to pull off the same very defensive and eco-focused strategy that he did in the previous game. But he doesn't even have a civilization like Jushi in the previous game. He does have the Mongols. We know early game aggressive civilization can put a lot of pressure on some of these pit mines, and that's definitely step number one here for the Mongols in this matchup. We know how terrifying Malians are once they get to that early mid-castle age stage. Mongols need to make something happen before that.
Yeah, I think so too. Mongols, they do have all the tools for that, and I think... never mind. For a second, I thought Divine was doing the... what I would say correct thing would be tower rushing here on this map with the Mongols, especially against a civilization like the Malians. You're going to be able to destroy the pit mine from the other side of the gold. But looks like Divine, he's just going to be going for a straight-up feudal age, not even thinking about going for a tower rush here. Very likely just going to be a trade boom, I feel like, from Divine.
That is an intriguing option, but I love it. Here's the thing. Back in the past, against Malians, you kind of disliked the trade boom because they went very frequently onto professional and warrior scouts, and the warrior scouts can just pick off your traders. But recently, Malians wanted to focus very heavily on building up cattle and the Grand Fulani Corral, playing a defensive game with some Donsos and javelin throwers. And that's something that you can exploit with a greedy trade, beat them to Castle Age, and then leverage that trade to flood units before they can. I think this can work as long as Baltune isn't going to punish any of the trade with some warrior scouts.
The warrior scouts could be an option here for sure, but as I said, most players right now with the Malians, they're just going for that cattle boom, and I mean the cattle boom, just being the thing that it is, it pays off so quickly. I think a fast castle from the Malians could definitely be an option. Maybe you start off with a couple of Donzos and some javelin throwers, maybe in response to what the Mongol player might be going for. And if you have those units out, you might as well try to annoy the trade a little bit with them. There's definitely plenty of options. I think with the Malians, you have timing windows both in Feudal Age and in Castle Age, even if you don't deny the trade immediately in Feudal Age, to be able to work against them. Looking at the map right now, though, this is Prairie that we're speaking about. And on Prairie, there tend to be a ton of sheep. But I'm looking at the Khan from Divine right now. I don't see any sheep following him.
He managed to take a couple of them back at home, but look at this. This is why you don't see many trailing the Khan of Divine. Boy, Baltune secured 25 sheep for himself.
Call him the Shepherd because he's bringing him home, and yeah, that's a good sheep bonus there. Divine on the other side, he's got 10. It's not few, but it's not many either.
Silver Tree on the way for Divine. Indeed, he wants to trade. And on Prairie, the trading posts spawn in the corners, so it's a pretty straightforward trade for any player wanting to go for that. On the other side, Mansa Quarry is coming in for Baltune. And I'm really wondering if he's going to go into any kind of unit production early on, or this is just going to be a full cattle-based build. I feel like we're just going to see cattle crackety, and that is probably a build that's very prone to being overrun by a trade build.
Yeah, trade build, like trade boom and like mass Kashyyyks could be very dangerous. But then again, the Malians, they do get the Donzo, and if there's any unit that is like quote-unquote OP against cavalry, it has to be the Donzo. I think Baltune definitely is going to have a potential answer if it gets to that. Market has been spotted. Silver Tree is now complete as well. Divine also grabbed the upgrade so that his market is going to be on its way a little bit faster. Rather, it's currently in queue. Only going to be a little bit until that market is going to be zooming away at max speed. Stable is also coming up right now from Divine, so it is very likely going to be that trade boom with Kashyyyks behind it.
And I like this a lot. I think the issue going full trade without any feudal age presence when it comes to units is that by the time you start pumping out your units, so will the Malians. But if you get some Kashyyyks on the field, you will have a lot of map control. And you will also be able to put a lot of pressure on those pit mines, assuming you can deploy your stable, which is something that the Baltoon is trying to prevent.
All right, Scout just slightly wasn't in position there to block that stable from going out. Stable does get dropped indeed. And with that, first double production of Kashix probably on its way. Gonna be able to get that nice 2-for-1 deal with those Lancers. And now we're gonna be seeing not a barracks coming out first. Instead, it's gonna be an archery range immediately. I think Baltoon, he immediately saw that his opponent is also building an archery range on top of the Kashix, on top of the stable. So if he's just getting javelin throwers out with enough of them out, he'll be able to deal both with the Kashix and the archers at the same time.
Yeah, that's a big thing with the javelin throwers. When you have that critical mass, because they have such a long range, they can be very effectively used to kite away from many units, and they do have a great damage output. So as you said, they can even pick off smaller groups of Kashyyyk. And if that's not enough, then you can still mix in a couple of Donsos, which can also throw their javelins once. So that's something that can help take down some of those Kashyyyk as well.
Indeed, and now Kashix make their way across the map. Looking for some value. Baltoon's got the first couple of javelin throws in queue now. But yeah, those villagers on gold will probably have to be evacuated here soon by Baltoon. There we go. Villagers do get pulled. And the Kashyyyks are probably just going to start trying to burn down some of the houses. Either that, or they might be going on to the wood line. The wood lines on this map are typically very thin and can be easily harassed early on. And look at the army count that Divine already has going for himself right now. With the double production, he's already got 6 archers out, 2 Kashyyyks, and more Kashyyyks in the queue.
And that has to be step number 1 here. You gotta put some pressure on the Malian player, start pushing those pit mines, and double production helps you a lot with this. Some archers out, some Kashyyyk as well, but Baltoon has a very safe production for the time being. It's going to be hard to pick off any villagers. Really, the only place where you could attack him would be on the gold mine.
They're still running around here, trying to get a villager kill. Villager might be going down, low HP. Khan snipes it. First villager of the game going down. Kashyyyk, though, low HP.
I would love to see Divine moving out towards a board, just like he moved, or just like Baltoon moved out on Hunt the previous game. I feel like he's got all the map control, and he needs to leverage that as much as possible. Because right now, Baltoon is still okay. He lost a villager, but he does have a pit mine working. He does have the Monster Quarry for the passive gold income as well. And he does have a lot of cattle working already. So the eco, when you look at it, it's perfectly functional for a player so confined in his base.
Yeah, and we might be looking at the economy numbers right now. And it looks like Divine has a little bit of a lead. He's going to have more of a lead now that 2 more villagers are going down. But it's a little bit misleading, because behind all of that, Baltoon also has a lot of cattle going out for him right now. And the cattle are going to be providing him with 28 food per minute, which is equivalent to like 80% of a villager. So every single cattle there does provide a good bunch of bonus food for him.
Yeah,
with all of what's
going
on, I think it's even.
Is lack of wood for Baltoon. And this could be an awkward position. This is a big difference between playing this Civilization matchup on Dry Arabia and playing this on Prairie. Now, Malians aren't super reliant on wood, but it's definitely something that can slow down this cattle expansion specifically. And as you see, the primary wood line for Baltoon is pretty much depleted. And now we have a tower coming up here for Divine to continuously aggress this angle. I feel like if Divine wants to make something happen, it might have to come through wood denial.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Baltoon now has more military units out, and he also has more army value out than Divine has. And now he should be in a position to, if he needs to, move out onto the map and get wood that way. And all of that, Divine, he's got the eco boom right now with the trade going for him. Baltoon's got the cow boom. Question's gonna be what in the end is gonna be stronger here long term. Has to be the trade, but there is gonna be a timing window with that cattle boom where Baltoon can make something happen. Some outposts going up here.
Yeah, I feel like Divine is just not doing enough here. In short, he's getting away with the trade. But at the same time, Baltoon is getting all these passive sources of resources. And those will be extremely difficult to raid once we get to like late Feudal Age, early Castle Age, whereas Divine's trade is going to be awfully exposed to counterattacks.
And once again, moving on to that wood line. Looks like he's also trying to get another outpost in range of the gold mine from Baltune going soon. Kashik going down. I think now Divine has to be really, really careful. If a fight breaks out now, Baltune is definitely going to be the victor of that one. We're also at that point in time where the Uvu double production is not going to be as big of a factor anymore.
Yeah, I feel like we're entering the Malian domain here. It's this position where they once again have this oppressive combination of the javelin throwers and the Dunsos. And now, as you said, I don't think Divine can afford to take an engagement. Best thing he could possibly do is confine his opponent into his base, which is usually a good thing against most civilizations, but it's simply insufficient against Malians.
Yeah, looking at the income right now, Baltune, he's sitting at roughly 1600 resource per minute. Divine, it's pretty similar with 1500 resource per minute. The issue is that as soon as Baltune gets up to the castle age, his food income is basically going to double.
400 food per minute for Divine, other side 900 for Baltune. Food income is much better for Divine, same, well, gold income is kind of identical. Blacksmith upgrades now on the side of Baltune as well. And all of these javelin throwers have a massive range, so they can do a lot of damage to those javelins, even, or to those Keshik, even from a distance.
Oh, some good damage coming out there. Divine losing a couple of Keshiks here now. He's still creeping up with the outposts onto the gold mine here. Oh, Baltune able to deny that before the emplacement comes in from the additional outpost there. And he's getting very close to Castle Age now as well.
I just don't think this is enough from Divine. He's doing the right thing, but it's just an inferior build compared to so much passive resource income from Malians. I feel like maybe there was a need for higher pressure on the gold mine, because Baltune got away with all this gold having been mined, and he was able to get so many of these gold-heavy javelin throwers out there. In fact, he had so much gold that he could even go up to Castle Age and have a resource bank of 500 at this point.
Now, that's going to be enough units in order to get that outpost down. And even the other outpost as well with it. Just keeps a single unit there for now. Yeah, there's going to be a fight happening soon here, I feel like. Probably before the upgrades are coming in, and I think now Divine probably wants to be diving. Does decide against it, though. There's still too many units out, and now Baltune is getting all the upgrades, all the veterancy upgrades immediately. With that Divine, he's going to have to look at Castle Age of his own here at some point in time. Might be a little bit difficult for him, though.
I mean, difficult is an understatement. He's sitting at 300 food per minute at this point. It would take him 3 to 4 minutes just to get the food he needs to get up to Castle Age. Looks like his food eco is getting into a slightly better shape, but still, takes so much time for him to get to Castle. And by the time he does, he's gonna be overwhelmed, because now Baltune has gotten the Castle Age upgrades. He's also mixing in some Musafari warriors. He's cleaning up the towers, and we're entering this very powerful window of the Malians, where they have this deadly combination of infantry that no one can deal with.
German Pro is able to do a good amount of damage now onto the Keshiks with every single shot. Keshik's getting taken down now. Han potentially getting taken down. Does get taken down indeed. Now the only issue here is that Baltune has a slower military and he can't move out immediately. So he can't immediately think about denying the trade, which is still going for Divine behind all of this. And Divine is actually getting up to that point where he gets able to go to Castle Age. And he's able to get there because he's able to buy food with all of that wood income, all of that gold income that he gets. Definitely able to go for that. Oh, some archers moving in here. Villagers pull back in time. Definitely needs an outpost there as well.
Yeah, there's the outpost coming in. You're right about this. And let's not forget, Divine has an eco lead of 24, which is mostly offset by the Grand Flani Corral and the food eco plus the passive gold. But as you said, he's able to buy himself a lot of food here, so he lives to see another day. And because Baltune's army is slow-moving, Divine could use those Keshik to punish if Baltune moves out of his base. So, for the time being, Divine is gonna be fine. He also has a Kurotai, which will make it much more difficult for Baltoon to take good fights nearby. Nice raid.
Villager gets taken down, but more military units get sniped for it as well. Baltoon, he's got a lot of food in the bank right now. Also has a lot of units in the queue. I think this is probably the best point in time for him to think about maybe going into some sofas as well. Just to have a more mobile unit out on the map and be able to deny the trade. The thing with trade is that it's very much unprotected most of the time. And if Baltoon gets into the position once to be able to take it down and deny it, it's going to be very tough to get that back again. And now Raid coming in here.
Raid.
On those wood villagers.
It's to be problematic for Baltoon. Sure enough, he's got great food and gold income, but he's losing out on a lot of lumberjacks here. Tower is still incomplete. He's down by 30 workers at this point. As you said, the trade is always going to be exposed, but as much as it is possible, Divine is doing a great job just punishing any kind of expansion from Baltoon's base.
And the age up for Divine has come in. The upgrades are already on their way. But right now, he doesn't have that big of an army mass, and I feel like the military from Baltoon that's moving towards the market here.
Ooh, that's ugly.
That might be enough to kill a lot of traders in this one.
If Divine loses his traders, it probably is all over for him. In fact, army numbers aren't looking fancy for him by any means. And now, here come the Javelin Throwers shutting down the trade. Divine has a massive equal lead, at least nominally. But if he loses out on the traders, every single factor in this game is going to be favoring Baltoon. So many traders getting picked off here. Kurotai is rolling up, but even with the Kurotai buff, we're looking at 8 archers and 4 Kashyyyk against a bunch of Javelin Throwers, which hard counter the archers. I think Divine no longer has the army that's capable of fighting this.
And now the Kashyyks do try to clean up the Javelin Throws. They may be successful with doing so as well. Doesn't have the +2 ranged armor upgrade yet, though. But yeah, they're actually doing a decent amount of damage to the Kashyyks as well. Micro coming in. Baltoon microing those Kashyyks down. Doing a good job doing so. And look at that. Javelins. Gonna be able to survive here.
So many traders are now going down here. Villagers also getting caught. Divine is doing a decent job cleaning this up, but new and new waves are just approaching again and again. There's a second wave coming through the middle as well, kind of taking this position where the Kurotai was originally positioned. And the gap between the two armies is still there. 47 army against 16. Army value triple, more than triple actually for Baltoon. And he keeps picking off many of these traders before the Javelin Throwers finally get cleaned up.
Yeah, a lot of Kashyyks went down for that destruction value. Looking at that, Baltoon, he's killed 6,000 units worth of resources. He's looking to be in a very good position now. More Musafadi warriors coming out as well, and with that combination, the man-at-arms that Divine has been making so far, they're going to be completely useless. Sofa's also in production now. I feel like at this point in time, it might just be over completely. Divine also has no food income whatsoever right now.
It's just looking very grim right now for him. 95 population against 100, but the army is just not there. And he simply no longer has the tools to protect that trade with. You need both of those markets, and that trade path is going to be cut in half in a second. Now Javelin Throwers moving in to kill the villagers. Musafadi warriors also having been mixed in. And this is just not a fight that Divine can take. Even if he does, it's going to be awfully inefficient. And I don't think he can afford that lack of efficiency anymore. Khan gets picked off, Kashyyyk also disappear, and this should be a decisive win here for Baltoon in this engagement.
Man-at-arms also getting taken down. Now Javelin Throws aren't focusing the archers at the moment, and the archers are doing a great job of taking down those Musafadi warriors. So the trade out here isn't as good as it could have been. Kurotai now also gets deployed. I think Baltoon definitely has to be careful with potentially overstaying his welcome and the army composition as well. He's now making more sofas once again. That's definitely one unit that he's going to need here. If he's getting the sofas in with the imported armor, I don't think, like right now, there's nothing that Divine has countered at, and now it's just javelins against archers remaining, and that's the counter unit, straight up.
Yeah, as you said, it's the sofas that will swing this, and we already have 7 of them on the field. Something that Divine has absolutely no response to. With imported armor, they will soak up a lot of arrow fire. And this is where Divine's defense breaks. Just nothing left on the playing field. And there's just no way back into this game with no standing army. Baltoon, very close to evening the series out, riding that very powerful Malian combination that we see dominate so many tournament games.
Exactly. Now, the trade is going to be completely disrupted. Divine still not giving up yet. But it's only going to be a matter of time as 31 economy units so far have been killed. And with that trade being completely idled, Divine doesn't have the income to get another standing army up.
Yeah, he's getting picked apart at this point. Eco going down, 35 eco lost against 10 on the other side. And again, no standing army for Divine. He finally taps out. And with that, Baltoon makes it even Steven, gets back into the series, makes the score 1-1.
Yeah, I think this is the beautiful timing that we talked about earlier, just for the Malians being able to get that timing, even with the trade boom going for Divine. As soon as the cattle boom hits Castle Age with that Grand Falani Corral, you're just suddenly getting so much food in immediately that you're able to pump out a lot of military units. And Divine, he just didn't manage, as he said, to get the value that he needed to in the feudal age. I think it kind of comes down to Divine just downright choosing not to do anything in Dark Age at all. That's like the great strength from the Mongols. And especially on an open map like Prairie, getting an outpost up maybe behind the wood line of your opponent or next to the gold pit mine of your opponent, that gives you so much tempo and such a big advantage potentially. I'm a little bit surprised that Divine just chose to go for a straight up feudal age.
It's a tough call, right? I guess he didn't want to delay his own feudal age and trade build-up. But as a consequence, as you said, the early game build of the Malians wasn't thrown off by any means. And we just looked at one of those games where Malians come in and say, okay, we have a Juggernaut Eco, we're just going to ride it. With that being said, game number 3 is ready to go. It is going to be on the first home map of Divine, that is Cliffside. And we have an old school civilization matchup over here. English for Divine, one of his favorite civilizations. And on the other side, for Baltoon, he is going to have the Ottomans. Into game number 3 we go. It's one apiece right now in this quarterfinal set in the qualifiers of the EGC 2023 finals. Down south, it's Divine playing as the English in blue. And to the north, it's going to be Baltoon playing as the Ottomans in red.
And here we go. Yeah, I mean, English, they do historically tend to be a little bit favored against the Ottomans when it comes to the army compositions that they get access to in the feudal age. They have those men-at-arms and the lumbermen, a very, very strong army composition. And Ottomans, they do tend to be the one that want to be the aggressor in a matchup. But English, just such a strong defensive civilization, can be very hard to push into them. Gonna be interesting to see how these players are gonna be playing it out. Now we're gonna be playing on Cliffside, one of the new maps in the Sultan's Ascent DLC. We do see it. It's a little bit reminiscent of some of the Lipany spawns that players have seen in the past so far. You got like this very large amount of cliffs in the middle of the map, which is also just surrounded by a ton of gold mines, stone mines, all of that, all of those resources. And with that, players definitely want to take control over the middle of the map, over that middle part of the map, and get access to that gold, because all the gold is towards the middle here.
That's a big factor indeed, but one of the key things that we always got to look at with this map is the distance to cover between the players. And for both of these civilizations, that's immensely valuable. These are known to be aggressive civilizations, so not having to walk all across the map to get to the opponent's base just increases their abilities to do early damage, both when it comes to the longbow play of the English, and both when it comes to this Sipahi Archer combination that we commonly see from the Ottomans.
Exactly. And now Ajab is going to be coming in. We're going to be seeing the Twin Men in Red Madras from the Ottomans, as we usually do. Great food landmark. Is going to make sure that the Ottomans aren't going to be running out of food anytime soon. Villagers also moving out to the stone mine. Now, the reason why we don't typically see a military school opening coming out from the Ottomans against the English, it's because the English villagers, they do have those short bows, so you don't want to make spearmen against them, because they can just be killed by those villagers immediately. And looking at that, looks like Divine is going to be going for a multi-TC kind of playstyle here. Already has 2 villagers on that stone mine, and only building the landmark with 2, so this is typical for a 2TC play.
Yeah, I honestly like the 2 TCs here. I don't think that the Ottomans can break an English defense early on, and they do benefit from a longer game because of the military schools. So there's a lot of legitimacy in playing 2 TCs. At the same time, Stone is being gathered by Divine as well, so we might see double 2 DCs actually.
Yeah, it could definitely be the case. I mean, Divine is the kind of player to not shy away from going for like a triple TC English build into Fast Castle without making any units at all. That's definitely something that he is known for. But yeah, so far, the question's going to be, can he hold against Baltune's aggression with the Ottomans? Or rather, what is Baltune's idea going to be here for this game? We've also seen Ottoman going for a lot of fast Imperial builds recently. That might still be a thing to consider, potentially, just because you get access to those great bombards, and against a player that utilizes defensive infrastructure like Divine, having a great bombard definitely feels like a good thing to have.
Interesting idea. I didn't even think about that. I feel like with the distance to cover between the two players being so small, it's way too risky for Baltune. For now, he's just going to open military schools, fairly slow opening for him. And on the other side, Divine, he's going to play 2 DCs. He does have some lovely DC spots, especially the one to the southeast of his base, with the wood and the hunt nearby. But he could also maybe expand towards the boar even, although that's pretty far away. I'm actually curious where he's going to place his second TC at.
I mean, we've talked about it. TCs, they're not really that great anymore to secure outsourced resources. So I think, knowing Divine, it's probably just going to be right next to his gold mine. I think he might even delete his mining camp on his gold mine and just place the TC there instead. I think that I would be surprised if we see something else from Divine. That's usually what he does. And now he's up to next age. Villagers are moving out. He didn't drop off all the stone. There we go. And he did indeed delete his mining camp on his gold mine. So that's going to be where that second TC is going to get placed. That's going to allow for a couple of farms to go in between his TC and the secondary TC. Being in the back, it's going to be very hard to attack that. So yeah, I think this is going to be his 2 TC, or maybe even... It's very likely just going to stick to 2 TC and then into Fast Castle with the White Tower. I would be surprised if it's something else. So far, yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of units coming out. Usually just because that White Tower helps you with defending your base completely once it comes out. And it's already difficult to push into the English base.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is just such a decent setup that Divine can have. He goes heavy on the eco, goes up the cost ledge with the White Tower. That unlocks a lot of quick production potential for him. So he has this opportunity to put the strong eco he has into good use by quickly training an army with the White Tower. At the same time, Baltune will take some time until he builds up his numbers with the military schools. It looks like he's just going to stick with 1 DC, so it's only military schools that he's going for. Means that he needs to make something happen early. Otherwise, he's going to find himself heavily outnumbered when it comes to the eco.
Yeah, indeed. Now, an option here for Baltune, and it looks like he's macroing towards that, is going to be going for that Fast Castle of his own. Only going to get units out through those military schools. What he's able to do with that is, with the Vizier point for the Imams, he's going to be able to immediately get 2 religious units out on the field and gather up all of the relics that are on the map. That could definitely be an option here for him.
I think, especially based on game number 1 and how Divine played it when he played 2 TCs, he played super defensive, basically no army, and Baltune wasn't able to crack that defense with aggression. So, as you said, one of the ways to counter this is rushing up to Castle, getting all those relics for yourself, and then you will have access to costly premium units. You will start getting those mangonels out using the Imperial Armory. You'll also get some premium troops like Lancers and Men-at-Arms out, and you could then play very aggressive and try to prevent Divine from even getting to Castle Age.
I think an additional strategy here might be to just immediately go into the sacred sites. And if you go on the sacred sites immediately, what you're doing is you're going to be forcing a defensive player like Divine to have to play an aggressive game. Because if he ignores the sacred sites, you're just going to be able to get that victory condition in. Now the Imams are going to be moving out onto those relics. He's going to immediately be able to secure 2 of them as soon as that Castle Age hits, and the Mammoth Imperial Army is well on its way right now. Divine also grabbing the economy upgrades behind all of this, so it's going to be a while until he reaches the next age. Farm transition also well on its way already.
I feel like when he sees Castle Age from his opponent, he might expedite his journey towards Castle. He has about 600 food per minute, 300 gold, so it doesn't take a lot of time for him to get the resources he needs. But as you said, there is going to be a head start here for Baltune. And he's going to capitalize on that by taking away the relics. He's actually focusing on the ones that are the closest to Divine's base. So there's a legitimate chance that Baltoon can get away with all 5 relics here in this game.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. It's going to be a lot of gold income. That only makes up for roughly 10 villagers, though, when you get all 5 relics. And right now, Baltoon's already behind by 7, which is only going to increase further here. And we can't forget that the farms from English, they're also working faster than normal farms. So the economy from Divine, it's going to be very, very strong here. Age-up comes in. With that, 2 relics going to be captured immediately.
Yeah, Divine is now rushing
2.
Castle himself. He's waiting for those resources to pile up, but by the time that happens, his opponent should have the majority of the relics, and it's not like Divine has much of a map control either. He's facing some Sipahi, and it's going to be direct crossbows from Baltoon, so he's probably expecting Lancers from Divine from the White Tower.
Yeah, those are usually the units that we do see from Divine when he goes for that landmark. Longbowmen and Lancers. The Longbowmen are still going to be doing great against the Crossbowmen, but the Mangonel that's coming out from the MIA as well is definitely going to help. Not sure where that Imam is going to go. There we go. Now he finds the Monastery. The mosque right next to him. Now the White Tower is going to be built here. Right next to that main TC. Very nice and defensive. Lots of villagers building that one. Wants to make sure that he's getting that one up as soon as possible. The villagers get idled out for a moment. Second relic
White Tower is going to complete
well.
here. There is no doubt in that. It's once again a super condensed base here for Divine. Everything is just so tightly packed. He can afford to do this with English farming for the time being. But Baltoon has been leveraging map control. In fact, he added a 3rd Imam, so he can quickly pick up all the relics before his opponent would be able to take any of those.
Yeah, 3 relics already on the way to Baltoon's base. Sacred sites haven't been touched yet. Now we do see some crossbow also coming out from Divine, so maybe it's going to be a crossbow and men-at-arms build, as he does have a barracks up as well. Crossbow, you can make them really, really quickly with the English, with the White Tower, since you're not just getting the double production from that landmark, but also double production from the Council Hall.
Indeed, that's a big thing. There is a rapid build-up here for Divine compared to Baltoon. Baltoon is getting most of his forces from slow production, but that's consistent with the military scores. Whereas for Divine, his escalation is a lot more rapid, with the Council Hall and the White Tower both having a massive buff when it comes to military production.
Doesn't look like it's gonna be a fast Imperial Age from Baltoon, as he just dropped a ton of production buildings. 2 stables, 2 archery ranges. Also getting a little bit more stone now. For another military school. Now we see the crossbowmen for Divine coming out, but the Mangonel is already there. Crossbows have to pull back. Yeah, 15 villager difference right now. Now, the 15 villager difference isn't as big if you consider that behind all of that, Baltoon also has a lot of these, a lot of the military schools out as well, which also bring you in units.
And
the relic there, which hasn't been scouted.
Yeah. Oh, this is beautiful though. Ground attacking the position of the supposed position of those villagers. In case Divine was chopping that wood line, he would actually suffer from a lot of damage over there. 4th relic is going to be brought in here as well by Baltoon, and as you said, he's down by 17 villagers, but he does have the relics, and he does have a lot of free units provided to him by the military schools.
Indeed. Crossbowman forced that villager back that was trying to build that outpost. Oh, he is going for it again. Very likely to go up, and behind all of that, sacred sites are being captured. Which is going to definitely be putting a timer on Divine now. He's going to have to get something done here sooner rather than later. And it's going to be difficult for him to secure resources outside of the range of like his main kind of base. Springald has been produced.
Up here. There's a Springald from Divine. So with a good fight here, he can take this out quickly. But the Mangonel does get a beautiful volley. Springald just chilling at the back line. A lot of damage taken there by Divine.
An outpost being built here on the side. Means that Balchun, he wants to get vision on wherever. Oh, look at that. That's a big forward keep. I'm not sure if this is a good decision, though. Because right now, Divine actually has more units than Balchun does, and the White Tower acting as a siege workshop means that, yeah, Divine can just get some counterweight trebuchets out.
I feel like Baltun just wants to finish this game quickly here. He's got 3 Sacred Sites as well, but he probably knows that his opponent, well, he knows that his opponent was on 2 TCs, doesn't want to wait a lot longer. He dives into the Spearman with the Sipahi. Sipahi quickly taken out by the Spearman and the crossbows on the back line. Castle does get replaced to a much more passive position.
Oh, replaced once again, but this might be in line of sight of what Divine sees. Yeah, the TC is firing onto it.
Can he
Divine
stop it,
spots
though?
that one out. He's moving
Divine
towards
has
it.
a lot of injured units here. I don't think
he's
he can
grouping-
stop this.
He grouped up with his Springle as well. That's going to delay it a little bit. There's no additional Mangonel out on the field yet, though. Actually, there is. Never
There's
mind.
one.
I lied.
And that's a beautiful volley out there. Springald might not have line of sight on the Mangonel. Villagers fleeing, Castle close to completion. Mangonel fire once again coming in beautiful, gets some picks. Finally, Springald pushes away the Mangonel. The Castle still being constructed here. Now Divine is picking up villagers though, and Baltun is down to 33. I think he can stop this, Crackety.
He can. He's got a Mangonel now as well. All of the units are going down here now for Baltun. No more villagers remaining. That is a GG keep, but not the one that you want.
I
He's at
kind of said
half
this
the
a moment
villagers.
ago. I thought this is going to be either a win the game or to lose the game keep. It was very aggressive by Baltun. Now he lost all the villagers, 17 villagers gone. He's going to try to rally some more troops here, but it's going to come way too late. And now with the Mangonel set up for Divine, he's never going to let this castle be finished.
There's a scout there as well. He's going to be able to see these villagers early. Doesn't have enough stone right now to rebuild that keep. And what's the game plan now? He's lost 17 villagers in a game where Divine went for a second TC. And he lost the military fight as well. I think he could have just placed that keep on the sacred side and been fine like that. Now he's not going to be able to contain Divine anymore. Divine now has the military and the economy lead.
Everything is falling apart for Baltun over here. He's got 1,700 gold in the bank, but as you said, his eco is just absolutely catastrophic. And of course, you're getting a lot of free units here from the military schools, but they take time to build up. Army numbers now looking a lot better for Divine. And Divine knows that his opponent is in a very troublesome spot. He's going to start marching up hills over here, decap the sacred side, and then start assaulting those monasteries that hold all the relics on the opposing side.
Yeah. And this is not a fight that Baltun can win. Mangonel shot also doing huge damage to the crossbows there. And with that Springle going down, with that sacred side being decapped, I think it's just about GG now. And there we go.
Indeed, it is. Baltun, he tried playing this super aggressive here, dropping a keep in the enemy base, but it just did not work out. And it is Divine who once again holds, second time in the series that we see the same tendency from Divine. Very eco-heavy, very defensive, and Baltun wasn't able to crack those defenses in either of these games.
Yeah, it looked like he had the potential there to go for it. Yeah, it's just the key placement. I think the best idea there would have been for him, even at the start of Castle Age, I would have much preferred for him to go for the sacred sites first and then take relics. Just because you want to get that timer going on your opponent as soon as possible. Then you want to secure those sacred sites with keeps, and once you get there, I think the second TC from Divine isn't going to be paying off in time in order to be able to take back those sacred sites. It was very close though. Like if that keep would have gone up, Divine would have been in a very, very dangerous position. Probably not in the most dangerous position, considering that he basically has like double siege workshops, but it definitely would have put pressure on him. That TC, that keep though not going up means that Baltun is definitely going to be losing that game, and with that, we're going to be looking at another game here soon, as now Divine is going to be leading with a 2-1.
Indeed, 2-1 for Divine here. He's actually a lower seed of the two here, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed, let's take a look at the draft here real quickly. Divine, seed number 8 versus seed number 5, Baltun. And it is Divine with a match point heading into 4 Lakes into an OG matchup. Chinese versus HRE. Chinese, often the civilization that causes issues for the HRE, but not frequently on this map. Four Lakes is just notorious for being a really good map for the Holy Roman Empire, and Divine is at a match point position. You know, Crackaday, this could easily be one of those moments where Divine, if he takes out Baltune over here, I think he's going to ride that momentum, and he's going to have a legitimate chance of potentially even securing a spot in the main event through the deciders tomorrow.
Yeah, that might be. Whoever wins this set is going to be facing off against another really, really strong player. It's going to be facing off against Annotant, who's already won his set on his side. So that's going to be still a very, very difficult one, even for Divine. Now, we're going to be looking at our next game. It's going to be China versus the HRE on 4 Lakes, and it looks like we're just about to jump into that one. Just a
Indeed,
moment
we're just seconds
here.
away, and we will be getting into game number 4 here. Decider, or not decider game just yet, it's match point game for Divine though. On to 4 Lakes we go with the Holy Roman Empire facing off against the Chinese. Here it is, folks. It is going to be Baltune spawning in with the red Chinese to the right side. And to the south, it is going to be Divine with the Holy Roman Empire with the color blue.
Now, usually in these kind of matchups, the Chinese against the HRE, you would be favoring the HRE. However, on hybrid maps, it's very much still a toss-up, and I think China on a hybrid map like this probably has the upper hand, actually, when it comes to the economy and the timings. So I think China here definitely is going to be in a better position than the HRE. It's going to be left to see, though, how these players are going to be using these civilizations. Now, we do have a little bit of time until we really get into the heart of the game. And with all of these games being in very, very rapid succession, we actually haven't been able to really do a whole lot of shout-out so far for EGCTV, who has been giving us all of these amazing tournament games here so far. So, fellas, if you enjoyed all of the casting here so far, today and in the coming days, in the coming weekends as well, as we're going to be bringing you all of these amazing games with the EGC finals, there's a way that you can support EGC. Not just over here on Twitch with your subs and your cheers and just being here to watch, but also over on Patreon, where you can directly support EGC TV. It is very much appreciated, and EGC TV is bringing all of you guys tons of tournament games and just overall the best place for Age of Empires 4 esports.
It certainly is, and boy, are we looking at an absolutely astonishing month coming up here with the EGC finals. 12 elite players, brand new civilizations, many new maps as well we're taking a look at. This qualifier is just the beginning of that absolute thing of beauty that we're about to witness. Tomorrow at 15 GMT, the usual start time of EGC broadcasts, we do have the deciders for the qualifiers, and starting next weekend, the big names, the ones that have already qualified through previous events, Marine Lord, Beastie, Vortex, Lucifron, and many others, they will be joining these players in the main event of this $25,000 tournament.
Indeed, indeed. And so far, looking at the economy from both players, the Chinese, they do pull ahead a little bit when it comes to the economy, just due to their docks being able to produce 20% faster. So a couple more fishing ships coming out here. Lumber Camp now also getting dropped for Baltune. On the opposite side, Divine, he's now also moving on to gold. Now the HRE, they need to move out to gold a little bit earlier, since they do get a free prelate with their start. As a sort of trade-off, they're going to be starting the game off with 0 gold. So you're going to have to gather 200 gold if you want to be able to go up to the feudal age.
Yeah, it's of course a big thing, but you do have this little buff provided by the prelate, though the gold miners aren't being buffed as we speak. As I'm saying that, Divine is going to move the prelate to the south. Now, of course, when you look at this map, 4 Lakes, one of the big things to look out for is sneaky docks on the enemy pawns and trying to shut down their food eco. Not just at the beginning of feudal age, but all across the game, players will be looking to expand towards the enemy pawns and try to disrupt the fishing eco that the opponents have over there.
Exactly. Now it looks like Divine, he's moving out in order to wall off the sides of his pond. There's a couple of walls out here and there. These walls are in order to deny your opponent from being able to place a dock in the first place. Now, the reason why you build in segments is that it's cheaper than just building one straight up large wall. And you're not able to place a dock everywhere. So these are just a couple of walls here and there to be able to make sure that your opponent isn't going to be able to get that foundation of a dock placed.
Indeed, Divine is going to get those walls going. No sign of a similar approach on the other side from Baltoon just yet, but players will be heading into Feudal Age in a brief moment. Likely Akin Chapel for Divine, and maybe a Barbican to start with for Baltoon. He can honestly go either way, and eventually he's going to get the second landmark anyways for Song Dynasty. Let's see what landmark he chooses to go up with, though.
Could be the Imperial Academy, just to be able to produce additional Imperial officials without idling UTC. Now, there's a single villager right now going over from Baltian over towards the pond from Divine. He probably doesn't know yet that, oh, this is a beautiful moment to not scout that.
That is so unlucky for Divine. The forest blocking line of sight. It's
That's why
actually
he's
doubly
walling.
lucky.
That's why he's walling, though, because this means that dock is likely not going to be coming up. Unless he's going to be able to place the dock all the way behind the dock from Divine there. And yeah, Baltune, he's now going to be spotting out these beautiful little palisade segments here. He's going to have to look where he can get that dock down. Wolf attacking the villager as well. Villager has to be careful. If he gets too low HP, even the Chinese villager might not be able to get that dock up. And oh no, Baltune actually hitting the dock, alerting Divine to there being a villager. And now Divine, he's just going to be pulling his villager in order to quick wall the remaining parts here of that pond in order to make sure that there's not going to be a dock coming up. And it looks like he's also pulling additional villagers in order to kill the villager here from Baltune before he's able to get a dock up.
This is so frustrating for Divine. He barely missed out on scouting that villager. And now there's dock coming up, but he should be able to stop this villager from finishing the dock.
He's body
assuming
blocking!
that he's focusing the Vil.
He can't focus the Vil, he's body blocking on top. Oh, but the galley's gonna be in time. That dock is not going up.
Oh, you're saying that, but it does!
It actually goes up! No way! Dune gets the dock up! That is an insane play, being able to body block with the scout, making sure that Divine isn't able to click onto the villager. But is the dock gonna be up for a long time? Because Divine immediately gets a double demolition ship out. But that's already worth it. That's already worth it because he's investing so many resources into units there. Like Baltune already got his value out of that dock. He's idling 3 villagers. He caused Divine to invest into 2 demo ships and a galley. That's so many resources. He's making another demo ship. That is such a waste of resources. He needs to okay, he canceled it. He canceled it.
Yeah, he isn't even using this demo now. But even the fact that he invested into a demo and then had to use 3 villagers to torch down the dock, that's a lot of delay on Divine. Now, good news for Divine is that he still is on track to get to Castle Age quickly over here. And I'm actually wondering if we are going to see a quick Burgrave Palace here. Something that could easily punish Baltune, who has absolutely no army on the field. Nothing. Not even a scout.
Burgrave Palace definitely could be dangerous, but usually China has options to deal with that. As soon as that Burgrave gets dropped down, Baltune might just get like 3 to 4 outposts up, and then with the hand cannon placement, he's going to be able to hold. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be a Burgrave. It's going to be the Regnants instead. Stable also gets dropped behind this by Divine, so it's going to be a play for the relics here for sure. And all of this though, Baltune, he is definitely expanding more out onto the ponds here than Divine is. And Regnant's timing, it's very, very good for Divine considering how much he invested into those demolition ships and galley.
Yeah, certainly. He's got a very good Archon Chapel placement, boosting all of his villagers. So I think that's a heavy contributor. And I think the other thing is that his food eco, the fishing, was never really harassed. It wasn't the case of, okay, there are combat ships shutting down the food eco. So he was able to get a very consistent stream of resources in, allowing him to get to Castle. Baltune isn't going to be lagging behind that much, though. You see, he's piling up resources himself, but the first Lancers will make it onto the field from Divine. He is rushing that landmark up with 18 villagers, knows that the timing is crucial in this one.
Yeah, he was starting up with 6, but then pulled a lot more villagers towards the end to get it up a little bit quicker here. Baltune, he's not far away from going up to Castle Age himself. Now, with the timing, I think Divine is probably going to be able to get 2 to 3 relics out. I think Baltune is going to be able to defend at least 2 relics here. Now, Astronomical Clock Tower is going up, and it's probably going to be Lancers coming up from both players here.
Yeah, it's going to be Lancers from both sides initially, and it's just going to be a little... It's going to be the little skirmish between the knights And of course, looking to expand towards those relics, something that Divine has already gotten one of. He went for the one closest to him though, so the ones that are further away in the middle of the field could still potentially be denied by Baltoon here, especially if he decides to just supervise the stables that he's making those Lancers with in order to catch up with the Lancer numbers.
But it looks like these relics are going to be going over for Divine, so very likely going to be a 3-2 relic game here. But behind all of that, Baltoon, he's been expanding way more onto these pawns. So right now he's leading with 14 eco units. Now Divine can make up for that if he goes up to Imperial Age with the Palace of Swabia. It's going to be another big investment, but it looks to be the play that he's going for, as he's not really making a ton of knights here behind this.
Yeah, 3 Lancers against 2. Divine wants to go into Imperial though. We have seen this so many times from the HRE on this map. Use the fish to get to Castle quickly, and then use the relics plus the fish to get to quick Imperial, and start booming away using the Pass of Schwabia. Bit of a mismicro here, potentially. Vololo popped out here, but the Monk is gonna get taken out here before the Vololo actually does anything. Slight misstep over here for Divine. Not really shielding that one Monk with his own Knights, loses out on the Prelate.
With the food eco that Baltoon has going for himself right now, I wouldn't be surprised if he's just able to overrun Divine with mass knights now. And it feels like Divine probably knows about this, so now he's once again dropping down a couple of outposts. And with the HRE, he's able to get some very, very cheap emplacements going. And he definitely is going to need some sprinkled emplacements here on these outposts if he wants to be able to hold this. But Baltoon immediately going for the aggression with these knights. 7 out already, 4 more in the queue. And he can be able to afford that due to being able to have that increased fishing going for himself right now. There's some healing
tricky
coming
for
out.
Divine. He needs to invest into more knights, but as he's doing that, he's delaying his own Imperial, rushing up the tower though, and the Prelate is out there helping against those knights, providing some combat healing. Tower goes up as well. I think Divine has done enough to repel this, given how low the HP is for some of those Lancers on the other side.
Sprinkled emplacement is now going to be coming in. Is Baltoon going to keep up the aggression? That's going to be the main question here. Looks like he is. More units might be going down here.
But it's tricky though, right? Even if you kill a couple of villagers here, if the Pass of Schwabia starts rolling, Divine can make up that villager deficit very, very quickly. And once he gets to Imperial, he's going to have bombard emplacements. In fact, I think that Divine has to cancel some of his Lancers now. Now that he has those sprinkled emplacements, has to cancel them and go into Imperial if he wants to have a chance.
Baltoon, he's just not letting up right now with the aggression, messing up more and more Lancers. 13 Lancers right now. There's a ram as well. That's going to be a clock tower ram coming out.
Not something that you see every day.
Definitely a way, though, to be able to finally get past all of these out of these outposts. And yeah, Divine, he's trying to get there. He's trying to get to the Imperial Age. He's now dropping a barracks, though, multiple barracks. But he's even blocking the Archon spot there for farms later on. This is not looking pretty for him right now.
Yeah, this feels like desperation. The trajectory for him to take is clear. He needs to get to Imperial, but he's just not given any breathing room, and he's facing 16 Lancers now. Again, I feel like at this point, he just needs to Hail Mary this, get to Imperial, and use the bombard emplacements to hold this off.
Yeah, he definitely just has to do something with the resource that he has right now in the bank, but it looks like it's going to be Mass Spearman from him. And that might be a big mistake. He doesn't even have the Veterancy upgrade on those Spearmen yet. It's going to be the Hardened upgrade first.
No Blacksmith upgrades, no nothing, and Baltoon is already making archers. I think he's playing right into the hands of Baltoon by staying in Castle Age, although this might be the time he's dropping the Pass of Schwabia in a moment, I feel.
Now, the Ram is coming in. The Clock Tower Ram. And the Knights on the other side are in as well. Some villagers get sniped out. And the second Divine moves to one side. The Knights from the other side are going to be coming in as well. This should still be in range of the emergency repair, though. Lancers against Lancers, clashing once again. Baltoon not choosing to take the fight, though, even having more numbers here.
He's playing this smart, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He cannot afford to throw this army away, and he's going to be just patiently waiting for the ram to arrive, especially seeing how deprived Divine is of resources. Divine has to go on berries, and once again, Divine is just stuck in Castle Age here, floating a lot of resources, but having an underwhelming army and being overrun by much higher numbers coming from the Chinese player.
Yeah, indeed. Now the farm's also getting taken down quickly here. Springles
Many of the
are doing a
Lancers
good
are
bit
weak,
of
though.
damage. Yeah.
Baltoon needs to be
Baltoon has
cautious
to be
not to
careful.
throw away this army.
Oh, the Knights are going onto the ramp. Dr. Ram has a lot of HP, but even that, it's not going to be able to survive forever. Couple archers coming in now as well, and now the Knights are fighting here, even with the Spearman there. It's enough Knights. He's going to be able to win that fight.
A lot of Lancers fall, though. There's a second wave coming in from Baltoon, and that has to be the saving grace. That initial army is just heavily damaged now, but there's a second wave coming in, supported by archers this time around. Divine's got 400 food per minute, and he's consistently producing Spearmen and Knights. That is not sustainable. Compare that to Baltoon, 1400 food per minute. He can afford to play this slugfest for an extended period of time.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what you get when you have control over all of these individual pawns. And Baltoon just able to flood military right now. Could potentially get even more rams out. He's got a second one. I'm not quite sure where it is right now out on the map. Oh, it's just chilling next to the clock tower there. Hasn't been moved out yet. He also didn't move out onto the sacred sites yet.
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised. He could easily take those. And it looks like Divine is moving relics. He's probably trying to garrison them into defensive towers. Indeed, there it is, on the wood line. Trying to hold on a little longer. Now has a siege workshop going as well, but his eco is so feeble. And now his option to go into Imperial is no longer there.
Oh no, he's bringing the relic forward. He's delivering it to Baltoon. And now the outpost, he's trying to repair, but the outpost does go down.
It must be over.
To snipe the spears. Yeah, I mean, if Baltoon just takes the relic, steals the relic now, Divine is just dead.
The tower is gone. That strong point that Divine had is just gone now. Relic also taken out of the picture. Villagers trying to get out to the berries. Baltoon, he can easily shut down the food eco of Divine, and Divine's composition is so heavy that he simply won't survive that.
Mangonel coming out, but Baltoon, he's got the Lancer lead. There's not enough Spearmen out. He can just snipe the Mangonel out right now. And he's going for it. Spearman just gonna get focused down by the archers. And with that Mangonel going down, I feel like it's probably GG now. As Divine is not gonna be able to hold this aggression from Baltoon for much longer.
Yeah, Battering Ram is going to pull up once again. 14 Lancers and 15 Archers against 3 Spearmen, 3 Knights. This is a very unbalanced engagement now for Baltoon, or, well, in the favor of Baltoon, I should say. Double the population for him, all the map control he needs, and a decisively overwhelming force on his side.
Finally, we're seeing the Ram making its way over. Still no additional dives coming in quite yet from Baltoon. We could be thinking of just YOLOing it in right now. He should know that he's got the 3 pawns, and Divine's only got that single one. There we go. Now he's going to be going for the dive. Additional Mangonel is going to be in queue, though, behind all of that. But Villagers going down. Those are heavy losses now. 21 economy units down so far. And no way to go to Imperial Age for Divine.
Yeah, at this point, he will never get to the Pass of Schwabia, which means that he will never catch up on eco, and eventually he's going to be ground down over here. Mangonel shot is nice, but it just comes in a little too late. Preemptive Vololo to prevent the Monk from being picked will be popped, but once the Vololo is over, the Monk is also gonna get taken out. Now it's 22 Lancers against 3. Divine looking to just transition into crossbows. Once again, a little too late. His eco is just getting shattered. And Crackety, we're looking at a series here which will go to game number 5, a decider game between the two, to decide who gets to play in the deciders tomorrow. I know that sentence had a lot of decides in it, but boy oh boy, are we having a series over here. One of these players will have a chance to qualify for the main event of EGC Finals. The other one will have to say goodbye to the tournament today.
Exactly. And this was a game scenario where Baltoon's aggression definitely worked out here for him. He had the beneficial eco as well, being on all of these different pawns. And Divine, it looks like he was just a little bit too indecisive with what he wanted to do. He definitely had the resource at one point to go up to the Imperial Age, then decided against it though, kept reinvesting into units, and slowly but surely just got ground down by Baltoon there. Definitely a great game, and as you said, this is going to be a set where we will be going to game number 5. Very even here so far between these two players.
Oh, it certainly is, and this was probably the first game where we saw Divine playing a more passive game, in a very defensive game that is, and Baltoon being able to break that defense. Game number 1, game number 3, that wasn't the case. In both of the cases where Baltoon failed to take out Divine, it was a very condensed base setup by Divine, very defensive early game, focusing a lot on the eco. I think he might try to do something similar here with the Abbasids as well. It's going to be Helendale as game number 5. Baltoon is going to have the English, and Divine will have the Abbasid dynasty.
All right. This, once again, though, on this map, does allow for Divine to go for that very, very condensed economy, that very, very condensed base. It's going to be interesting to see if this time with the English, Baltoon might be able to crack that nut and be able to get into the base from Divine and take him out here. I think Divine also has the option on a map like Hill and Dale to potentially go for trade. That might also be the option. Sometimes Hill and Dale does spawn with these traders, trade posts in the corners, and English usually is not the kind of civilization to be able to push out against civilizations that are also able to put up big military forces early on, like the Abbasid, who get a huge boost to their economy early on with those berry bushes gathering, as well as a potential military wing. Will be interesting to see exactly how this game is going to get played.
Yeah, it's a great point you bring up here. It's not just a TC boom that could be deadly from the Abbasids. It could very well be the trade that we could look at, especially if the opposing English player is looking to play a very condensed and slow game. In that case, trade could easily be a tool of punishing him. And that's something that we've seen from Divine against the Malians in game number 2 using the Mongols. It didn't work out in that case, but I think in an Abbasid versus English matchup, trade is a lot more legitimate than it was in the Mongols versus Malian matchup.
Yeah, I think so too. I've actually had a very close game against Lucifron going for a Bassett trade. I think it's definitely an option here against the English to go for that. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. Just going to be a little bit longer. I think players only just drafted their civilizations, so going to be a little bit of time until we actually go into our 5th game of this set. In the meantime, you can see our EGCTV community support goal in our bottom right corner here, and you can help support us over on Patreon or directly here on Twitch. By the way, EGCTV, we're getting very close to be able to apply, or rather get to that Partnership Plus program over here on Twitch. You can help us by subscribing directly over here on Twitch, and with that, EGCTV can get a better split there when it comes to the revenue sharing with Twitch, allowing them to put up even more great tournaments like the EGC Finals in the coming year. We've got a whole new season planned for Age of Empires 4 esports in the coming year. So you can help be a part of that, support EGCTV, and help make Age of Empires 4 the greatest esport for RTS as it can be.
Indeed, and thank you so much, everybody, for supporting us throughout this stream. We've seen a lot of gifted subs, a lot of new subs, some bits as well, donations too. Those are also very, very helpful. But there's also a free way to support us. That is just telling your friends, showing them the streams, showing them these games. And if they enjoy it, they can join us in the next broadcast as well. Of course, those are very valuable for us as well. Hopefully, you are enjoying your stay over here as we are heading very soon into what will be the final game of this set and today's broadcast as well. That is going to be a showdown between Baltoon and Divine, Abbasids versus the English on Hill and Dale to decide who gets to play in the deciders tomorrow.
Exactly. An anonymous gifter coming in with 50 gifted subs. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter. Thank you for supporting EGCTV and all the stuff that we're standing for here right now. Gobo Topo, also thank you for the gifted sub. It is very much appreciated. The community truly is the driving force behind EGCTV and just allowing us to bring you guys all of these amazing tournaments.
Indeed, just 50 seconds left to go, Crackety. Who do you think has the edge here going into game number 5, based on what we have seen earlier today?
I've got to hand it to Divine. Like, his defensive playstyle at times can be annoying to play against, but if it's working, go for it. And so far, it's definitely been showing to be a great way to win these kind of games. And I think with the Abbasid, he can definitely go for that. I think Divine's Abbasid can definitely pull that same kind of style off. I'm not sure about Baltun's English. I don't remember the last time I saw him play English. Then again, the DLC just came out, and that kind of like um, it it created a big void in my brain that only was able to be filled by DLC content. It's gonna be interesting to see if Baltun's English is gonna be able to topple Divine's Abbasid here.
Well, we only have a couple of seconds of wait left in here. Once again, Anonymous Gifter dropping another 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the support. Hopefully you will enjoy this one upcoming game as we are heading into Hillandale to have a very old school matchup here, Krakeny. English versus the Abbasids. Baltun is going to be with the color red to the south with the English, and to the north it's Divine playing as the Abbasid dynasty with the color blue.
Exactly. Here on Hillandale, known map in the ranked pool for quite a while, and Baltun starting off with the similar build that we've seen the last time, or rather, he is going on to those deer early on in the game. Now, this makes a lot of sense because you have the deer very close to your TC on Hillandale, and what this also allows you to do is move out with your scout and be away from your base a lot longer before really needing to go back and drop off sheep here. That's already an inherent benefit for the Abbasid, but as the English, you don't usually get this benefit. Having this here on this map means that you're potentially getting more sheep.
Indeed, that's a big thing, especially because we might see an early defensive-focused turtle-style game here from both of these players. So I kind of like how you move out for all this deer. You obviously want to take all these resources that are potentially somewhat contested once you get to Feudal Age, once you get to Castle Age. And we've seen Divine, or Baltun actually, do this in game number 1 with the French. Same thing, he went for the deer in Dark Age. That time, he was doing that with the French though, so he did get a decent discount on the mill.
Yeah, with the French, it makes a lot of sense, but the English can do it as well. They want to have a mill at some point anyways. Now, the placement of the mill is not ideal. It's not what you usually want it to be very far forward. You probably won't be dropping farms there immediately. But still, later on in the game, definitely have the option. And also having the option of getting that wheelbarrow early on in the game with that, it's going to be very nice for them. But I think this one, I saw a lot of people in the chat talking about that this is probably going to be a defensive game coming out from both sides here. We've seen a ton of aggression so far from Baltun in all of these matches. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for straight up all-in aggression once again. And the English against the Abbasid can definitely do that. They get the men-at-arms early on in Feudal Age, and yeah, if it just goes for like a prolonged Feudal Age, I think 1TC English can beat something like a 2TC Abbasid.
I think one of the big things to look out for is that the stone is to the front of Divine's base. He's going up with the economy wing for the time being. But as you said, Baltun played some very aggressive games in this set, including that crazy castle drop with the Ottomans. We could see him playing aggressive once again. And on this map, it's definitely feasible, given that you don't have much of an open field. You have a much easier time focusing engagements to a certain position. For you, ideally, that's the front of the enemy base. And that's something that the Abbasids could struggle to hold, especially when you consider that you don't have a lot of safe resources to work with. So, for Baltun, hitting those lumberjacks on the front could be a prime target.
Yeah, we also have to remember that the secondary TC has been nerfed. Now, Longbowmen, they got a base range of 7 tiles. Secondary TCs, they used to have an 8-tile range. Now it's down to 6, which means that Longbowmen outrange TCs. That can be a very decisive factor as we go into the Feudal Age, and if there's going to be multiple TCs coming out from Divine, those aren't going to be able to protect his villagers against the Longbowmen.
Yeah, for now it's Economy Wing versus the Council Hall. No villagers moving to stone from Divine yet, but one thing that's important here is that he decided not to go with the military wing, so he won't have that double spearman, double archer opening. No surprise against the English, those guys would just die to a handful of longbows anyways. But it means that he's got absolutely no standing army right now. Even just a handful of longbows moving up could be a pain to deal with.
Yeah, the question is going to be, I mean, Divine, he hasn't moved out to stone yet, which makes me think that he knows that he's going to have to invest into military early on here before he can go for that secondary TC.
He's heavy on wood. He wants a production building.
I would like to see Baltun going for a barracks immediately, because you can't just make only Longbowmen here in this matchup, I feel like.
Yep, I agree. Divine was very heavy on wood, so there was a clear sign that he wants to go for a production building. It's probably going to be a stable, that's the most logical thing. And there is the direct response from Baltoon, as you said. He needs to drop a barracks immediately.
And all of that economy upgrades also being researched here for Baltoon. So he's gonna be able to scale his economy better on 1TC. Upgrades are also coming in for Divine. He's getting fresh foodstuffs as well as the Fertile Crescent upgrade from his House of Wisdom. What that means is that all of his economy buildings are gonna be reduced in cost, and on top of that, his villagers are also only going to cost around 32 food instead of the full 50.
It's going to be horseman archers now coming in. Baltoon only made a single spearman. Nothing else coming out just yet for him. No longbows. There's a second spearman kept in. Now he's queuing up some longbows. It looks like he is going to have some presence on the map. But I'm starting to wonder if he's just going to play a super passive game here. Because I feel like if he wanted to be very aggressive, he probably would have put more focus on building up that force quickly.
I think he noticed that Divine didn't immediately go out to stone, so he was suspecting something like that. And with the English, you can't really move out too early. If you trickle in units like one by one, chances are that you're going to get picked off. And now he sees both the camel archer as well as the horseman. So he has to feel good now about his choice of units that he went for. With this, he is definitely going to be in a position to put up aggression on Divine. He has to be careful though, because his opponent, he has the more mobile army composition right now. So I think ideally Baltoon should look towards walling at least the sides of his base, just to make sure there's not going to be any raids coming in from these more mobile units. Divine now also going for archers on top of the camel archers. Yeah, so far just completely taken off of stone. And the longer this game goes on 1TC for both players, the better English will fare.
Certainly, and that stone spawn does not help Divine by any means. Baltoon does have a decent presence over here, and I agree with you. I think Baltoon probably saw that Divine isn't going on stone, so he isn't going to overcommit into this aggression and risk losing his army. He's more than happy just staying in this long feudal age, having his opponent use up a lot of wood on units. Don't forget, you don't have a lot of wood to start with on this map. So the fact that this is a fight where both players are just investing into very wood-heavy units is actually really good for the English. Abbasid stay on 1TCs, and eventually Divine is going to have to start moving out of his base to secure additional wood.
Yeah, Divine right now just moving around with that camel archer and the two horsemen. Army from Baltoon still looking very, very solid here. He's also upgrading his men-at-arms right now. So maybe we're going to be seeing a transition into men-at-arms now. And now we see Divine also moving out onto stone. Baltoon still has a scout in his base. I don't think he has a direct line of sight on the stone right now, though. Definitely has to look towards that at some point here. But even if that second TC comes out, I think that by now, the timing for that second TC to pay off, it's going to be very, very delayed. And if Baltoon just gets men-at-arms out, I don't think Divine can really do a whole lot here against that. Now, the units from Divine, they're going to go towards the side, and this is the point where I really want to see Baltoon just walling in those sides on his base.
Yeah, he needs to. If he starts having units running circles around his base, that's as bad as it gets for the English. And Divine, he's got a camel archer. That's a really good unit to harass villagers with. And it's the Baltoon who has to dictate the tempo of these fights with the longbows and the spearmen and the men-at-arms even. So as you said, if he gets some walls up, he can negate this raiding element that Divine could have. Speaking of which, Divine only has two horsemen and a camel archer. He started mixing in archers very heavily, but he doesn't really have a cavalry force at this point.
And while he might be having enough stone right now to be able to drop a secondary
nope.
TC,
He doesn't.
Soon rather, Fertile Crescent does discount it, so I think he's right about there. He needs like 20 more.
The scout was positioned just to see the edge of that stone mine, so the Baltoon knew where Divine was moving onto the stone. And I don't think Divine has enough for a TC.
He does. Stone-wise, he definitely does have enough there. We can just hover over the TC. He definitely has enough. For Divine, hover over the TC. Yeah, it only takes 263 stone. He has enough stone.
Yeah.
But he just doesn't have any wood at all right now, and he needs to invest his wood into archers.
Yeah, and wood is an issue, especially because once this tower is up, you will have the network of castles aura for Baltoon, and he can position his scouts such that he provides line of sight for these longbows. In fact, you see him doing this right now. Line of sight is shared, if the scout sees those units, so will the longbows, and that is what Baltoon is trying to do here. Tower gets stopped in the meantime, though. Archers
Divine
breaking out,
killing the
horsemen trying to
villager.
pick the villager. They do get the pick on the Veil, but they suffer from a lot of damage here.
Longwoman, the blacksmith upgrades. And all the archers from Divine are going out. This is a terrible trade for him. The men-at-arms are also taking down the horsemen here behind all of that. Yeah, horsemen are going down. These are very heavy losses. And with that, Divine's entire army is gone, and he still doesn't have that second TC. And
that is
Baltoon,
looking
he's just gonna send
so
another
bad for
villager.
Divine. A lot of units lost here for Baltoon as well, but he is more than happy doing this. The English love playing this longbow game, whereas on the other side, Divine wants that second TC, but he's just not given a window to get it up.
Our archers are going to be able to fire above the wood line.
Oh, he spotted them. He spots the villagers fleeing, and this could be it for Divine. He simply cannot afford to lose all these villagers. Longbows on pursuit. This is looking so grim now for Divine.
Yeah, and he's also hitting the villagers there on the lumber camp. Enough. It's just enough men-at-arms here right now as well to be able to deal with the archers. Like, even if the archers clean up the longbowmen, it's still gonna be a constant flood of units right now. Like, this is not the entire army from Baltoon. He's got a ton more units coming out right now from his base. It's a steady stream of units right now.
He's forcing suboptimal engagements here from Divine. Divine has to sacrifice a lot of pricey units, including horsemen, to save these lumberjacks. And behind this, Divine still doesn't have that second town center going. The archers are gone. 23 army to 3 here, Crackety. And once those longbowmen set sights on their villagers, it's all gonna be over.
Yeah, villagers are now gonna be pulled back. Another production building actually gets denied here now for Divine. Only on 2 archery ranges right now. He's not gonna be able to outproduce the longbowmen. And with that, I feel like this might actually just be game over right now for Divine. Going out to that stone mine, trying to get that second TC up. He's got 300 idle resources right now in the bank that he's not able to do anything with. This might have just killed him.
Baltoon has played aggressive in every single game. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it backfired. But in the game that matters the most, he's able to pull off a very good assault here against the enemy base. Now he's up by 7 villagers, despite playing English against the Abbasids. And that deficit will just keep increasing for Divine. Villagers idled, he doesn't really have a tool to deal with all these men-at-arms and longbows, and there's just nowhere left to go here for Divine but a GG call. He fought valiantly, he was so close, but it looks very much like Baltoon is going to be the one moving into the deciders tomorrow.
Indeed. Just more men-at-arms out right now than there are archers for Divine. The longbowmen as well. Another outpost is starting to get dropped here as well. He already has the buff right now with the network of castles. And the economy for Baltoon is just so good right now. 800 food per minute compared to 300. And now with the buff, all of these longbowmen have the increased attack speed. All the units have the increased attack speed. And Divine is idle under his TC.
Yeah, that's the problem. Even if Divine can hold this assault now, he has lost 14 villagers. He's down by 13 against an English player. His lumberjacks are still being denied. There is no second TC coming in anytime soon. At this point, if Baltoon just camps out of the enemy base, he already has a great chance of securing this game.
Villager from Baltoon does get sniped out before the outpost gets completed. By this point in time, the wood line is through as well. Now the men-at-arms can just run in. With that, once again, even more villagers get taken down.
And villagers just getting caught in the crossfire over here. And indeed, there it is. Divine fighting valiantly, playing a very defensive and successful game in many of these games. But Baltoon finally cracking his defense. Baltoon takes out Divine 3-2. He is the one moving on to the deciders tomorrow. And what a lovely set, Crackety. A lot of aggression coming in from either of these players in many of the games. Sometimes working, sometimes not. But in the end, it's Baltoon who prevails.
Indeed. And what a set. And yeah, Baltoon is going to be facing off tomorrow against Annatant. Can actually take a look at the brackets and see what exactly we're going to be looking at tomorrow. So it's going to be Annatant versus Baltoon in one of the final sets. And on the other side, it's going to be Demu versus Zerton. So that is definitely definitely two amazing sets to look out for.
Indeed, tomorrow we will have two best-of-7 sets deciding who gets into the main event of the EGC Finals 2023 to join the 10 players already qualified for that event. We have 10 players already in, 2 more will qualify tomorrow. We will be greeting you with two best-of-7s, Anatant versus Baltoon and Demu versus Zerton. Two best-of-7s, crazy day tomorrow starting at 15 GMT. What are your expectations going into tomorrow, Crackety?
I can only say that I'm very, very hyped for the Demu versus Zerton set. It's kind of tough for me because I'm a big Demu fan, but at the same time, Zerton, he's representing Germany as well, and I always love seeing Zerton play. I think he's got such a unique play style every time I watch him, and it's a rough run. I'm torn apart here, actually. Like, who do I cheer for? It is so tough, and yeah, then on the other hand side, you also got Anaton. I'm also a big fan of Anaton, just the way that he evolved as a player as well. Baltune, also a longtime member of the community. It is so tough to have to decide between these players, and I guess that's what you get when there's only 2 spots to qualify. It is so tough, but yeah, it's definitely going to be awesome games either way. I think they're going to be super, super rough tomorrow. Very, very close sets. I think it can honestly be anyone's game. It can be anyone's game. I would love to see all of them qualify. Sadly, we're going to have to decide for 2 of them.
Indeed, so make sure you tune back in tomorrow at 15 GMT to take a look at the deciders of the qualifiers here in the EGC finals. Crackety, it has been a blast today, was super fun, but we gotta say goodbye here. Any final thoughts before we hand you over to a fellow AoE4 streamer?
Final words. Thank you guys so much for supporting EGCTV. It's been the first day of the qualifiers, and we already reached 10% of our EGCTV community support goal. Thank you guys so much for supporting EGCTV. Tune in again tomorrow, and yeah, just tune in every single day that we're streaming here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and yeah, see you here tomorrow.